Hello everyone and welcome to Google Cloud Platform Full Course by Intellipaat. Google Cloud Platform or GCP describes a collection of public cloud services which is offered by Google to its client enterprises. These services cover storage, computing and application development requirements of companies and work on hardware provided by Google. IT experts and software engineers can access such services through reliable network connections or across the internet. In this session, you will learn GCP from scratch. So let's check the agenda for the session. First, we'll be talking about what is GCP. Then, we'll be talking about the different services provided by GCP. After that, we'll be talking about Google Cloud Platform dashboard and its components. After that, we'll be doing a hands-on on creating an instance in GCP. Then we'll be also doing a hands-on on virtual private cloud in GCP. After that, we'll be covering the topic of cloud IAM. And then we'll be covering types of roles in cloud. Post that, we'll be talking about machine learning in GCP. And then we'll be covering Cloud Vision API. Also, we'll be covering Cloud Speech to Text API. And at last, we'll be covering GCP interview questions and answers, which will help you to ace your interviews. So that's all with the agenda. Now let's start the session. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon so that you'll never miss any update from us.
Before going into the depths of GCP, we must first understand the underlying technology, right? So let me begin with the session by introducing cloud computing to you guys. What is cloud computing? Cloud computing is the delivery of computing services like servers, storage, databases, networking, software, analytics, intelligence, and many more over the internet. Still confused? Well, simply put, cloud computing is using someone else's computer for your own personal needs. What it basically means is that, let's say you're storing some data on someone else's computer instead of doing it on your own personal hard drive. Now, you store the data and access it on someone else's computer using the internet. We can take Gmail here for example. You receive emails, right? And you can access them anytime you want, but they don't really get stored in your computer's hard drive, do they? So how are you able to access your emails? Where are they actually getting stored? Well, for now, let's say they're getting stored on Google's personal hard drive and you access them using internet. Moving on, let's now look into the types of cloud computing. Since cloud computing is an ever-growing field, there are multiple ways of categorizing it. The two most common categories of cloud computing are deployment models and service models. Now, service models are categorized on the basis of the kind of services that you are provided, whereas deployment models are categorized on the basis of how you can deploy your applications in the cloud. And service models are further divided into three kinds of models, namely infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. And in deployment models, you have public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud. So let's discuss all these models one by one, starting with service models. We'll discuss service models on the basis of services that you get to manage and the services that are managed by cloud providers for you. So here, first we have infrastructure as a service. It's like renting the whole IT infrastructure, that is servers, networks, storage, and more. Now, when you're renting a server, it'll be like getting a fresh piece of computer where you can install any OS you want, you can decide how much data can be stored in that computer, you can basically decide what is the purpose of that computer. So, the services that you get to manage in infrastructure as a service are applications, data, runtime, middleware, and OS, that is operating system. Coming to platform as a service, here you'll have no control over the underlying architecture such as operating system, storage, and more, as these are managed by cloud providers themselves. All you get here is runtime environment for deploying, testing, and managing applications. So this might be the best option for those who just want to host their application and focus completely on that application. So the services that you get to manage here are applications and data. And then we have software as a service. Here you only get access to web-based applications or software. You can access and operate the software with just your browser without having to download or install anything. So, everything in software as a service is managed by cloud providers, including updating and maintaining the software. Now, coming to deployment models, first we have public cloud. In public cloud, everything is stored and accessed over the internet and it's meant to be used by general public, which means that anyone can use public cloud. All the hardware and software is owned and managed by cloud providers. On the other hand, with private cloud, the cloud infrastructure is exclusively meant for a single organization. The services and infrastructure are managed through a private network. And then comes the hybrid cloud, which lets you get the best of both worlds. With hybrid cloud, users can enjoy the benefits of both public as well as private cloud. An organization is most likely to use hybrid cloud if, let's say, they want to store their confidential data on private cloud and use public cloud for the resources and services that are shared with external partners. So, as we have already established that cloud computing is an ever-growing field, so naturally there's a huge number of cloud providers as well. Let's look into a few of them. So here first we have AWS, that is Amazon Web Services. Then we have Azure, Google Cloud, IBM Cloud, Adobe Creative Cloud, VMware, Rackspace, Oracle, and Salesforce. So out of all these cloud providers, what makes GCP special? Well, time to find out. Let's discuss why one must opt for GCP. GCP offers various unique features such as best pricing, automatic task scheduling, live migration, customization, flexibility, and scalability. Let's discuss all these features one by one, starting with best pricing. Google Cloud uses a pay-per-use model according to which you only have to pay for the resources that you use. Also, Google Cloud hosting plans are said to be cheaper than other cloud hosting plans. So, GCP provides customer-friendly pricing where there is no upfront cost and termination fee. Automatic task scheduling. Google Cloud allows you to virtually schedule any task or job, be it running your staging VM environment only for working hours or turning down half the machine fleet in the middle of the night. The cloud scheduler will let you automate many of these tedious tasks in a managed manner. Live migration. Google Cloud's live migration feature allows proactive maintenance of all resources without causing any hindrance in the performance of the virtual machines hosted by the organization. This saves businesses from the headache of dealing with downtimes or outages. Customization. GCP provides a custom machine type feature that lets users create a virtual machine customized to their needs. Custom machine types are priced based on the resources that you use, and in some cases you can even save up to 50% or more compared to other cloud providers. Data privacy and security. Google Cloud Platform has put a significant amount of effort in ensuring data protection and security for their customers. Google has hired a team of professionals called Information Security that constantly work on securing and protecting the data stored in the Google Cloud. Also, Google uses several layers of encryption to protect the data of customers that are using GCP. Flexibility and scalability. Google Cloud Platform is known for the scalable system that it provides, which automatically adds more capacity as the workloads increases. You can specify how much CPU and memory each instance of your application needs, and the flexible environment will provision the necessary infrastructure for you. So these are all the main features that make GCP stand out the most. So moving on, let's now understand what exactly is GCP. So Google Cloud Platform, as you must already know by now, is a cloud platform offered by Google. It offers various cloud computing services such as compute, network, storage, and more. But that's not all. There is more to GCP. I bet you all must have used or at least be aware of Google products such as Google Search Engine, YouTube, Gmail, Maps, and Hangouts, right? What if I told you that Google uses their own cloud platform to manage and operate these products? I mean, how awesome is it that Google offers the same cloud infrastructure as they use for their own products to its users? We all know how amazing are Google products, right? So imagine how awesome will be the underlying infrastructure. And you'll get to use that same awesome infrastructure if you use GCP services. So here's another huge reason for you to choose GCP. So moving on, let's now understand GCP global infrastructure. Even though GCP is fairly young, they have been able to establish a reliable infrastructure which is growing across the globe at an awe-inspiring rate. Google Network is known worldwide for its speed, reliability, and capacity. Google Cloud is made available in 19 regions, 58 zones, 134 network edge locations, and 200 plus countries. And it will also be soon expanding to places like Japan, Indonesia, and Los Angeles. So now let's talk about the services that GCP offers. These services are categorized into different domains such as compute services, storage services, networking services, machine learning services, big data services, identity and security services, and many more. But the main services that can be used to host any kind of application are compute services, storage services, and networking services. Let's now understand these services individually, starting with compute services. So in compute services, first we have Compute Engine, which is basically an infrastructure as a service offering from Google Cloud Platform. Compute Engine service provides VMs, that is virtual machines, hosted on Google's infrastructure. Now, being an infrastructure as a service, you can think of it as a fresh piece of computer where you'll be given various options for OS, and you'll be given various options for units of CPUs and memory that you want for your virtual machine and everything else. Basically, all the configurations will be at your hands. Next comes App Engine, which is a platform as a service offering from Google Cloud. It's basically used for hosting and deploying your applications on Google Cloud Platform. So if you're using App Engine to deploy your application on Google Cloud, you won't be given any access to the operating system configurations or storage or the installation of the frameworks that you will need to deploy your application, because that will all be managed by Google Cloud itself. All you have to do is upload your application using App Engine and you'll be provided a link where your application will be running. So next comes Kubernetes Engine, which is basically a cluster management and orchestration system for coordinating Docker containers. So if your application is running in different Docker containers and you want to deploy that application on Google Cloud, then all you have to do is migrate those Docker containers using Kubernetes Engine, and you can then deploy your application on Google Cloud. So after compute services, next comes the storage services. So in storage services, first we have cloud storage. Cloud storage is an online file storage web service for storing and accessing data. Cloud storage can be used to store any kind of data. So when you're hosting an application on Google Cloud and you want to store the application data somewhere other than your server itself, then you can use cloud storage, which is also reliable and secure. And also, it's always considered good practice to create distributed architectured applications. So next in storage services, we have Cloud SQL, which is structured query language. Cloud SQL is a fully managed MySQL database service for hosting relational MySQL databases on Google's infrastructure. So if your application deals with only relational or structured data, then Cloud SQL might be the best option for you. Next storage service is Cloud Bigtable. Cloud Bigtable is a fast, fully managed and highly scalable NoSQL database service. Cloud Bigtable is actually used for big data applications like Hadoop. Now after storage domain comes the networking domain. So in networking services we have VPN, that is Virtual Private Network. VPN provides a private network to create a secure environment for your deployments. So basically, let's say you launched an instance and then you launched another instance and you want both of them to be communicating with each other. Now for that to happen, you'll have to include those two instances inside a network which will provide the instances a secure environment to be communicating with each other. So that's how VPN works. After that we have Cloud Load Balancing. Cloud Load Balancing is a service that load balances and auto-scales GCP compute resources. So basically, Cloud Load Balancing is a service which will distribute the incoming traffic of your application to multiple servers. Now there are two kinds of load balancing. First one is classic load balancing and the second is application load balancing. Now if you want the traffic to be equally distributed to multiple number of servers, then you will have to use classic load balancing. But if you want the traffic to be distributed on the basis of requests that you're getting on your application, then you'll have to use application load balancing. For example, if the user is requesting for storage upload, you may direct the user to some other server. So in networking services, next we have Cloud CDN, which is Content Delivery Network. Cloud CDN is Google's globally distributed edge points of presence to cache application content close to users. Suppose you hosted an application on Google Cloud in some region, but the user base of your application also exists in some other region. So when they try to access your application, it'll obviously take some time for your application to respond because your application resides in some other region and the user base is in some other region. So what you can do is you can use Cloud CDN to create a copy or a cached version of your application and place it on a server which is in a region closer to your user base. So now when they try to access your application, it won't take as much time as it used to. So that was all about networking services.
Now, so let us understand what is cloud. Okay, we're not going to break our head in understanding what are the various clouds in market. Okay, we'll define very simple terms. What is cloud? Introduction to Google Cloud. Okay, there were questions like what's the difference between the private and a public cloud. So when I say it's very simple, guys, you have, let's say, you're a multi-billion businessman. You have your own you have your own private jet, and you have your own pilot. That's something your private jet. That's, let's say, that's a private cloud. So how we say that? We have a company so who run their own cloud, maintain their own cloud, so that's a private cloud. Okay, or they'll choose a vendor and ask the vendor to manage their cloud, and that becomes a managed private cloud. That's very simple. So what is public cloud? If you ask me, what is a public cloud is something whom it's more like your our railway, where you and I can book a seat, and we can travel on that. Okay, that's a railway. Or you can take an airways, where you and I can book a ticket, travel from source to destination. That's where it's a publicly accessible to everyone. Whoever afford to book it can book that. Similarly, we have public cloud like AWS, Azure, and GCP, also IBM, all of that. So everyone, you and me, can both register account. We can subscribe to the cloud, and we can create resources in that cloud. So that's the difference between your public and private cloud. Okay, it's very simple layman terms. And Google Cloud Platform is one of the public cloud provider. Okay, it's one of the public cloud provider. So that is what we have. Okay, so public cloud provider means you and I can access both. Mark this URL. Okay, where I'll say console.cloud.google.com. So this is the URL. Okay, this is a URL. You can mark this URL. This is a public cloud. So private means only those organization, right? It's very secure, right? Only those organization people can use it. Okay, you cannot use a private cloud, or it's a more secure, more secure, more customizable, and you build for your purpose. Okay, so okay, any benefit of going for a private cloud when there is an on-prem. Okay, so yes, what's a private cloud is something when it's on-prem, you have to manage it within the one data center. Okay, so if you ask me, your bank, HSBC Bank, have more than 50 data center across the globe, and all their data centers are connected on the internet. And that's what you can say cloud. Any service we access on the internet is a cloud. Okay, a service like you have your mobile, you have your memory is full, your memory is full. Okay, and what you might have clicked a lot of photos, lot of videos, and your memory is full. You start storing that data into Google Drive or a Facebook photos, or where you store it in a OneDrive, or you store it in a on the cloud, on the internet. That's a cloud, right? So when you have on premises connected across the globe, and that will become your private cloud. Okay, the on premises data centers are same as your private cloud. Okay, only the thing, you're using internet to access it from anywhere you want it. Okay, that's the idea of your cloud. And you can say on premises also is a private cloud. So that's a cloud. What's a cloud in layman terms? Any service we access over internet is a cloud. A service can be a storage, a network, a compute, and a Gmail service, a Facebook service. Everything we access on the internet, that's a cloud today, and we all are using cloud. Okay, so Google is one of the Google Cloud provider. So if you ask me, so what is Google Cloud Platform? So Google Cloud Platform is a suite of cloud computing service offered by Google. Okay, so yes, obviously they are offered by Google. If you ask me, okay, there we go. So what I'll do when I practice the lab, I'll usually use a Chrome browser. Okay, so I'll be using a Chrome browser, and Chrome browser, then it will actually the quick labs. Okay, the quick labs is now called as cloudskillboost.google. Okay, so skillboost.google. You can go and register here. Okay, okay. If you know how to create a Facebook account, definitely you know how to create your Quick Labs account. Okay, Quick Labs is now cloudskillboost.com. You don't need much of a help here. Just go and create an account. Not now. So why Quick Labs? Because it gives me a user ID and a password to practice. To practice what? You're on a console. So this is a user ID. This is a password. When I use a Quick Labs, I'll open the lab normally on a normal window on my Chrome browser. So when I practice, I'll use a right click here and I say open in an incognito window. Incognito, why incognito window? Because if I'm doing it a normal window, it'll actually get confused and ask my own accounts which I already logged in here. So I don't want to do that. So only I want to open in an incognito window. Incognito window. Okay, so it will ask you username. The username is given here, used to log into your Google Cloud. Login, and we have password. We log in. Rest all, just accept it. No need to update anything. Skip it, and you can go ahead. You accept the terms of services. Click on next. So this is your Google Cloud Platform console. So what is the URL of the console? console.cloud.google.com. So if I want to log into this, what I require a user ID and a password. Okay, so let me close this. So under Shift N, console.cloud.google.com, I require a user ID password. The temporary user ID password is given in the Quick Labs. I'll just use that. And here, password. So do remember, guys, the Quick Lab is not provided by Intellipaat. Quick Lab is provided by Google. Okay, they have some free stuffs going on to promote their product. We're going to use that. Okay, if you're out of your balance, if you're out of your credits, you're out of your account is hanged, all the questions you have to ask here in the question tab and go for the chat support. Okay, go on the chat support. Okay, so now here what I have this is how your Google Cloud Platform console is looking like. Okay, so Google Cloud Platform console is looking, and what you have in the console, this is how the dashboard will look like. You have the project level details, you have the resources, you have the trace, you have self-learning like you're getting started and documentation. You have news related to Google Cloud and services. You have an API error reporting dashboard, you have monitoring dashboard, you have billing related details, and you have the API calls that you perform while you're performing the actions in the GCP. So this is your dashboard. Usually we give the details of whatever project you are selected at the top, the same project details it's going to show it here. Okay. So this is your Google Cloud Platform dashboard. Okay. So we have the menu. So let us first name the things. Okay, so that it will be easy for us to, whenever we do the lab, you just have to look into that particular position. Okay. So when I use the word title bar, so where you're going to use a title bar here, you're going to see it here in the title bar. When I say title bar, you can go and check on this. Okay, so title bar. Okay, this is your title bar. So when I say title bar, please look into the title bar. It's a blue color title bar and the blue title bar. Okay, and here we have menu option. Menu. So menu is here. This is menu. This is menu what you have it. So this is your project selected drop down list. Project selection drop down. So you want to see it here. When I say project selection, please go and see that. You have a search option here. Search option. Okay, and here at this end, you'll be having, okay, a cloud shell. Okay, so you have title bar. So this is what you can see in the title bar. Okay, this is the title bar, what you see that. And you have the menu option. The menu option will give you the list of menu where you can see the service offering from your GCP and the control option. Okay, it offers you compute, virtual machine, containerization, VMware, a serverless compute. We have cloud run, cloud function, app engine, a storage. You have cloud storage bucket. So that's object storage. You have file storage and data transfer service. You have database related to SQL, Cloud SQL, Cloud Spanner, your caching services like Redis and Memcache in a memory store, your file store. Okay, that will be your NoSQL database, and you have this, all these things you have it. Okay, that is from your database offering. You have application integration with these products. You have networking with these services. Your operations, that's your stack driver. So I think Swati was asking a question, what is stack driver? These are the various of, earlier it was called as stack driver, now it is called as operation suite. Again, monitoring, debugging, logging, profiler, trace, where you can look into the application this thing. Then you have CI/CD. That's what I think CI/CD. We have CI/CD offering by Google Cloud Platform. We have tools that are used by developers like API endpoints, Apache, private catalog, and other things. We have big data products from these things. We have machine learning, and we have this. Please do remember, guys, this is the whole an ocean, right? And we'll not be able to cover all the services in line. Okay, we're going to cover what are the services required from an certification perspective. Okay, because remember, we are not running a database administration course, so we'll just tell you how to create and use a databases. We're not going to tell you how to create a schema, how to add a user. Okay, that's not a part of your cloud architect. So we're not going to talk about data engineering, like we are not going to show you how to create a data processing pipeline. We're going to just tell you what and where to use it. Okay, as an architect, you should be having that knowledge. We are not developers. We're not going to key in code in application and deploy and run it. We should tell the what can be used where. Okay, and we are going to be system operators, so we have to know full about these things. We have a CI/CD, good knowledge on CI/CD. Infrastructure as code. We cannot talk on data engineering. We are not going to deal in depth about your big data products. We're not going to deal in depth about your machine learning. We are not a machine learning engineers. Okay, so right now you are just understanding how the console will look like. Okay, if you are in any menu, okay, if you are in any menu somewhere, you are here somewhere, you want to go back to your dashboard, you can just click on Google Cloud Platform. Can click on Google Cloud Platform. You will be back on the dashboard. You'll be back on the dashboard. Okay, so that's how you're back on the dashboard. So just click on Google Cloud Platform. Your dashboard may be anywhere. Okay, you have menu option. Yes, you have Google Cloud option. Yes, then you have the same. So you can work on multiple projects. Okay, suppose you right now, when we actually create our own account, okay, we will not be, when you create your own account, okay, we will not be associated with any organization. Your quick labs account will not be associated with any organization. So we are working directly from a project. If you see in this picture, not with this one, if you see in this picture, there's a organization hierarchy. You as a user, maybe any user, a product owner, a team lead, or normal developer, or a tester, or analyst, or a CTO. Okay, you can be a part of a multiple projects, multiple folders, multiple subfolders, multiple organization. You just have to switch it from here. If you're creating any resources using your console, it will tell you where you're creating under a particular project. And if you may be part of multiple project, select the right project when you're working under. Okay, when we are using a quick labs, the quick labs will give you user id, a password, and a project id, and you're going to work on that project id by selecting that project. You're going to select the project. Okay, so when you, for example, so let's say I'm not selected any project, there's no project selected here, and I'll go for menu. I'll go for a resource creation like compute engine or virtual machine I want to create. So what is giving me error message? Select a project first, or you go for a menu. Okay, you go for a storage bucket, you go for click on the browser, and you want to create a bucket. Okay, it will say first is select a project. Okay, what I'm saying, any resource you want to create in GCP, you should select a project at the top. When you create at the top only, you can create a bucket, or you can create a resource. Only if you have a permission to create, only if you have a creative question. Okay, so now while so here is the answer for you guys. Okay, absolutely there's not necessary to use a quick lab. Okay, but if you are used to quick labs, okay, so what it does, so you do step by step one, instructions you get it from quick labs. Okay, second, number one, step by step. Second one, so who's going to tell you it's right or wrong? Is right, is correct, or whatever steps you're done is correct or wrong. Okay, so quick lab will keep a track of the steps what you have performed, and it will tell you, and it gives you score. It's going to check. Okay, I'm there to help you on the weekends, but about what about if you're practicing weekdays, how you're going to get the help? So that's one idea. So I would just say that. And again, you're practice creating an VM. VMs are charged here. VMs are charged on hourly basis. Hourly basis. Okay. So hourly basis again. Then what do you say? You create a VM, you forget it to delete it, then you'll be charged from. You might open a Google Cloud platform uh, after every week, but you'll be already charged for 7 days. Okay, but these quick labs are actually they are hourly. They are actually on a time base. Once this time is end, all the resources what you did will be automatically deleted. Okay, this is free. But the difference is in your own account, the free tier account, you can preserve, you can persist it, but here it does not persist. It's a temporary account. It will be deleted once the lab is done. Okay, this is a learning platform, and the free tier is just used for your practice. This is a learning platform. There's a difference. Okay, there we go. And here you have seen it. Here you have seen it. So what's the importance of a project? Any resource we have to create, it should be associated with the project, because billing will be at the project level. Billing will be at the project level. So you have to select a project. So in the title bar, hope you're clear with menu. Number one, your Google Cloud to come back to your dashboard, your selected project. You can switch between the project as you're part of multiple organization, multiple folders, multiple teams, and multiple projects. You can switch the projects. And here you have a quick search. Suppose you want to work with a service that's called as BigQuery, directly search a service, and you can start using that. What if I don't search it? You can still access it, but you have to have a several clicks. The quick search is what you have it. For example, you can click on menu, go for, okay, we have it here. Now you have to go for menu, you have to go for BigQuery. The same thing, we got it, but by using, so we have BigQuery here by using what? The shortcut, we can use a BigQuery shortcut here. and we can go there very fast. Okay, quick search help you to do that search option what you have it done. Yeah, there we go. We have okay, hope so we know the menu option, we know the dashboard option, we know selecting the project, right project, quick search. Okay, then you have it. Okay. So the one what you do here is a what it is. One what you do here is a web UI or is a command line. The one what you do it on the screen is a web UI, right? It's a web interface. It's a graphical user interface. Okay, you can communicate to Google Cloud Platform using a command lines. Okay, so what I'm saying here is just remember we can interact with GCP using command line. You can interact with GCP using command line. What is that? Okay, number one, we can using a command line we can do it. Okay, we can interact using a command line. Okay, so how? Okay, we have something called as G-Cloud, okay, which is a core package, help to manage GCP resources. Okay, number two, we have GSUtil, stands for Google Storage Utility. Utility. Okay, manage buckets. What buckets? Storage buckets. Storage buckets. We have BigQuery. BigQuery is a product. Cloud Storage Bucket is a product. BigQuery. So we have a package that is called as BQ. BQ, that's a package. It's nothing but your BigQuery. I help you to manage BigQuery. Okay. Number four, that's your Kubernetes. Number five, your Dockers. Number 6, 7, 7, 8, there are emulators. There are various emulators. Okay, so there are etc etc. You can have some 20 odd products there, 20 odd CLIs. Okay, all these are there. Okay, so we have this all this package. What is the command line package? What will have this? Okay, we have G Cloud, we have BQ, we have Kubernetes, etc. Everything is bundled together. Everything is bundled here, and bundle is something called as Cloud SDK. Cloud SDK. Okay, don't install this, but the Cloud SDK helps you to. This all command lines are bundled together in the Cloud SDK. We can download that. Okay, I can download Cloud SDK. So we can install in Cloud SDK. We can download the package and install it. Okay, either for Windows, Linux, Mac OS, whichever you have it, you can download and you can install it. Correct. We can download and we can install it. That is what your Cloud SDK we have it. Okay, so we can download it. Once we download that, we have Google SDK, and the first command we're going to use a gcloud init command. Gcloud init command help you to connect to your cloud account. Okay, so we use reinitialize option number one, checking network connectivity. Okay, 40 for you it will be one or two option. I'll say 42. I'll choose account. I say allow. So I'm now connected to that. I'll select a project to work with. I can create resources from here. So what's the command I did? I just said gcloud init. Gcloud init is the first command I connect to this. Okay, so let me show that. Okay, so what I did, I have to download and install Cloud SDK, which comes with a package. Okay, by default, it will come with gcloud gsutil and gcloud gsutil and a bq command. It will come with this command 1 2 3. Download and install, and we have gcloud gsutil. It will come with these packages by default. Okay, then we use the first command. What is that? Gcloud init command. Now this is the thing. So we have these, thing, and you want to avoid this. Of downloading, installing, and this thing. You can use one package here. That's your Cloud Shell. So instead of doing these three things, you can do the Cloud Shell. What is a Cloud Shell? It's an Cloud Shell. It's a virtual machine. It's very slow virtual machine. You know what is a virtual machine? A virtual machine is a this thing which comes with the operating system, OS. Okay. So here cloud, this thing, the whole thing is a Cloud Shell. Cloud Shell is this one. So which is a virtual machine, which is a Cloud Shell. What operating system you have? Debian operating system. Debian operating system. It's a Linux operating system. Cool, na? Which comes with a preloaded SDK. Preloaded SDK. Hence, already someone has already installed this for me. What they have installed? They installed the these all packages already installed on this particular virtual machine. And this is your it comes with the only your home directory. Home directory is persisted. Hope everyone know what is persisted. Persisted means persistence. Persistence means what? The data will not be lost. So only home directory, rest all will be lost. If you install any software there, it will be lost. Okay, these are only used for your administration purpose. Administration, and so nothing you can do. Administration, nothing you can do much on this. Okay, they comes with a preloaded SK, help you to manage GCPs and other things. What we have it. Okay, come here. So Gcloud, okay, components list. Gcloud component list. We will list out all the components that are there. Gcloud components spelling. Gcloud components, you can see it is already installed. I have installed few more things. It comes with a core, that is here. It comes with a BQ. It comes with JSUtil. Then other things are not installed. Okay. Whereas Cloud Shell here, which is a virtual machine which comes with a preloaded SDK, helps you to manage your GCP resources. Yeah, Cloud Shell. So yeah, good question. How to connect to the Cloud Shell? Okay, so you are logged in into your Google Cloud platform with a valid user ID and a password, Saurabh, and you can go and click on this user icon. There's an icon here from the left to right. Yeah, very good question. See, there is no need of init now. So this step also is eliminated. I said, no, you can avoid these 4 steps. You can avoid. You don't have to download. You don't have to install. You don't have to use a Gcloud connect to connect it. So already the user has been picked. You can see that Gcloud config info config list. Already the user has taken authorize. You have the whichever user is logged in here. The user is logged in. The same user is logged in here. Okay, so Gcloud, the next command what I executed was Gcloud component list. Gcloud component list. It will tell you all the packages that I installed. It is installed KPT. It is installed Gcloud Python extension. Installed scaffold. It is installed local extractor, minikube. All that. This is almost all the packages are installed here. That's a table view. This is a different view, but all the packages are installed here for this user account. No, this Cloud Shell already comes with all these packages. You want to print it, output it. That is all Linux testing. Gcloud components list. Put a this one output.txt, output dot something like that. Update like this. No, ls yeah. A cat output.txt. Yeah, same thing. That's what you want to. It's a Linux strength. It's nothing specific command we have. It's all Linux strength. Okay. Now we have the command line interface where we can communicate with the GCP using your command line. So there is a 2 ways where you can use a command line. So you don't have to. That's what my explanation was. You don't have to install. You don't have to install. You don't have to download. You just have to use a Cloud Shell. Okay, that help you to manage your GCP. help you to manage your GCP. Hope this is clear. Okay, that's what we have. Then normally you have this notification. Normally you have this your help, you have notification, you have settings and utility, you have the user profile what you're logged in. Okay, so that's what we have. Okay, so let's also, what are the other features of this Cloud Shell? Cloud Shell also gives you an editor. What's editor? Can you name some ID what you have already used? If you're a developer, you can name some ID. Okay, VS Code, very good. Eclipse, Visual Studio, Notepad++. Okay, then we have this. So here also we have an editor. If you want to use the editor, allow the cookies. Okay, to allow the cookies, we'll click on the eye icon at the top. Still not working. Allow cookies. Okay, and reload the page. So there's an eye icon in the top right. If you see in the URL, there will be eye icon. Okay, click on the eye icon, allow the cookies. Okay, once you allow the cookies, your editor will work. Once you allow the cookies, your editor will work. Okay, you have the editor. So one beautiful thing about it, if you want to coding any this thing now, open new file. I'll say YAML file. I'll say okay pod sample.yaml. Okay, if you're working on Kubernetes, I want to code the Kubernetes. How helpful is this editor? Just see that Kubernetes, how you're going to YAML file, right? You say pod, Kubernetes pod, click on this, the whole syntax will come for you. Okay, one more time, file, new file. Let's say I want to use a main dot, your Terraform main TF. I can click on that main TF. Okay, say output, here we go. Variable, here we go. Okay, it's very easy to code using this editor. So Cloud Shell will give you an terminal, give you editor.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in GCP, then Intellipaat provides a Google Cloud certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so I'm just telling you the strength of the whole console. Menu clear, going seeing your dashboard clear, selecting the project is clear. Okay, search is clear. Okay, cloud editor, Cloud Shell, which give you terminal as well as editor. Okay, that hopefully that is clear, and other things we have it. Okay, so that was about your Google Cloud Console. Now we'll see how to create your own account, how to create your Google Cloud Platform account. We have, okay, open and this thing, GCP free tier is what you're going to search. Okay, you have this GCP free tier, click on this. Then we are going to say, okay, sign in or getting started for free, get started for free. Remember, you should have a credit card. Either you create a new account or use an existing free tier account. Cloud Echo, just say existing account, and I can log in with that password. Okay, because I already done it, so it actually shows me. So we click on the account. So here, so we'll go and select this one, GCP free tier for free IP. Once you click on that, okay, you say get started for free. Okay, you will just start giving your terms and condition. You log in with your account, agree the terms of service. You should have a credit card. Okay, agree and continue. Select try for free. Okay, these menus might have changed. Okay, select try for free. When you click on that, 7 step, select the country from the drop down list, agree the terms of services, click on continue. And no, I think debit card now it is not working. Earlier it was working, now it is not working, Sunil. Don't worry guys, if you don't have credit card, we can always use a quick lapse. So height, we started, we fill the customer, individual type. Yes, Kumar, it works. Uh, Sometimes it doesn't work, so I don't recommend the debit card. Tax, okay. So then enter the credit card details. Okay, you pay in all the credit card details. Select customer info, account type individual, tax status unregistered individual. Fill, uh, you know, fill name, address with the PIN number, and enter your credit card details. Click the start free trial. So you get the free trial, the same. Okay, so So that's what the basic. Now you saw that now it's only 3 months. It's not 1 year. It's a 3 months a free tier. They have changed it. The 3 months free tier with 300 credits. What is Google Cloud Platform? You can see product and services. So one very layman concern, funny also, which is the first website you go and check when your internet is not working, guys? What is the first website when you check? Google, right? So that's the word of the trust and security, the trust word. Okay, so that's the trust. Why Google Cloud Platform? Because it's very reliable, okay, secure, and it was trustworthy. Most of the technology used on Google Cloud Platform are open source built, open cloud platform. Okay, so who has contributed more to Google? Who has contributed more to Google platform? Beg your pardon. Who has contributed more to open source product and services in today's market? It's a Google. Example: who introduced containers to the market? It was Google. Okay, C groups, and later Docker was came into picture. Who introduced Hadoop to the Hadoop ecosystem? Hadoop to the market? It's a Hadoop company only, but was built on MapReduce. Who introduced HBase? It was built on Bigtable. Who introduced Kubernetes? Google. Google uses around 4 billion containers to run their infra per week. 4 billion containers. All are orchestrated using is a Kubernetes. Who introduced TensorFlow to the market? It was Google who introduced TensorFlow to the market. And all these products, what I'm speaking, all they donated to an open source community. Okay, and those services and the even Google services are built on those technology that we can see open cloud platform. And one major difference between your other network and Google Cloud Platform network, they are global networks. Or a global network means what? So right now Google is okay, if you see here right now GCP, what do you say, GCP locations, they are spread across GCP locations. They are spread across 29 regions, 88 zones, 146 edge location spread across 200 countries. All these data centers, all this edge point of presence are connected on a fiber optic private cables. Fiber optic private cable. Google have their own cable. If you ask me, what's the speed of the internet and Google network? Internet is 200 terabits per second, whereas Google is 1300 terabits per second. That's faster than the internet. Okay, that's the reason when you click a search now, why it is the fastest search engine? Because whenever you put this search, they hit this network. They hit this network. That's the reason they are the fastest. Okay, so there we go. And trust and security, open cloud platform, cloud global networking, and they are AI driven, AI artificial intelligence driven. We saw what are the product and services. The dedicated line is only for communication with Google Infra, correct? They are only used for Google Infra. Okay. So what are the GCP product and services? We talked about compute, networking, storage, big data. We talked about networking, compute. We talked about storage. We talked about big data. We talked about artificial intelligence, all those things. So here, right click here, open in incognito window. The automatically this will take your case. So copy the password and click on next. Okay, you can copy the password. So here we logged in to your Google Cloud Platform. This is how your console will look like. So now there should be some hierarchical structure. Why we need a hierarchical structure? So that I have an proper isolation from other customers, isolation within the organization among different departments, isolation from your development, testing, and production teams. Okay, so you have to have a segregation of duties. You should be having some isolation, right? Okay, you should be having some isolation. So because let us say Hemant is one Google Cloud user, and we have one more you know Shabig is also one Google Cloud user. So both are let us assume that both are from UK, and both are logged in London, and both are creating resources in London. But will there be any isolation between both of them? Yes, because Hemant will be having his own project, whereas Shebag will be having his own project. Okay, close all the incognito window and open the incognito window. Now what next? So here we have. So I was making you to understand the hierarchy. Here is one picture I can tell you about the hierarchy. Let us say I work for HSBC Bank, one of my domain. Okay, and HSBC Bank, what we have many departments there. Okay, many departments there. You can see here there are corporate banking, there are private banking, there are investment banking. Okay, so these are the departments. So what I can do, HSBC is one where I have organization. Everything comes under organization. Organization is the root node. Under that I have a folders. Folders means, again, this is used for grouping mechanism, so I made it as a folders. Okay, so again under folders I have subfolders. Let's say I have an application in investment banking which gives you applications like collateral, settlement, trade, etc. All that I have an application. And the application has various environments like dev, test, and production. I am going to use projects under GCP to segregate the resources. Under projects, I am going to create resources. Resources are created under project. Very simple. Okay, a resource can never be part of two projects. A resource can be part of only one project, and every resource should be associated with the project. Okay, so the project contains the resource. Project will keep the track of the resource used. Project will get the accumulated billing of all the resources inside a project. Project is where we can enable the billing, and the resources will be created under the project. Okay, so this is an enterprise, so we have a hierarchy structure. But when we are using our own user ID password, when we are using our Gmail accounts, I do not have the organization structure. I do not have the organization structure. Correct. So I'll be using only the project. I can create multiple projects, or I can be a part of other projects where I have permission to work on the resources inside a project. So I have to select the appropriate project where I can work under. Okay, is the project is clear? Okay, so you want to create a resource, I have to I have to select a project. So in many of the environments you don't have. So your organization and the folders are organizations and folders are optional. You'll be directly working under project, but project is a mandatory. Your folders and organization is optional. That is what I can see. So the main part we have to remember, when we actually want to create a resource, you have to go and select a project here. You have to go and select a project, and a project will be able to create a resource. Okay, the project will be having three attributes: the project name, project number, project ID. The selected project will be having a name, number, and ID. Name can be anything, can be changed also, but ID is unique, number is unique. ID, whenever I create a new project, so Google will suggest me a project ID. Either I can use it, either I can change it. But whenever I change it, it should be globally unique. Project is not available. Okay. So demo 11118924 something. So now the project is available. Yes. The project ID should be globally unique in GCP. Project name, you can change it anytime or keep it the same as a project ID, easy to identify. Okay, so once you create a project, Google will automatically assign a number. Google internally uses project number for most of the use cases. For human readable format, project ID is what is used. Okay, so project ID is unique, project number is unique. Project ID, project number cannot be changed. And here we go. So we were discussing about uh, the menu, uh, the this thing, Google Cloud Platform. What is the Google Cloud Platform? Whichever project you are selected here, whenever you might be in anything, you might be somewhere in the middle of anything, you want to come back to the dashboard, just take your cursor, click on this, you'll be back to the dashboard. Check cursor, click on this, we'll be back to the dashboard. Okay, so here we go, menu, and Here you go with the dashboard. So once again, you might be anywhere. As I told you, get started, you might be anywhere. You want to come back to the dashboard, just click on Google Cloud Platform. Whatever project you are selected here, that project dashboard will be here. Okay, dashboard contains a quick link to resources. Suppose you want to create a virtual machine, you can click on Compute Engine. It will take you to the virtual machine screen, and you can create a thing. You want to create a cloud storage bucket, you can just click on your storage. It will go to your storage link, and you can create. You get some quick links there in your resources session of your dashboard, and you can do that. Okay, so that's one thing. So when it comes to resources, you have to remember one thing. Any resource you want to work on your Google Cloud Platform, when you're using your own account, number one, you have to enable the billing. So enable the billing means what? You have to use your credit card, and you have to enable the billing. So when you enable the billing, only you can create resources. Step number one. Okay, so step number two, every resource, be it an BigQuery, your SQL instance, your virtual machine, your storage, your cloud function, your app engine, the associated API should be enabled. How to do that? We click on the menu option, okay, and we have API and services. Click on that, API and services. Okay, so API and services, you have a dashboard. API and services, you have the dashboard of API and services. Enable API and services. So suppose which service you want to work under. Suppose there's one service by name called as Dialogflow. There's one service by name called as Dialogflow. So what does this Dialogflow will do? So what's a Dialogflow? Dialogflow API. So when I click on the Dialogflow API, so Dialogflow API, and we have to use this API, we have to enable this. We have to use a compute engine API, we have to enable it. We have to use a BigQuery, we have to enable it. We have to use a data flow, we have to enable the API associated with the data flow. Similarly, we have to view data flow, you want to dialog flow, you want to use it, you have to enable the associated API, so that I can work on flow. Maybe you're using from a console, from a command line. If you want to use the resource, the associated API should be enabled. Okay, that's about your resources, your project, your resources, your monitoring tools like trace, error reporting, your monitoring, everything will be quickly viewed from the dashboard. You have a great learning, self-paced learning by getting started, and documentation. Okay, then we have news, anything announcement from Google, you can see in the news. Then you see a billing information and your cloud platform status, if there is any outrage, and the fix will be at what time, they will tell you here. Okay, these are some cards are there. These cards are again customizable. I don't want to see the learning card. I'll click on this and I'll just say hide the card. Documentation, I can say hide the card. You want to bring back the card, you can click on the customization, and you can say switch on the card, whatever you want to build it. If you're a DBA, you want to see more about SQL, you can switch on those card also, and you can say done. Okay, so that's about your dashboard. You create a user, you delete a user, you create a resource, you delete a resource, you manage a resource, you configure a resource. All that activity is captured here in the activity logs. Yeah, so you have a dashboard, Swati. Here you can click on the dashboard. And the dashboard, you have customization. Can you see at the right hand side customization? So when you say customization, okay, we can switch on and switch off these tabs. Hide it, show it. Okay, hide it, show it. That's very customization. Okay, so you do any activity like creation, deletion, managing, you can see that logs here in the activity log. Okay, and what else we have? What else we have? So, so activity, we can see the activity. Okay, recommendation is something which will help you to help you to keep your system secure and cost saving. So recommendation, if you are given unnecessary permission to a user group or a principal, it will tell you you can revoke these permission because they are not in use for a 90 days period of time. Okay, or you're using a higher machine but it is not utilized for a longer period of its full capacity, it will tell you recommend you can go down with this particular machine where you can reduce the cost. Okay, so that's one thing we have it. Then okay, then we have all these concepts, all these concepts. So now next one I want to tell you, if you can we change recommendation threshold? So there's no threshold kind of a thing in a recommendation, Gaurav. Recommendation will tell you what it will tell you. Threshold means you want to say the data is analyzed for 24 hours. That's what the threshold you're telling. Recommendation help you to save cost, number one, and to keep your system secure, number two. Save cost means if you're using a higher machine and you are not utilizing its full capacity, it will recommend to go with a lower machine. Okay, that's recommendation. And the one more recommendation is that if you are given a permission to a user and that permissions are not used over a period of time, it will suggest, it will recommend to revoke those permission to keep your system those things secure. Yeah. Panjala, you only listen to me. I'm avoiding higher classes questions which are anything which are this. I'm just discarding it. I'm parking it those questions. Yeah, anything which is this. Okay, Kumar. This all that not that no question related to your certification. You can skip this. It's just for the handy. Yeah, just this is handy, right? Just see, this is all our just this work. Just you can skip those things. It's not important, but still you can just play around when you log in. You can play around. You can test yourself. Certain things which you can test, you can do it by yourself. Okay, then we have quick search here. So quick search, what we have, we know the product names, like we have BigQuery. BigQuery, we have products. Okay, we can click on BigQuery. So we can BigQuery, we can directly go and jump and use the product. So when you have this quick search, suppose you want to jump to any service, so let's say virtual machine instance. Okay, so that we have VM instance, we can click and we can be in that quick search and use this link to jump to that particular option. So the list of services here in the menu, here we have compute, serverless, storage, all this you can see in a list of services. Cool. And so that is what we have now. uh, here is a little bit explanation. Can you just concentrate here, please? So now Google Cloud Platform, okay, Google Cloud can be managed by, okay, uh, Platform can be managed by Google Console, can be managed by Google Console. Till now, whatever is we saw is a Google Console. It's a web UI. We all know how to use a web UI, click and drag. Okay, so one more we can manage by command line. So we can also manage command using a command line. So what's a command line? So we have CLI. CLI for what? If you want to manage Google Cloud as a whole, we have a command line called as, okay, called as G Cloud. You want to manage your storage bucket. Okay, I'm telling about bucket. We have command as Google Storage Utility. You want to manage your BigQuery. Okay, so we have a command line that is called as BQ. You want to manage Kubernetes. Okay, Kubernetes, you have a command line called as kubectl. You want to manage your big table. We have a command line called as CBT. Okay, we also have a command. This is CBT is used for emulator, and we also have this thing, etc, etc, etc. There are many packages. Okay, many packages. This all is bundled together. So many packages are there, right? These packages are bundled together. Okay, no, kubectl, not kubeadmin Bhavik. So kubectl, can we change sorry, kubectl, what we have it. So this bundle is actually called as Cloud SDK. Okay, Cloud SDK is a collection of CLIs. Helps to manage GCP. Helps to manage GCP. Yep, Celine. Yep, that's the right one. Okay, so helps to manage GCP. That is what we have. Cloud SDK. Okay, Cloud SDK will give you this package. So if you want to manage Cloud SDK from your laptop, a Mac, a Windows, a Linux, any laptop you're having, you want to manage it, you can download the Cloud SDK. Download the Cloud SDK. So for that, you just say download SDK. Download SDK. We have download Cloud SDK. Beg your pardon. Download Cloud SDK. So we have Cloud SDK installer also. Can install Cloud SDK. Can go this link. So choose your operating system. You might be using a Mac, you might be using an Windows, you might be using an Linux. Choose your operating system, follow the steps. Okay, is it necessary for us to install it? No. Okay, so even though you want to install it, here I have already installed it. Just run the extra exe file, it will get installed. You get a console like this. The first command you use to log in is gcloud init initialization. I'm not very sure, but I think the console will automatically understand which you're using. If you're using Chromebook, it will help you to install the package. It will be a Linux version only. Just check with that. So reinitialize the configuration, option number 1. Okay, so for you it will be 1 or 2 options. For I have done it multiple times, so I'll use 42. And I go with this. Any user ID I'll go, and it will help me to log in. Allow. So when I say allow, that user is logged in here. And I'll be using, you're logged in as the username. And I'll be using the project to start creating resources from a command line. And whatever I create will go to that particular project. You want to change the project, that is also possible. You can say gcloud config list is a command. We'll try to learn the commands later. Just 2-3 commands I will execute. That is what we have. Gcloud. Okay, what all command I executed? If you're viewing, see that we used gcloud init command. Okay, gcloud gcloud config list command. That shows me what this is used to login, and this command is used to shows project, comma user, comma region, comma zone, comma okay details. Whichever is set, it will show that. Okay, so we'll go to the command line here, and I will say no, it's better than putty initially. It's just more package indeed. A config list, it will show you the account which is logged in, the project which is being used, and I've not set the zone and the region. Okay, that is what we have now. So out of this package, out of these, they're multi etc, right? I have multiple package. Out of these package, how many are installed? Out of these package, how many are installed? To see that, I have a command gcloud components list. Okay, so here it'll say list of components that are installed. Here you can see gcloud components list. So here, so it is your cloud. I have installed it, but by default it will install core, which is a gcloud command. It install a bq, which is a BigQuery command, which is install a gsutil. It's install that, and other things you can see they are not installed, but here. So what all I did, okay, number 1, I download and install. Number 2, I have to log in by initialization command, and rest of the things. And we have a limited number of packages if you see that. Okay, and if you want other packages, you have to install it manually. This all things can be avoided. Okay, these things can be avoided by how? Okay, so these things can be avoided how if you ask me a question, how? You don't want to do these things, can be avoided, and I can just use a cloud shell. What's a cloud shell? It's a virtual machine. Okay, so virtual machine means we have OS. Yes, what OS it has? It has Debian Linux OS. Okay, we have Cloud Shell. Cloud Shell is a virtual machine. It's a DB machine. Only home directory is persisted. So what is persisted? The data remains, okay, of what? Home directory. Rest all the directory will be, okay, if you know the root directory, right? Linux file system structure, diagram. Okay, anyone will pick. So here, okay, so your home directory now, whenever a user you create, it will be under your same name. A home directory will be created. Under that home directory, it will be there. So here there's anything is given, a user directory, home directory and the home. So rest all data will be reset. Only the home directory will be preserved. Okay, that is your okay, that's your this thing. Bhavik, a Q admin will not be there. Okay, sorry, I didn't see that question. Yes, we can do that. Okay, I'll share you the lab deep so you can practice these things. Selene SDK is not Putty. Okay, it's a package of command line tools. Putty is more like a SSH, and this is not SSH. Okay, so here Cloud Shell OS only home directory is persisted. Yes, we have. Okay, so here that's what I'm telling you. This is a Cloud Shell, which is this thing. It's a Debian OS only home directory, only for admin and development activity. Again, nothing is, if you have inactivate of 1 hour, the resources will be deallocated. If you inactivate for 1 month, you and your home directory will be deleted. It's not ideal to store anything on this Cloud Shell because you don't have SLA. No SLA for the Cloud Shell. Okay, so how do I open a Cloud Shell? To open a Cloud Shell, I'll just click here on the Cloud Shell icon. Okay, I think the lab got over. So once the lab is completed, guys, when you do the first lab, your 9 credits will actually change it to monthly subscription. Okay, let me refresh the screen. Your 9 credits will change to monthly subscription. So I'll just pick the one more lab just to practice. So the cloud charge is free. Very good question. Okay, the cloud charge is a free. The cloud shell is a free VM. Okay, no SLA for your cloud shell. Okay, no SLA for the cloud shell. Okay, only for admin and development, no SLA. It's a virtual machine. So how to start? What are the various features of an cloud shell? You might have already seen it. Okay, let me show you that again. So we'll go here. Okay, is this some Q&A? So how is SDK different from Cloud Shell? There's no difference in Cloud Shell. So Cloud Shell is a VM. Okay, don't get confused with this thing. So Cloud, what is the, okay, one more point to remember. Where is that? No point to remember. Okay, so your Cloud Shell is a preloaded, okay, SDK. Comes with a preloaded SDK. So that's what I diagram I did, gentleman who's that? If you see that, okay, so that is Cloud Shell is nothing but we have to download and install it. But in the beg your pardon, Cloud SDK is what we have to download and install it. Cloud Shell, it actually comes with a preloaded SDK, this thing, and we don't have to log in also. These 2 steps we don't have to do it at all. So we will log in again. So quick labs give me that credentials. I can practice the labs. Okay, so once I log in, so the Cloud Shell here comes with a preloaded SDK. Okay, so here I'll go with the command line Cloud Shell. Okay, so Cloud Shell is where it's in the title bar in the right hand side, the 5th icon from right to left. So where is Cloud Shell? I'll do it 3-4 times for you guys to remember. So whenever lab says open a Cloud Shell, click on activate a Cloud Shell, anything with a Cloud Shell. Okay, it's something here. It's on the title bar, and here the 5th icon from right to left. This is a activate Cloud Shell. Okay, so someone asks you where is a Cloud Shell? I guess you're doing a lab and it asks you to open a Cloud Shell. Okay, blindly go on the right hand side and click on activate Cloud Shell. Okay, so if you have already got the 9 credits, when you do the first lab, it will turn to monthly subscription. Henceforth, you don't have to use the credits. You have to use a monthly subscription once you've done the first lab. Okay, Cloud SDK and Cloud Shell is the same, right? So Cloud, Swati again, Cloud SDK is a software. Okay, we download and install wherever we want it. Okay, and here is a cloud shell is a VM which already come with a preloaded SDK. Okay, it's somewhat like cloud SDK. Let us take it as a Facebook. Okay, so if you buy a Samsung mobile, the Facebook is already installed. If I buy a OnePlus mobile, I have to download the Facebook and again log in. So what's the difference between Samsung and OnePlus? OnePlus I have to download and install it. Samsung, it already, the Facebook application is already installed. Similarly, in this VM, which VM, the Cloud Shell VM, the Cloud SDK is already installed. Simple. So that's your Cloud Shell. Cloud Shell also gives you features like Open Editor. What is Open Editor? Okay, when I click on Open Editor, it has to be the cookies has to be enabled. How to enable the cookies? If you're using a Chrome browser, the Chrome browser, you have an eye icon in the URL. Can you see the eye thing? It's not going up. Okay, the eye icon in the URL. Okay, click on that. Still not working. Allow cookies. Reload. Still not working. Allow cookies. Okay, one more time. One more time. I'll close this. Okay, how to enable the cookies? I will close this. Again, I'll log in. I'll take the password. Again, I'll log in. So I want an editor. I want an editor. So these are a very fundamental things. Huh? So once you get it right, Bhavik, cookies is not our headache. We'll concentrate on GCP. Simple. So what I'm telling is, so here, when you want to open this, when you want to open this editor, which gives me an coding editor, IDE, Interactive Development Environment. I'll click on editor. I have to enable the cookies. So cookies by default in the Chrome browser are disabled. You have to click on the eye icon here, still not working, and you have to allow cookies and you have to reload the page. Okay, now here, what is the use case of this editor? Okay, so now if you ask me a question, I am an architect. I'm a hotshot infrastructure architect. So does my role involve writing codes? Definitely. When you're into cloud, when you're using Terraform automation, one of the primary job of an architect is to write the codes like what, like Jinja to YAML and Python. These three things are the job requirement. Okay, just having an GCP certification is not good. Okay, at least you should be able to copy paste the code and write and create resources using the template. That is what, if you're using Terraform template, I'll say right click here, new folder, I'll say Terraform. Okay, I created a folder here, and on the folder I'll create a file, new file, main.tf. Okay, and I have to write in the main.tf, I have to write some variables. I'll say variable Harshika of empty. I can see variable. It helps me in coding. Okay, so one coding. So now here we have this. Then we say, let's say I have to work on containers. I want to be a hotshot container guy. Okay, so here I'll say new folder. I'll say I want to work on Kubernetes. Under Kubernetes, I want to create a YAML files. Like what? I want to create a sample pod.yaml. Okay, sample pod.yaml. Okay, so here I have a YAML file. I want to create a pod, Kubernetes pod. It gives me the code editor. Okay, so you have an terminal. So that is what the first thing what we saw, that the command line. You want an editor, you can click on open editor. You want to toggle between open terminal, open editor, open terminal, open editor. Ritesh, so when we have a flow now, we can understand it better. Okay, so when you have a flow, we can have an understanding better. So if it is good, yeah, so this is run, just an editor what we have. So your Cloud Shell gives you command line, gives you editor, also help you to test some applications, okay, by using web preview. So what is a web preview? Let me show you some lab which actually gives me an a sample application. I'll just note that here, Google Cloud Quick Labs. Okay, so here I'll go for catalog. So here is what today I'll teach you on virtual machine. You can come to catalog and you can search the virtual machine. I'm just saying let us I want an app engine. I'll search on app engine, and you have various labs and you have various quest. Okay, quest will help you to do series of lab, and format I'll say labs are individual labs, quest is collection of labs. Okay, now I want to work on Python. This see the Python, I think Bhavik, you can see this is only for 20 minutes. Okay, so here what I'm saying, I will do one thing. I'll copy a code to my. So what is the demo? I want to run a sample application on this Cloud Shell. So I'm just downloading the code. I'm downloading a code by using gsutil command. Okay, so don't worry about this particular command right now. Just what are the demo I'm telling is I'm just downloading a sample code here. I'm just downloading a sample code here, and sample code, and I'm going to run the code here. So I'll be in that directory where my sample code is there. Here is the directory with the sample code. It's in Python application, and I'm going to run the Python application on this particular VM. This particular VM. When I run it's a web application. When I have a web application, what should I have? I should have a web portal. Okay, but this is a VM on the internet. Okay, it is giving me terminal, it is giving me editor, but how do I test my application? To test my application, I have web preview, and on what port number 8080. So hello world. Okay, so what is the main idea to explain you here, guys? The main idea to explain you here, guys, is that we have a cloud shell which gives you a terminal, which gives you editor, which gives you web preview to work on your applications. Okay, so how many are comfortable with opening a cloud shell, opening a terminal, and web preview? Forget it, but at least a terminal and an editor. So are you able to spot the cloud shell? Okay, in the terminal, you say that, but you don't get flexibility as your editor. Okay, it will not give syntax help and all. Editor will give the syntax help, but these editors don't have those features. So I'll say nano. I want to create an sample.txt. Press enter. Hello, how are you? Okay, Control O to save, Control X to come out. So we have VI. Okay, VI also is one of the editors. Okay, so that is what escape control WQ. Okay, so what I recommend is you please go and see some YouTube videos and nano editor and a VI editor. Okay, VI and nano will be a Linux concept, so only we have to park that, and just in 5 minutes video, if you practice also, it gives you. Okay, so we have it ls, we are in a root directory ls. We created one folder called as terraform from the editor ls. Run is something we have main.tf. You want to edit that main.tf, just use a nano and you say main.tf. It gives the same thing what you do it in the editor. I'll tell you lemon this. Okay, so you're building a mobile application. What is the executable file here? Okay, if you're creating a Windows application, what is the file here? MSI, or we have exe. Okay, if I'm creating a Terraform file, what will be the extension? Okay, .tf, correct? Okay, if I'm using an Kubernetes objects, okay, I'm actually doing it in the YAML file. If I'm using a YAML file, okay, YAML file, we actually use this thing. Okay, now the question is, now one option is to edit, one option is run, one is used to execute. So what do you mean by edit? To make the changes of the files, correct? Yeah, is to make the change, edit. So can I run APK on Windows? No. Can I execute APK on Windows? No. Can I execute MSI, EXI on Linux? No. Can so if I want to run Terraform, what engine I should require? I should have a Terraform engine. If I want to run YAML file, either I should have a supporting deployment, or I should be having a package that actually help me to run this thing. Okay, if you want to edit it, you want to edit a file, use a nano or a VI editor. Okay, only the thing, these are the editor where you can make some changes. Yeah, nano and the file name. Yeah. Run means project how to call the code in editor. Like this, the one you're telling like this, right? This is a feature of an editor. This one is a feature of editor. File, new file. It cannot be done from the terminal. It cannot be done from the terminal. You say sample dot YAML file. This is a feature of an editor. It's not, we cannot do it from terminal. That the one I did like this, right? You are telling about when you say deployment, it will come the whole thing. This one you wanted, right? This will not happen in editor, in terminal. This will not happen. It's only the feature of an editor. That's a feature of an editor. Okay. So yeah, let's keep it simple. So the features of an console, hopefully everyone got it now. Feature of an console, everyone got it. Okay. Now, when you got the features, let me show you how actually we create a resources in GCP, and how to do it from a command line, how to do it from a console. Okay. Okay. So now I'll say close this. Now we have this. So for us, what we'll do? Okay, we'll pick this. What we'll do? Okay. So let us see these three things. Okay. So menu. I'll go for menu. Okay, in the navigation menu I have to select the virtual machine will be under compute engine VM instances. Okay, now carefully here guys, this is a demo to use the web console, not the demo on the virtual machine. Please park your questions on the virtual machine parameters there. Okay, a lot of parameters when you create a virtual machine. So anyway, our project has to be selected. It's already selected. I'll say create an instance, a virtual machine. Okay, instance 1, my VM, my VM1. Okay, then we have what type of VM we wanted, and we will go with the type of the VM N1. I'll go the smallest possible so that I have less charges. Okay, so I'm going to create a virtual machine in US Central 1 of the zones, and I'll say N1 in a F1. So if you're not aware what is zone, what is an region, okay, here is that. Here's the picture. Okay, this is one of the Google's data center. It's not similar to your AWS or Azure. In the Google data center, the entire thing is called as a region. Okay, you have see the power supply building. You are building A, building B, building C. This is zone A, zone B, zone C, or it can be B, C. If something, the naming convention they might have used it. Okay, so you have power supply. Yeah, this is one region. Let's say this is in Finland, in the Finland region, and we have zone B, C, and D. Okay, we have Mumbai region, Mumbai ABC. You have NCR in India. It have in Mumbai. We have in NCR, Delhi, and in Delhi we have. This is one region, and you have ABC. Okay, so it's very different from GCP, very different from AWS. Very true. In AWS too, it will be radius of 100 kilometer, radius or diameter of 100 kilometers. The zones will be divided, but here all the zones are proximity to each other. So when I select a region, I select a zone, in that the VM will be created.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in GCP, then Intellipaat provides a Google Cloud certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so VM will be created. I'll just use the normal operating system, the default operating system. That's a Debian operating system that I select, and I say create. A virtual machine is created. Okay, you want to know how to create an this is a Linux virtual machine. You want to know how to create an Windows machine. So create instance. Yeah, we can create also here. I'll pick the all the default, and for the operating system boot disk, I'll go and say change. From change, I'll select. If you want to select Ubuntu, you can select Ubuntu, and you want to select the version, you can select the version. But right now I want to select Windows Server. Okay, I will go with the 12, and here I'll go with the create, select, and I will say create. So I'm creating a Windows Server. So these are these are tier 4 data centers, Hemant. Okay, if there is natural calamity, so they withstand natural calamity. That's a tier 4 data center. Okay, so maybe there might not be availability, they might be down for some time, but doesn't nothing happens to your data and nothing happens to your this thing. So they have the SLA. They don't have something like availability zones what Azure has, okay, and what AWS has. It's completely different. At all proximity to each other. Okay, now we have two instances. One a Linux instance, the other your Windows instance. What's the difference in both? Yeah, protocol to connect. If it's a Linux machine, we use SSH. If you want to use SSH, the common practice is what you're using. If you use SSH, the common practice is what? The common practice is what you are using what? PuTTY. But here, so GCP is Rockstar. It does not need a PuTTY. It has a built-in SSH. Just click on SSH. You don't need to even use a user ID password. It actually uses your internal token to log into your SSH. So whatever user you are logged in here, right? The user what you're logged in here, the same user will be logged in here with a token. So there's no need of user ID password. If you want to set it, you can always set it. Okay. You don't have to use PuTTY. You can directly click on SSH. Okay. But the Windows need user ID and a password. So I will go here. I will say set Windows password. So I'll copy the username for my reference. So I have the username here and I'll say set. So it will generate a password. So you have the password copy. So I have something problem with my RDP. Okay, so let us try if it connects. Every time I have to restart my RDP if you want to connect. See here, remote connect to this to power off. I have to confirm again. Then I'm going to power it on, confirm again. After doing that much, hopefully it connects. Remote desktop. We pick the external IP address of your Windows VM, copy the external IP, paste it here, connect. Yeah, luckily it's connecting. Yeah, user ID is where? I copy the user ID and I'm copying the password. So I am into the Windows machine. So yes. If you have missed, guys, okay, please see that whenever you create an Windows machine, you have RDP, right? Wherever you have RDP, there's a drop-down list. In the drop-down list, you can click on the drop-down list and just set Windows password. When you set Windows password, which user, and it will set the password. You have to copy and paste the password in the notepad, and you use the external IP, use a remote desktop to connect it. And say disconnect. Okay, so we saw how to create a virtual machines, and we'll see how to delete it also. For RDP, we should have a remote desktop. Only SSH we can connect from the console. How to stop? Stop is something similarly. In the three dot, just go and say stop. Okay, so now you see virtual machine was created and it was deleted from the console. So stop will stop the billing also. Yeah, stop will stop the billing for CPU and memory, but disk will be billed. If you have a static IP address, it will be billed. Stop will stop for CPU, memory, and IP address, but disk will be charged. The storage will be charged. Cloud storage, click on the browser, and we have the browser. We have the browser, we see create bucket. Okay, create bucket. So we'll say, I'll say sample, the bucket name should be globally unique. Okay. So globally unique, one thing I can easily and get it is my this name. What name? Yeah, the project name will be globally unique. I can use that. So I'll just use a project name because it will be also globally unique. The storage name should be globally unique. So I'm going to use that. Continue and I'll directly click on create. We'll go to storage. We'll talk on that. Okay. So go for the menu, go for your BigQuery, the next one out I'm saying you BigQuery. BigQuery will be in the big data products. See, you should be navigating like this, BigQuery. If BigQuery actually holds data in a data set will be having a table and the table where we are going to use it. So I'll say you will be creating an data set under your project. From the three dots, say create data set. Data set is what? We'll say sample data set, and which location. By default, it will go to US region, and I say create data set. Under data set, I can create a table. And the table will be having information, empty table. Sample table name is employee, and table is native, and we can add fields. So say employee name, string, employee, and the designation, string, and you can keep adding your date of birth. Date of birth, okay, I'll keep it as string, and I say create. Okay, so awesome. So we saw that how to create an lesson. Basic concepts of your networking. I will talk about the concept of networking, what is required for your Google Cloud platform or the cloud platform. So in very basic terms, you can say, okay, so here there are two types of IP address. Why are IP address are used? IP address will be used for communication purpose. So what communication? If you have a machine, okay, you have a machine, and it should be the packets has to be sent for communication. If there's a communication required from one machine to another machine, we actually require an a communication. So if the communication, when you send the packets has to go to a particular address, and the virtual address is given by IP address. Okay, what is IP address? IP address are used to, okay, identify, okay, devices in network. Devices can be a printer, a virtual machine, a network, NIC card, network interface card. So IP addresses are used to identify devices in a network. Okay, so there are two types of IP address. Okay, IP address, version 1. So two types of IP address. So that is IP version 4 and IP version 6. So in GCP, we are going to use for internal communication, we are going to use IP version 4. And some of the load balancer do support IP version 6, but internally we don't use IP version 6. Internally, we don't use IP version 6. So IP version 4 I'm going to use. So IP version 4 will be having two things. Okay, one is yeah, hi Ravi, welcome back. And IP version 4 will also have two types. Okay, what is public IP address? Public IP address is something which are routable on internet. Okay, which are routable on internet, and also called as so public IP address are also called as external IP, whereas private IP address are actually used within used within, okay, your networks means customers network. We can define that, used within customers network. Okay, so I have a virtual machine. They have 10 virtual machine belongs to the same organization or a same building or a same place, or we can say that we want to communicate with each other. We don't need to communicate with them on the internet, but we can communicate via your private network used within the same within the customer network. We use a private IP address, also called as internal IP, and is also sometimes also called internal IP. Okay, so internal IP address, they are predefined range. Okay, predefined range, predefined range. Okay, predefined range. So like we have, okay, 10 dot series, any IP address start with 10 series is actually an IP address that's a RFC 1918, or it's a internal or a private IP address range. Okay, external IP address, anything apart from these series are your external IP address. Any IP address that start from 172.16.0.0 to 172.31 till 255.255 is actually your actually your IP address. What IP address? They are private. They are internal IP address or private IP address. And there's also one more range: 198, 162. Any IP address starting from this range will be known as your internal IP address. Internal IP address are also called as RFC 1918. RFC 1918. Okay. So that is what internal IP address. So any of these range, if you see, is the IP address range. Okay. So we sometimes call it as a IP address range. Range means what? It is a series. Series starts from let's example take 10.0.0.0. Okay. To you say 10.255.255.255. Okay. This is a series. Okay, this is called as a series range. Okay, or a series range, or we have it. Okay, now you want to identify, means you'll be having a starting IP address and you'll be having a ending IP address, and we have a ending IP address. Starting IP address and there is an ending IP address. Okay, and that is what the IP address in between between these IP, we and in between these two IP, we have series of IP address IP address which can be configured to devices like virtual machine, like VMs, printers, routers, other things, NAT, other things. We have it. So in between this IP address. Okay, so here I'm talking about your private IP address. Anything apart from this IP address will be called as a public IP address. Okay, this is called as a public IP address. Meaning that now let us say, okay, let us say this is one data center. Okay, so we have data center network. This is one network. Let me take on this thing. This is your one network, and this is one more network. So this is in one building. This is in one building. Let us say this is your LAN. Okay. Now, if you want to communicate with this machine to this machine, or this machine to this machine, or this machine to this machine, we don't need to actually get an public IP address. Okay, because public IP address we have to pay for it. Alternatively, what you can do, you can always have an, what you can say. Okay, so here I can use a private IP address communication. Private IP. For example, this machine I can give 10.0.0.1. Okay, 0.1. On this machine I can give 10.0.0.2. Okay, so this is your logical IP address. So this machine and this machine can communicate with each other with the help of private IP address. Okay, anyway, because they're not communicating on the internet, they're communicating within the network. Similarly, you have one more network, and in the one more network, these network machine also can use the same IP address. There's nothing a rule that you are not supposed to use a same IP address. Okay, so this machine also have 10.0.0.2. Okay, this machine can communicate with each other with this IP address because we are using a local area network. Okay, this is a private IP address. Private IP address can be within a range. Okay, and private IP can be within a range. Okay, so it should be global. It should be unique within the network, not outside the network. Okay, now there is an internet. Okay, now there's the internet. What is the internet? Now suppose I want this machine. This machine wants to transfer a data over internet and communicate with this network. So I'm forwarding the packet using an internet. Once again, internet. In internet, I cannot use private IP address. Okay, in that case, I have to use a public IP address. If I use a public IP address, I have to purchase it. It's not free of cost. You have to purchase it. You have to purchase it. Okay, purchase it. So when I want to purchase this IP address and I want to communicate, mean this machine also should have a public IP address, and I should be purchased, and it should be unique, globally unique. Globally unique means, let's say this machine has IP address like 35, something that assigned by your network provider. And let us, what is my IP address when I'm using it internet in my home? What's my IP address? If you see that, okay, internet service provider. If I hear that, okay, so here, mm, I'm using internet in my home. What's my IP address? What's my IP? This is my globally unique. No one can have this IP address. Globally, this is the unique IP address assigned to my router on the internet. Let us assume that this is what we have. No other machine in the world can have the same public IP address. No other router in the world can have a same public IP address. Okay. Now, if you see the packets are going over the internet, we should have a public IP address. If the packets are within the network, it will be having an your beg your pardon, if you are having the packets which are passed on the internet, we use a public IP address. But here in this case, if you are within a network, we can just use a local area network. And local area network are these series. The IP address will be of these series. What series? These series: 10 dot series, 172 series, and 192.168 series. Okay, and this is what, and this is what is also called as RFC 1918. RFC 1918. This I use it. So here we'll go very layman terms. So what we want to say, if you want to communicate within your network, okay, we actually use, within our network, we actually use a private IP address range. Private IP address range are also called as internal IP, are also called as RFC 1918, and RFC 1918, and the range are this other range. Any IP address apart from this Swati will be called as a public IP address range. Okay, just go and open a one more tab, okay, on your Chrome, and just say what's my IP, and you can see unique IP address, either IP version 4 or IP version 6. Okay, so what is RFC 1918? Okay, RFC is nothing but RFC, okay, RFC 1918 is actually a request for comments. It's actually it's actually a is a document that describes the standard protocols and technologies of the internet. Okay, and it's a TCP IP. Okay, RFC 1918. Where RFC 1918, there are many RFC 1918, and this is actually published by the IETF, Internet Engineering Task Force. That is what it publishes it. And the IP address which are private, which are used within a local area network, are termed as RFC 1918. Just to remember, RFC 1918. Whenever I say RFC 1918, you have to know these three ranges. Okay, these three ranges. What are the ranges? 10 dot series, 172.168 series, and here we have. So here, that is what you can see. How many IP address I'll be having if I'm going with a 10 dot series. For my network, I can have 16,777,216 IP address range. Okay, so if I'm using a class B from 192.16 till 192.31, I'll be having 1,048,576 okay IP address range. Okay, so then if I'm using a class C, I'll be having 65,000. Means I'll be, if I'm using this range 192 168 till this one, I'll be using 65,536. So how this number is coming? How this number is coming? Okay, so we will use one calculator to understand this number. Okay, we will that's called as CIDR. Okay, CIDR dot XYZ. So this is a calculator. So how this number was coming in the slide? Okay, it is 16,000. When I say in the CICR, 10 dot 0.0.0 slash 8 was the first initial. So it's telling, if you see that this is made up of 4 octet. 4 octet means it is a 8-digit binary. 1 octet is 8-digit binary. 1 octet, 2 octet, 3 octet, and 4 octet. It is telling out of 8 plus 8 is 16. 16 plus 16 is 32. Overall, out of 32 bits, use the first 8 bits for the network, and remaining bits will be used for your host. So when you say the first 8 bit used for network, then every other bit is host, and that's the number is 16,777,000 this thing. Whereas here in series of 192, you are using /12, 12 digits or 12 bits for your network. Remaining 32 minus 12 will be 20. 20 means it will give you 1,048,000 host. Okay, so then you have a class C, which is of 16. I'll be using 16 digits. Okay, 16 digits I'll be using for the networking, and the remaining 16 I'll be using for the host. Okay, so 2 to the power of 16 is 65,532. So when it's a first one 10 dot series, the first 8 bits will be used for your networking, meaning the first 8 digits will be used for networking. Remaining 24 digits will be used for your host. 2 to the power of 24, that is 32 minus 8 is 24, will be 16,777,216 host IP address you'll be having. The starting and ending will be this range. Okay, so if I'm using an 172 series, which is a /12, 32 minus 12 is 20. The first 12 digits will be used for networking. Remaining 20 digits, 20 bits, not digits, sorry, 20 bits will be used for your host. So I'll get 1,048,596 IP addresses. 2 to the power of 20 is this much. Okay, now we'll keep it easy. So this is what I have to remember. I have to remember the 8, 12, and this thing. So the question is, will I be able to manage this big amount of IP address? Definitely the answer should be no. Okay, I'll not be able to manage this big amount of IP address. So what I'll do, I'll break down the network into still smaller parts called as subnetwork. Smaller parts called as subnetworks. And that's when I break down into smaller part is called as subnetwork. So here I'll use as much as 24 bits for the networking. Okay, now how many bits are left for the host? If I use 20 bits as a networking, how many bits are used for the host? 8 bits are for the host. So yeah, sorry, 8 bits, correct. 2 to the power of 8 will be how much? It will be 256. So you'll get a 256 as IP address for the host. Now it is easy to manage when it becomes smaller. Even you want to make it smaller, you can make 23. Now you can make it smaller, means you can to make 24. I have 128, 26 bits as a networking, 64, 27 bits for networking, 27 bits for networking, 32, and so on. We can make it even the network as smaller and the subnetworks. Just you have to understand few things when it comes to cloud computing. You will be using a private IP address range. If you see any IP address range 10 dot series, 172 dot series, 192 series, you will treat this as a private IP address. Anything apart from this will be a public IP address. Is that point is clear? Now you have to decide. Okay, the next thing you have to understand, if I'm going to use if I'm going to use a network, what will be the size of my network? Okay, what is the size of my network? That is the next thing. So if you have 10 machine, I should have a sufficient enough IP address to so that I can allocate to the 10 machine. Okay, so that is what you decide, what IP address range you are going to using. What is the size of your network? What's the size of your network? Okay, so size of your network means, so you take as many bits here for the networking. Okay, if I say the size of my network is 20, so I'll be having remaining bits for my host. So 8 bits, 2 to the power of 8 is 256. Okay, a little bit of mathematics is required. If you're not good at mathematics, forget it. Okay, let's concentrate on the cloud part. Okay, just right now I will just understand what's the IP address required. Okay, so the concept of RFC 1918 is called as CEDAR block. The concept of is actually called as your CEDAR block. Okay, CIDR. Okay, what's a CIDR? Anyone having idea? CIDR starts for classless inter-domain routing. Classless inter-domain routing. You have to remember this range. Okay, now jumping to Google's jumping to Google's concept, we have to understand what is VPC. Okay, VPC is where, okay, VPC is called as virtual private cloud. The network on Google Cloud Platform is called as a VPC. What is the relation between the CIDR and your subnet mask? Okay, this is what comes a challenge for us now. So what's the challenges here? Okay, so these are the purely networking concept. Okay, about your IP address, CEDAR block, subnet masking, it's all a purely IP address. Okay, so I'll try to explain in 3 more sentences if you understand what is this thing, subnet mask. Okay, subnet mask will tell you what is the size of your network. Okay, subnet mask will tell you what is the size of your network. Okay, so this octet is made up of 8 bits. This octet is made up of 8 bits. Okay, so this octet is made up of 8 bits. Okay, so if you see, okay, this octet is made up of 8 bits. Okay, 8 bits means we have like this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, so this is 2 to the power of 0 to the power of means here it is how much, 1. 2 to the power of 1 is 2, 2 to the power of 2 is 4, 2 to the power of 3 is 8, to the power of 4 is 16. Okay, 2 to the power of 5 is 32, 2 to the power of 64, and 7 is 128. Okay, so when all the bits are higher, you have to add all these numbers. We add this all these numbers. So when all the bits are high, it becomes all the high. So this, the subnet mask here becomes 255. Okay, when we use a network bit in a CEDAR block, okay, so here, so what's the question here is, what is the relationship between your CEDAR and the subnet mask? Okay, when I say CEDAR block, I define this, whatever I use it, I'll be using for networking. Okay, 8-bit. So I start making 1 1 1 from your left to right. I make 1 1 1 1 1 1 and 1 and 1, so it becomes 255. So I make it one more 1, that becomes what? This is 128, right? 128. I make it one more 10 bits, it becomes 192. Okay, so so this is what, so when you define /24, I'm making the that is, I'm making how many 24 ones from left to right. Okay, so this will be 255, this will be 255, this will be 255, and this, the 8 will be 0. Okay, that will be 0, 255.255.255.255.0. Okay, so that is this thing. Okay, so as you define the CEDAR block, so this will be the subnet mask. Okay, so a little bit the mathematics is required here. Okay, so for our networking class, we don't need, okay, this much to get into detail. If you have the idea, well and good. If you don't have the idea, leave it. Okay, so just you have to know, okay, just you know what is a private IP address range. Okay, what is a private IP address range? So this is a private IP address range. So this is a private IP address range, and this will be used for internal communication. And this range is called as a RFC 1918. If you want to communicate on a public IP address, anything IP address apart from this will be called as public IP address range. And this will be used for communication on the internet. Okay, so when you define your internal network, you should define the size. To define the size, we actually use a CEDAR block. The size of your network, the size of your VPC. Okay, so this will be used for networking. So what I'm saying here is, when you define your VPC size, you have to understand the CEDAR block. You have to understand the CEDAR block. Okay, so the question is why VPC? Okay, so in Google Cloud Platform, if you remember the hierarchy the last time, okay, if you remember the hierarchy the last time, what is the hierarchy here? So what is the hierarchy here? We create resources under the project. The project will be having the resources like your virtual machine, your storage boxes, your BigQuery data set. All the things will be available. All the things will be available in what? In your project, correct? All the resources, if you see here, all the resources are created under the project. Okay, be it a compute engine, Kubernetes engine, app engine, cloud functions, big table, cloud storage bucket. So it will be inside a particular project. Okay, in this project also, if you see here, it has so many resources. Okay, so here also, when we say, okay, when we say we create a resources, there are two types of resources. If you remember, what are the types of resources in GCP? We have it. The two types of resources. What are those? Those are, one is a serverless. So one resource we call it as a serverless. Have you heard about serverless? Serverless means GCP will manage. GCP will manage the no uh, creation of compute, okay, RAM, storage, disk, and so on. Okay, you don't have to manage. We'll take care about the serverless. You have to only submit a job. In serverless objects, you have to only submit a job. Okay, so you have to only submit a job. That is serverless component for you. So what are the examples of a serverless? You have cloud storage bucket. You have cloud storage bucket. You have an app engine standard. I'm giving examples, resources of a name of the resources examples, which are actually a serverless. Okay, serverless. We have cloud storage bucket. This thing we have BigQuery. BigQuery again is a serverless. Okay, we have data flow. Data flow is a serverless. We have PubSub. PubSub is serverless. We have cloud function. We have cloud function is serverless. Okay, so even the networking part of this component will be handled by GCP. Okay, we can say non-serverless or VM based. Serverless. This is a serverless component. Serverless, and this is non-serverless, or we can say VM based. VM based. Okay, resources. VM based resources, like we have the compute engine instance is nothing but a VM here. Okay, so don't get confused with the AWS term. AWS term is called as an EC2. Here we call it as a compute engine instance as a VM. Okay, a compute engine instance is a VM, and you have Kubernetes. Kubernetes is we call it as a GKE. Google Kubernetes engine is again a collections of VM. You have a collection of VM. Okay, so it's also gone. Then we have data proc. Data proc is also a cluster. When it's a cluster, again it's a collection of VM. Collection of VM. Okay, wherever you have a VM based resource, and that will require a VPC. That will require a VPC. So where we provision under a VPC. Okay, so we have a project. Under project, we have multiple resources. Multiple resources like what? We have serverless and non-serverless. So when I say serverless, like cloud storage bucket, app engine standard, BigQuery, data flow, PubSub, cloud functions, they don't need a VPC. But if you want to create a VM, it requires a VPC. It requires a VPC. Okay. So inside a single project, we can have maximum 5 VPCs. Maximum 5 VPC. Can have maximum 5 VPC. Okay, VPC is a part of your project. Be very clear. Okay, then don't ask a question saying that. Okay, how do you create a project inside a VPC? No, you create a VPC inside your project, and inside a single project, we can have maximum of 5 VPC. So when a project is created, you have one VPC, and the name of that VPC is called as default. By default, you'll be having one VPC, and the name of the VPC is called as default. Okay, so that's a one understanding about why we need a VPC. If you want to create a virtual machine, we need a VPC, which is a non-serverless. Next one. Okay, now here in Google Cloud Platform, a VPC is global scope. Global scope. So what you mean by global scope? Span. It's span across regions. Span across regions. Meaning, okay. So let us say that you have a region. Let us say we have a region. What is this region? We are using US Central. Let us keep it side just a minute. Okay, we have multiple regions. So we have one region, one more region. Okay, we have multiple regions. So here we have US Central. We have multiple regions throughout the globe. You have Europe West 1. You have US Central 1, Europe West 1, all the regions. VPC will span across all the regions. It is by the US. Okay, so you may have a VPC that will span across all the regions. Okay, meaning I can have inside a project, I can have multiple VPCs. So what do you create under this VPC? Let us assume that this is a VPC. VPC, just a name. Okay, VPC 1 and VPC 2. I'll have it. So now here, this VPC acts as a local area network. This VPC as a local area network. What do you create under VPC? We create compute engine instance. That is your virtual machine. That's your virtual machine. So what you create? You can create a virtual machine. You create a virtual machine inside a VPC, inside your VPC. So one virtual machine you have created in US Central 1. The other machine, let's say you have created in Europe West, or you can see Japan, Asia, Northeast. Northeast 1, that is Japan. The second northeast will be Osaka. You have it here. So as they are part of a same VPC, they can communicate over a private IP address. They can communicate over a private IP address. Private IP. Okay, because they are in the same VPC. Okay, VPC is an isolated environment. One thing you have to remember, VPC is an isolated environment. So let us say you have one more VM that is created in a same region but two different environment. So they cannot communicate. They cannot communicate on a private IP address. They cannot communicate on a private IP address. This is not possible. Why? Because they are in a two different VPC. They are in a two different VPC. If they want to communicate, they have to communicate over a public IP address if the traffic is allowed. Why it is red? Public is always risky, and it will add latency because you have to hit the internet. Okay, so getting a point here. So VPCs are isolated environment. Okay, so two VPCs cannot communicate unless we configure something. By default, they cannot communicate on a private IP address. They all machines in the two different VPCs cannot communicate over a private IP address unless we configure something. They can easily communicate with if the firewalls is open on a public IP address. Okay, so VPCs are an isolated environment. They span across multiple multiple regions. Okay, this is one VPC. Now, what does the VPC contains? Let us now, I'll take the horizontally as a VPC. Okay, I'll take here. So we'll actually, let us assume that this is now I'm just draw it horizontally. This is a VPC. Now VPC will be having multiple subnetwork. VPC will be having multiple subnetwork. So subnetwork, what will they having? They'll be having Cedar range, the range of IP address what will be having. Okay, So that is what subnetwork will be having, multiple this thing. So we'll be having a subnetwork. They can have multiple subnetworks. They have multiple subnetwork. Subnetwork are region specific. Subnets are region specific. Region specific. Okay. Region specific. Subnetwork are region specific. Means subnetwork can span across. Now, if you take the example of a subnetwork, let me extend it. Subnetwork as a region specific means they span across zones. They span across zones. So how many zones will be having? We'll be having they span across zones. There'll be 3 zones for all the region. So subnetwork span across the zone. Simply, okay. And this is your subnetwork. Subnetwork will span. Subnetwork are region specific. They span across multiple. They span across zones. Okay. When I say zones, not regions. Okay. VPC is the one which span across the. VPC is the one which span across the your zones. Okay. Now, what is the understanding we have? We have this. VPC will be having VPC will be having more this thing, more subnetwork. Okay. So now we'll talk about the every project will have one default VPC. Its name is also default, also default.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in GCP, then Intellipaat provides a Google Cloud certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Okay, so what are the characteristics of the default VPC? It's a auto mode VPC. It's auto mode VPC. So what is the auto mode VPC? The IP address, we'll start from here. Okay, it has one subnet for each region. One subnet for each region. So how many regions are there? How many regions are there? 29. Aditya, it's a 29. You can see it here. So GCP has 29 regions. Okay. So when say 29 regions, how many subnet may be possible? Right now we have 29 regions. So we might have 29 subnets. Very cool. So that's a math. One subnet for each district. So the seeder range is pre-populated. It's already populated. So the IP address range for these subnets is already populated. Okay. So that is a seeder block. So that is one thing I understand. So here the VPC is global. VPC will be having one subnet for each region. So it makes a 29 subnets and the seeder range is pre-populated. Okay. So if you say what is the pre-populated, it actually uses the entire VPC is //9. Okay. 10.128 series 0. Okay, 10.20 or 0.0.0/8, beg your pardon, /9 series, not 8, sorry, 9 series. Okay, 9 series means all the subnet will come with this range. All the subnet will come in this range. What range? /9. All the subnet will come in this range. The starting IP address will be 10.128.0.1 till 10.255.255.255 till here. The entire subnet will come in this range. Entire subnets. We have 29 subnet. All the subnet will come in within this range. Okay. Then each subnet will have 10.x.x.x/20 series, 20 range. The seeder range for this each subnet will have /20 seeder range. So seeder range. Now the question, who will answer me how many IP address? How many IP each subnet have? Don't bother calculating, just use seeder XYZ and put here /20 and see 4096. I can have 4096 IP address by default. 4096. Very simple. Go for seeder block. put that /20 and find out what is the answer. Okay, so each subnet will have this much IP address. Okay, can extend till okay /16 means /19, 18, 17 is all valid version. If it is /16, what is the IP address? How many IP address I'll be having? Quickly, I'll put here /16. I'll have 65,506. Can be extended. We can make it this much bigger. Okay, one subnet can make by default it is we can support 4096 IP address. If we extend it till 16, we can have to 65,536. Okay, so please do note, once extended cannot be shrink. Okay, we cannot shrink it. We cannot make it bigger. Cannot shrink. Once extended, cannot be shrinked. Cannot made it small. So that's very simple concept. Means can I make 21? Say, can I make 21? So this is a /20. It is, if I make 21, it will become more smaller. I cannot make 21. I can make it only /20. 22. I cannot shrink it. Once I can from 20, I can make it 19. Fine. I get 8,000 IP address. 18, I get 16,000 IP address. 17, 32,000 IP address. And I can make it 16, 65,000 IP address. Okay. For which network? For a auto mode network. These are the characteristics of auto mode network. Okay. So this. Okay. Then your default network, we are talking about default network. So default network comes with default firewall. Firewall will decide which traffic to be allowed, which traffic to be denied. Okay, so how many? 4 firewalls will be there. 4 firewalls. Number 1, okay, or any random number. Allow all communication from anywhere. Okay, anywhere means your 0.0.0.0/0 means anywhere. Okay, anywhere, from anywhere. Okay, allow all communication from using port 22. So what is port 22? It is TCP port SSH. You do SSH, right? So that's the thing. Second thing, allow all communication on port 3389 from anywhere. RDP 3389 is what? Your RDP. Okay, 3389 from RDP. Okay, then allow all communication using protocol that is ICMP. What is ICMP, guys? Your ping command. You do the ping check, right? That's ICMP. Okay, then also there will be one firewall. Allow all communication from inside the network. Okay, all communication from inside the network with the 10.128.0.0/ all the IP address range which come under this CEDAR block. So this CEDAR block means IP address range, any machine with having IP address within this range, 1.128.0.1 to 1.128.255.254. Okay, so that is not this one, /9, right? We should say on /9. Okay, up to 10 dot this, anything that come with the 8 million IP address, anything that will there, and the traffic will be allowed. Okay, using any port or protocol, either can be TCP or UDP. Okay, so this is allow all are this ingress, guys. All are this ingress. Very good question. What is ingress? Ingress means incoming traffic. What is egress? Egress means outgoing traffic by default. Okay, the two this is one of the reasons why two VPC by default cannot communicate using IP class as. Yes, very good, Hemanta. That's also this thing, but not that is not the exact reason. But It's a private network, right? It's a bonded. It's actually an isolated environment. So all these are ingress traffic. Ingress traffic means what? Okay, let's say here is a VM. Here is a VM. So I as a user, or any other machine, or any other machine, either internal or this thing, wants to connect to this via a particular protocol or a port number, can be HTTP, ICMP, or an SSH. I'm trying to connect it. For this machine, it's a incoming traffic. Which machine? For this machine, it's a incoming traffic. Correct, incoming traffic. And this incoming traffic is also called as ingress, inbound. So this is something. There'll be something called as hidden rules, hidden firewall. Okay, hidden firewall is what in my term. Okay, it is actually called as implicit, okay, firewall rules. Implicit or implied firewall rules, the right word is implied firewall rules. What is the implied firewall rules? Okay, so by default uh, all incoming traffic are denied. Okay, all outgoing traffic, egress traffic, outgoing means egress traffic, all outgoing traffic are allowed. Okay, what is outgoing means, now the VM wants to connect to a database, and this database, let's say, is a MySQL database, and the MySQL database is actually accessible on the port number SQL and MySQL, and is a port 3306. It's a port number. Now this VM wants to access a database for its application, and it will try to access the data. Now the traffic which initiated by this VM to this MySQL, this becomes a egress traffic. Here what you see, this becomes a egress. The one is going outside, egress or outgoing or outbound, whatever you say, outbound. Okay. Now here hidden firewall rules are there. Hidden firewalls. All outgoing traffic is allowed. All outgoing traffic is allowed. Okay. All outgoing traffic is allowed. All outgoing, all incoming traffic is denied by default. Okay. So what are the priorities? Priorities will be the priorities will be now like this will be there. There'll be a rule number 0. Okay, so this is a high priority, something XYZ will be there. Rule number 1 is a second priority, till we can have it up to 65,000 55,000 to 65,556 GCP firewall priority. Okay, so that will be 65,535 will be the highest priority. Okay, and the priorities of these two rules are, okay, this is a highest number, means the least priority, not the, I beg your pardon if I'm confused too. This will be the least priority. 0 is the highest priority, least, and 0 is the highest priority. Rank 1 to so and so. This will be the 0 will be the highest priority. Okay, this is the highest priority. So, and these two rules are at the least priority. Okay, and these rules are at the 1-bit least. 65,534. The priority number is this. Priority number is 65. Now, which will be taking a precedence? This will take a precedence. Which one? Allow ingress on port number 22, 3389 and ICMP, and allow this communication. Okay, so these are by default created. Okay, so what are the points? Every project will have one default VPC. Name of that VPC is called as default VPC, and the default VPC is a auto mode VPC, which contain one subnet for each region. So we have 29 regions, so we have 29 subnets, and the CEDAR range for the VPC is pre-populated. The entire VPC is 10.128.0.0.9 series, and the entire subnet will have a CEDAR block of 10.x.x.x/20. That's a CEDAR range. So how many address each subnet will be having? It will be having 4096. It can be extended to /16, so we can extend it to 65,536. Okay, so the default VPC will be having a default firewall rules which allow you to send or receive a traffic, or it can be denied. It will decide whether it can be allowed or denied. So by default, in a default VPC, you will be having 4 different four different firewall rules. Allow all the incoming traffic from anywhere on the port number 22, 3389 ICMP, and any communication between your inside your network is allowed by default. Inside network is allowed by default. Okay, and there'll be some hidden for every VPC, not only auto mode VPC, even for the custom VPC. Every VPC there'll be something called as implied firewall rules. Okay, implied firewall rules, but all the incoming traffic are denied by default. All the outgoing traffic are allowed by default at the least priority, that is 65,535. And this default firewalls will be on the priority 65,534. Okay, so just a numbering, you can decide this thing if you give this. Okay, so that is what we have, default VPC. So types of VPC we'll see. Types of VPC, we have two types of VPC. One is auto mode VPC. Okay, the other one is here. Okay, so priority is nothing but your 0 is the highest priority, and you have 65,535 is your least priority. Okay, now for example, I'll say allow HTTP traffic. Okay, allow HTTP incoming ingress traffic, and on a priority I'll say 1000. Okay, and I'll say 2000, and I'll say deny HTTP ingress traffic. What is the priority here? 2000. Now the question is which will be whether the traffic will be allowed or denied. You have a web page on this particular VM, and what traffic will come and hit here, it will be allowed or denied. Allowed, because you have the highest priority, this one. Okay, that's what the highest priority. Now firewall will act as like this, a board, right? Firewall will be acting as a firewall. Okay, you have a VM here. Okay, the traffic will come from outside and hit the VM, and it want to hit. Before that, there'll be pre-check. And the firewall will either decide either to allow it or to deny it. Okay, hope you have gone to any of the clubs and all. In the clubs and all, there'll be allow and deny. The bouncer will be waiting, right? He'll see whether your name is in a list. If name is there, he'll allow you inside. If the name is not there, he'll deny that. Start similarly, you have a traffic here, and the traffic firewall here. The firewall will be having list of firewall rules. Whenever traffic comes, it will see the firewall rule. If there's any matching, if it is matching, whether it is allowed or denied is what it will consider. Simple, Swati. Is that clear? Whether the traffic is allowed or denied. Okay, so firewall one, which is actually allow or deny the traffic. Can you remove default firewall? Yes, we can delete the default. Only the implied firewalls cannot be deleted, but we can delete the firewall. So type of VPC, we have automatic VPC and we have custom VPC. Okay, we have custom VPC. What is automatic VPC? Automatic VPC, these are the features. So there is no network access control here. It's a AWS concept. Okay. Now, what is the auto mode VPC features? The auto mode VPC features are like this. What is that? It has one subnet for each region, 29 regions, 29 subnet, and the subnet range is pre-populated. The entire VPC will be under 10.128.0.0/9, and each subnet will have 10.x.x./20 CW block. How many IP address subnet we have? We have 4096 IP address, and can extend till /16, that is 65,536. Okay, so we have this thing, that is your auto mode VPC. Custom mode VPC. Okay, number one, we have to name the VPC. We have to select which region we need our, which regions, plural or single, which regions we need our VPCs. Okay, single or plural again. We have to select. We have to define the CEDAR block, CEDAR range, CEDAR block, whatever you can say. You can say CEDAR range. Okay. So subnet is a. So we have to name the subnet. Beg your pardon. Yeah. Thank you. We have to name the subnet. We have to select which region we need our subnets. Beg your pardon again. And we have to define the CEDAR range for our subnet. Okay, so that's a custom VPC. We have to define. We have to name the subnet. We have to select the region. We need our subnet, region or regions. We have to define the CEDAR range for our subnet. It can be it can be any RFC 1918. Means I create a subnet 1 with 192 series, subnet 1 with 192 series, and subnet 2 I create with a 10 dot series. No matter, doesn't matter. Only the thing I cannot create is if I use already 192.168, I've used 192.168.10, I've used for someone, I cannot use that. I can use 10 dot series for this also. So for example, that is give the actual 10.10.10.10.10.0 slash 24 192.10.0 slash 24. I can define. It can be any RFC 1918 range, but only the thing subnet 3 cannot have like this. Subnet 3 cannot have slash 10.0 slash 24. I cannot have like this. Why? Because 10 is already used. I can use 11. 11 is independent. 11 is available. Okay, you can create any subnet, whichever region you want, you can specify. Custom we have to define. Here we have to. Okay, we have to define the firewall. Okay, we can here activate the, we can enable the default firewall. Also create a firewall, create a new firewall rules. But here we have to define the firewall rules. Define and create the firewall rules. We don't have by default it. We cannot also use this. Let's custom mode VPC. Okay. So coming to the concept of VPC. Okay. Menu. Every project will be having one network. Go for networking and networking. There's a networking. VPC networking and click on VPC network. The network here. Okay. So this we have it. Okay. So here you can go and check. So the name of a default VPC is called as default. It has 29 subnets, one for each region. One for each region. The IP address of these subnets are pre-populated. 10.128.0.0 slash 20. 20 is a range. Okay, slash 20. This is 132 for Europe, 138 for US, 140 for this thing. You can see this range. Okay, so just go and understand if you want to eager now what is the static IP address of this particular subnet and what's the ending IP address. Go for your CEDAR block. What is that CEDAR block? Okay, you can just go here CIDR.xyz. Okay, this is slash 20. This was 128.0.0. Starting is this one, ending is this one. It has 4096 IP address. Okay, the other one is 138. Starting is, ending is this one. So you can understand the other IP address range. Okay, we can modify this part. We go for the, what is the name of this particular subnet is default. Click on that. Here the subnet name is also default. Click on that, edit. You can make it bigger network by reducing the numbers here 19 18, but you cannot shrink it. Means you cannot make a smaller size of the existing network is slash 20. When I increase the number here, it will reduce the size of the IP address. Okay, 21. So when I say save, it will throw me error message. Make sure all the fields are there. New IP address range should be a superset, not a subset. Superset of this thing. So superset of the current IP address. Okay. Okay, 128. I can make it till slash 16, but I cannot make it to slash 15. I can extend it to slash 16, I told you. So I try to give 15 here, it throws me error message. Okay, so here, invalid value for the field IP CEDAR range 10.120 slash cannot be expanded IP address. The auto subnetwork mode range not beyond 16. So I can, is it 18 is a nice correct number? I can say save 18, yes. 20, 19, 17. But after 18, I cannot go back to 19 or 20 because I cannot shrink it. I can only expand it. Maximum I can expand it to 16. So this is what we have. Okay. So VPC default VPC. Okay, we'll be having one for each region. Okay, default VPC also comes with a default firewall rule. So firewall rules are applied to an firewall rules are applied at a network level. This is a firewall rule which is applied at network level. By default, there will be 4 firewall rules. What are those? All default allow ICMP on a ICMP protocol and anything. Let me reduce here. I'll remove unnecessary things. Logs don't require, hit, last hit not required, inside not required. Okay. So default allow ingress traffic for all the machines inside a network. Okay. Anyone 0.0.0 on a protocol ICMP. All the incoming traffic to an IP address range 10.128.0.0.9 on any TCP and UDP port number and including ICMP is allowed. All incoming traffic ingress is incoming traffic. Apply from where? From 0.0.0/0 from anywhere on the port number 3389 is allowed. Okay, so allow incoming traffic on the port number 0.0.0 is also on the port number 22 is allowed by default. Okay, so all these firewall rules are applied at a network called as firewall network, that is default. So firewall is applied at the network level. A default network comes with a default configuration. A default network will have a default network will have what default firewall rules. A default network, all the network will also have a root. Root means, see, if you want to hit the internet, you have a route that 0.0.0 will be the internet. If you delete this, you cannot communicate to the internet. So this will be there. Okay, then you can see rest all what are the things we have. All the subnets will have its default all the subnets will be having a default route. What is a route? A route is a path from source to destination. A route is a path from source to destination. Okay, so whenever you add a subnet, a default route will be created. That's a reason a communication between any machine within the same VPC is possible because of the default route and a default and the firewall, that is all the communication here, all the communication that is happened. See, if you see this, the priority of this will be one but the least 65,534. 65,534. So you understood a default VPC. The name of the default VPC is default. You understood firewall. There'll be some default firewalls that will be applied. Okay, and we also have a default subnet. Okay, now I'll click on this default subnet. Click on this default subnet, and I will say default subnet. I'll say delete the I'll delete default VPC, beg your pardon. I'll click on default VPC and delete default VPC. Yeah, just a minute. The VPC in Google Cloud Platform is called as VPC only, Virtual Private Cloud. In AWS is also called as Virtual Private Cloud. The difference is AWS, it's in region specific. In GCP, it's a global specific. Okay. In Azure, it is called as VNet. The VNet, it's similar to the concept of an AWS. Okay, so there also they have security groups. In AWS also we have security groups, but in GCP we don't have any security groups. Okay, inside this project, do you have any network? No, there's no network. All of you agree? So when there is no network, I'll go with a menu. I will go with an compute engine, which is a virtual machine. A virtual machine. I try to create a virtual machine. It throws me error message. I say create instance. I say create instance. Okay, I'll go with all the default entries. I'll go with all the default entries. And here in networking entry also we'll say create. It throws me error message. What error message? See that in the networking, under networking tab, you'll be having an error message, and it says, okay, here, if you see here, what is that? You must select a subnetwork. There are no subnetwork, there is no network, no more networks available in the project. We cannot create a VM. If you want to create a VM, we should have what? If you want to create a VM base, we should have a VPC. When there is no VPC, we cannot create a VM. For serverless, we don't have to worry. GCP will take care. Okay, and I want to create a cloud storage bucket. Even though in this project I don't have any network, I try to create a cloud storage bucket. Will it allow me? I should create a bucket. Okay, so what do we have? No VPC, but storage is the name of the bucket. Let us see. And we try to create it. Does it allow me to create? Yep, it allowed me to create. So serverless don't have dependency on a network, but VMs have dependency on a network. Is this point is clear? Where we need a VPC, where we don't? Awesome. So that's one thing. Okay.
So let's go with first cloud VPN. So this is a typical cloud VPN setup. So where you on one side you have your GCP network, compute engine, all the stuffs. On the other side you have a on-premise stuff which has its own IP address, all the stuffs. When you want to communicate, you set up the VPN gateway. This is your gateway, GW. Similarly, on-premise gateways or AWS gateways, and you create a tunnel, VPN tunnel, and it is over public internet. This is the stuff. This is a typical standard architecture when it comes to setup when it comes to VPN. Now we are doing a demo here. We don't have a on-premise network, so that's what we don't have something of this sort. What we have is only my laptop and we have a GCP console. So what I will try to do is, for the demo purpose, just for the demo purpose, we will try to do something like this, where we'll try to put both the sites GCP itself, but two different networks. That's what we are going to do. One is called as VPC Mumbai, another one is VPC Singapore. It could be in the same project, no worries. You may quickly tell me if it is like two different VPCs and you want to communicate between each other, we can use VPC peering, right? You're absolutely right. But if you want to understand the concept of cloud VPN with the limitations which we have, this architecture should fulfill our need without like doing much of extra work, because you cannot ask your network admins, can I expose my your gateway, all the stuff. So you cannot do that. So this could be a very easy option. Uh, if you are a AWS folk and you want to explore certain stuff, what I would suggest is there's an article. If you have an AWS account and you want to try certain stuffs, this is a nice guide. I'll just put that into this thing. So this, what it shows is where one side is Google Cloud, the same image which I got, which I showed in the slides. So one side you have your GCP stuff, and I assume if you are an AWS guy, you know how to configure the other side. But Google has put it in a document, very nice documentation. Only thing is that if you have both the accounts, you can just follow it and you can see how the communication can happen between an EC2 instance and a GCE instance. A nice article. Try it at your leisure time. But since we have only GCP console with us, this thing, I don't have a AWS account. So what we'll do is we'll try to do this architecture. And I have seen, because I visit customers who are very traditional, who likes to have architectures like this even on GCP. Have seen such customers. Even if we explain, there could be better options because Google's VPC is global, but they are still adamant saying like we want to go with this kind of architecture. So this could be like even if you say, they tell okay, we want something very traditional only. I have seen few customers who wants like this. So this could be sometimes even used in production also. But the best option, if you ask me, go for VPC peering in such scenarios. So this is what we are going to do it. So we know how to create a VPC network. What we will do is we'll create, when it comes to VPN, you need to have a gateway. The gateway needs to have a static IP address, which we have not explored so far. We'll explore that. We'll create a static IP address, then we'll create a gateway, then we'll create a tunnel. So the tunnel has to be both the sides. And if you are coming from AWS background, whenever you're creating a VPN tunnel, it creates two tunnels for redundancy purpose. But with GCP, it creates only one tunnel. There's by default, so there's no restriction, but by default it creates only one tunnel. If you want, you can create multiple, but in AWS by default it creates two tunnels. So let's try to implement this architecture in action. So first of all, we need to make sure we have these two VPCs. Let's quickly create these two VPCs in our project. So click on VPCs. So we already have two VPC. Let me click create. Let me give a name VPC hyphen Mumbai. Mumbai, all good. Let's have only. So, and another important thing is the number of VPC networks which you can create in a single project is only maximum is 5. This is a quota, meaning it's a soft limit. If you want to increase this quota, just raise a request. There's an option to raise the request. It is under this place, IM and admin, quotas, raise a request, and Google specific Google team will approve it based on certain criteria. I'm not sure whether they will approve it if it's a free tier account. If it's a paid account, definitely they will increase the quota. But if it's a free tier, I'm not sure. So, but just keep this in mind. The number of VPCs which you can create, including default, maximum in one project, it's only 5. If you by default have, if you create a project, by default, it creates one VPC, right, automatically. So meaning you'll have only 4 left. So that's one of the reasons why I mentioned delete your default VPC so that you can use the entire 5 quota in your project. So we have already created 2. Let's create 2 more. VPC hyphen Mumbai. I'll be doing this bit faster because we have done this multiple times. So let's give an address space like 10.5.4.0.24. Is it valid? It's not the CIDR range. It is the name which I need to give. Let me give it a name as subnet hyphen Mumbai. Let me give it as subnetwork. All good. The region is Mumbai, which is Asia South 1. All good. We have explored what is private Google access. Click done. We just need one subnetwork. So all good. Click create. We don't want any other stuffs. So it should be getting provision. By the time it gets provision, let's provision another VPC network, which is VPC hyphen Singapore. Again, it's a custom VPC. Give a name as subnetwork hyphen Singapore. Region as Asia Southeast 1. Now, purposely, I'm going to give a different address space, 172 series. Okay, it's good. Click done, click create. So the moment you create a VPC, make sure you create your firewall rules. Add at least those 2 firewall rules, one for SSH, one for your ping. So this is our learning. So we are not going to forget it. So VPC hyphen Mumbai. You can use any naming methodology based on your organization. I'm just using FW so that it's firewall rule. So easy for me to remember. To which network I should apply? To VPC Mumbai. It's incoming. What I'm going to do is I'm going to apply it for all the network. Then no restriction. What are the protocols? Port 22, which is for SSH. Other protocols are ICMP, which is ping, Internet Control Message Protocol. Click create. We have created firewall rule for VPC Mumbai. Let's create one more for VPC Singapore. VPC Singapore hyphen FW. Select the VPC. Similarly, select for all network, for all instances in the network. Open, no restriction. Select 22 and ICMP. Click save. Once I finish this, I'll explain you those specific stuffs on firewall. Maybe after this demo, I'll explain you that part. I'll make a note of that so that I'll not forget it. So far we have set up all good. So we have 2 VPCs created, Firewall rules are good, all good things, all good. So what we'll do is go back to our same steps, create virtual machine in these two VPC networks. So server hyphen Mumbai, come to the networking, make sure you select networking, click on the default one. Now you should see 4 VPCs. We'll select VPC Mumbai. It chooses the right subnet automatically because of the region. It's getting provision. In the interim, let's provision another virtual machine in Singapore. Singapore region name is Asia Southeast 1. Make it a micro VM so that it does not incur more cost. Networking, click on networking, select VPC Singapore, and it will select the right subnet. Click on done and click create. So let's check SSH whether the firewall rules are working. Should work. Mumbai, you see the networks, it's reflecting properly, so all good. Let's do the SSH to check whether the firewall rules, all those things are working. Going back to the same style. Throughout the demo, it will be like this. So that's the same thing. You're using the same concept like ping, but learning new concepts as we are progressing. So get the IP address of the Singapore machine, ping. I'm not going to hit enter. I want your response. Will it ping or not? Will it be reachable or not? If yes, what is the reason? If no, what is the reason? Okay, will it ping? Okay, the answer is yes by one of the participant. One participant mentioning yes, and because it's firewall rule open, another participant mentioning no tunnel, so no ping. I go with the second answer because these are two different VPCs. Go back to the screen. You see this is VPC Mumbai, this is VPC Singapore. How they can communicate each other. Two different silos, like isolated network. They cannot communicate each other. If it communicates, it's a network breach without doing any additional stuff. So the answer is it will not be reachable. It cannot ping. If it wants to be pinged, you need to have a VPC peering enabled. That is one step. Or the second approach which we are going to take is create a tunnel. Only when the tunnel is built, you should see this ping working. I'm going to leave the screen as this. We are going to create a tunnel. So far in our architecture, what we have done is we have created a network. Then we have the VMs. The network is created so far. We need to create a IP address, two static IP address, a gateway, two gateways, and two tunnels. So these are the things which we need to do so that the ping will work. So let me go back to the console to create our first is we need to create our IP address. What we'll do is click on the hamburger menu. If you go to VPC, you may now see we have explored almost everything. VPC network we have explored, firewall rules, routes, peering, shared VPC. The only leftover is external IP address. Click on this. So this is where you can create reserve static IP address. So if you see there's already two IP address. What are these IP address? These are our external IP address of our virtual machines. And if you quickly see, these are ephemeral, meaning if you stop your VM and stopped it later again, the IP address will change. It will not be the same IP address. So if you want your IP address to be static, just click on this drop down and make it static. So that even if you start it after 2 days, you will have the same IP address, external IP address. So that is possible. And just a word of caution, whenever you are reserving an IP address to be static, you need to attach it to a resource, to a virtual machine or to a gateway. If you don't attach it, you will incur cost in a month. What it means is, let's go to the pricing calculator. This is nothing to do from the exam perspective, but a best practice. If the IP address is not used, it's unused and it is static, make sure it has been attached. If it's unused, you see the number of unused static IP address. If I just mention one in my project, if I have one unused static IP address, meaning I have reserved it but I'm not using it, you will be paying $7 per month if you're not using an IP address. If you're using it, it's totally free of cost. So you may ask me why Google has put this. The reason is there are few customers who started just reserving the IP address, thinking they will use it later, but they were not using it. So this created that restriction. They did not want to have this practice. They wanted to avoid this practice. So if you want IP address, reserve it and start attaching it to a resource. Don't just reserve it and leave it unattended. So just to avoid that practice, Google started imposing this restriction. So let's click on reserve static IP address. Give a name Mumbai. We want one static IP address for Mumbai gateway. So IPv6 version 6. Let's give it the default one. Select Mumbai. We are not going to attach it to anything. We will attach it later. So just reserve it.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in GCP, then Intellipaat provides a Google Cloud certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now, let's continue with the session.
One more static IP address for Singapore. Singapore hyphen static IP. Select the region as Asia Southeast. So you see the IP address is then allocated. All good. So now what we'll do is we'll create a tunnel. So to create a tunnel, click on the hamburger menu, scroll down. You see hybrid connectivity. Now we have finished all the options in this VPC network. The next option is how do you connect hybrid connectivity between on-premise and Google Cloud or cloud with another cloud. So that's where hybrid connectivity. So one of the options is VPN. Let's click on VPN. Create a VPN connection, straightforward. Let's give a name. Let's give a very intuitive name so that we can remember it. VPN Mumbai Gateway. That is one thing. And to which network? VPC Mumbai. Region is already selected because we had set that preference. IP address, it will immediately pop up because we have set the region as South 1, Asia South 1. So that's it. That's the setting for your gateway. Very, very straightforward. The next one is create a tunnel. Let's give it as Mumbai VPN Mumbai tunnel 1, indicating this is the first tunnel. You need to mention your remote peer IP address. This is your Singapore's static IP address. So let me get that. I'm going to put a new tab so that it's easy for me to copy paste it. Click on the external IP address. Copy the Singapore static IP address. This is your peer, remote peer. So click on this. So there is something called as, whenever it comes to VPN IPsec connection, there's a concept called as Internet Key Exchange. So there are two versions currently being supported by GCP. One is version 1 and version 2. In AWS, only version 1 is supported as per what I had seen when I was looking into some documentation. But Google is always up to date, so they try to do the latest one. So let's go with the version 2. This is a secret. You can generate it. That is one way. I prefer typing in something which I can remember. Let me type it as learning GCP so that I'll remember it. There are different ways of routing. What we'll do is we'll specifically put a hard-coded CIDR range, which is our Singapore's subnet. We'll explicitly put that's where we wanted to route our traffic, right? So let's put that CIDR range. If I'm not wrong, it was 172 address space. Let me copy it. Let me copy the Singapore's subnet, put it here. It is a route based. Maybe after the break, we will also explore this part, dynamic BGP after the break. But let's first learn this part, route based, see what is the drawbacks and advantages of this. Why should we go to the second option? We'll see that. So looks all good. The tunnel is almost getting created. The name, the remote peer, what is your IKV version, secret. Make sure you remember this. And what is your remote network IP address. So just give the CIDR range, click done. If you want to create another tunnel, you can create it for redundancy purpose, but one tunnel is good enough for us. As a good practice, let's click on the create that command line to see what are the various commands it is creating. Let me just zoom this. The first command is gcloud compute target VPN gateway. So this is the command to create your gateway. I would say you don't need to remember this. This is a huge command, but try to get used to it at least in some places because it's a random pool of questions which comes. So there may be a chance you may get a question on how to set up VPN, cloud VPN using the command line. So just make sure you at least get what could be the right choice. So that's the reason. So you're creating a tunnel. That's one thing, and there are certain forwarding rules. So in very simple terms, a firewall rule is the security person which I mentioned in your office who will check your ID card, only then will allow you inside the office premise or your campus. And the road is your route. And forwarding rule, the analogy is when you are going on the road, you'll see signages whether to take a left turn or whether to take a U-turn. So those are your forwarding rules. So routes, forwarding rules, and firewall rules helps you to transfer the package from one place to other. So when it comes to VPN, this is a standard practice. There are three forwarding rules which you need to implement for your VPN tunnel to work properly. This is nothing specific to GCP. This is a standard VPN procedure. What are the protocols? One is ESP, one is UDP specifically on port 500. Another one is port 450, 4500. So these are three forwarding rules which you must have. Otherwise, VPN IPsec, this thing will not work. This is a standard one. So if you want to know more details of what is ESP, UDP specific port, you can just Google it. You should get more information on that. So that is the one. So you create a tunnel, you create the forwarding rules, gateway, forwarding rules, then your VPN tunnel. Gcloud compute, still it's all compute. Gcloud compute, VPN tunnel, all those details. And lastly, you are going to create manually a route. This is your route which you are trying to create. The route name is Mumbai VPN tunnel hyphen route 1. So these are the 6 gcloud command which gets created when you're provisioning a gateway and a tunnel. So let's click create. Let's create another tunnel. By the time that this tunnel gets created, gateway and tunnel, I'll create one more. So this one is Singapore. So Singapore hyphen gateway. It's the exact same thing. You need to do all the swappings. So here you mention it as VPC Singapore, region as Asia Southeast 1. IP address will automatically pop up because of your region set. Gateway is created. Create a tunnel from Singapore. So the peer IP address is your Mumbai's static IP address. Copy it. IKV version 2. Don't change, leave it as default. Learning GCP, that was my password or secret. Click on route based. Now copy the Mumbai subnet, paste it here, and hit enter. And if you see, you can have multiple addresses, subnets added here. It is possible. The reason why I'm mentioning is you will see that later if you do the demo, you will see that. So you have the option of adding multiple subnets when you are doing route based. But since we have only one subnet, let's leave it with that. Click done, click create. So let's wait for the screen to finish it. So gateway is getting provision. Tunnel, similarly, the first handshake is pending because the Singapore tunnel is not created yet. Just zoomed a bit. Still waiting. The notification window is still going on. Okay, ping has already started working. The ping is working now. The reason is the tunnel is set up. If you want to see, you see that route based tunnel established. All good. So with we were able to successfully implement this architecture using cloud VPN. We had only one machine, one sub network in each VPC. Things all worked, but in reality it will not be always the same. So you may have some change in the network topology. Like for example, if you see on cloud you had only one sub network, which is this one, but on the on-premise side you had 29 racks. You have added a 30th rack which has its own subnetwork. So if you add something of this sort and you want this rack also to receive traffic communication to be established with cloud VPN, what you need to do is usually there are two ways of having this routing enabled. One is static routing. That's what we did by mentioning specifically the subnetwork. So this is a static base. So what happens if there's a new set of networks added or subnetworks added in your network topology? The usual practice is tear down the tunnel, rebuild the new tunnel so that you add these new subnetworks so that the connection is established and you can communicate between each other. This is a standard practice. And the way you rebuild your tunnel, tear down and recreate it, every organization or the methodology followed, there's no standard. Everybody does in their own style. So there's no standard. So if you are very smart, what you can do is have two tunnels, create one tunnel, like tear down one tunnel, leave it one tunnel working, update it so that there's no downtime. It's your choice. So various options are possible. There's no standard way, just for redundancy purpose, but there's no standard rules. There's no documentation. Like I do it in a different style, you do it in a different style. So from a networking standpoint of view, so what we will do is we'll try to see this in picture. We'll try to add a new subnetwork and see what will happen. Will using static route, whether the VMs will be able to communicate or not, we'll see that in action. So what we'll do is in Singapore, we'll try to add a new subnetwork. So let's add a new subnetwork. And what we are going to do is give a name like subnetwork hyphen Singapore 2. And the region is Singapore only. And now let's give an range like 10.4.2.0.0./24. This good. Click add. Let's see whether it is added. I'm just refreshing. It's taking time to refresh. Okay, two networks are added. All good. Now, the important thing when it comes to routing is your route, whether it's been updated or not. So let's see that we have added a new network. And if you put, say for example, a restriction or a filtering, I've seen even you get questions on this user interface also. How do you filter out certain stuff? So sometimes I had seen something of this sort. So put R and network. So these are the routes with respect to our two VPCs. One is specifically, and this is the one which is important when you are playing with your tunnel. So these two tunnels are important for the communication to happen. These are the routes. So we don't see anything which with respect to 10.4.2.0, the new subnet which we have added. So what it means is, if you create an instance, let's name it as server hyphen Singapore 2 in Singapore region. Scroll down, click on the networking, and this time let's select VPC Singapore, and for this time you'll see two subnets. Let's use the second subnet because that is what we have added as a new introduction to this network topology, and click done. You can add n number of networks in the same region. That is possible. That's one of the examples which I showed you now. So same VPC in one region, but you have two sub networks. So the server is provisioned. Let's SSH. Now there's a question for you people. I'm going to ping server to Mumbai. Will it be reachable or not? Can I reach this Mumbai machine from here? It will not work because there's no route. Let's try it. Let's not believe anybody. Let's see it ourselves. It's not working. So your understanding is totally correct. All right. Now, second question. If I ping Singapore server 2 from, if I ping Singapore server, will this work? Yes or no? This is a tricky question, I would say. The answer is yes. The reason is both are in the same VPC. That's it. That should be the reason. You don't need to have any setup or anything. Let's see. It's working. No worries there. So it's working beautifully there. So let's go back to our Mumbai machine. Let's try to ping. It's not working. We'll try to do a fix. So let's try to see the fix for this. It's not VPN, VPC. Don't get confused. Singapore server and Singapore server 2 both are in the same VPC. That's because of which they are reachable. And Singapore server 2 and Mumbai machine are in two different VPCs, and there's no route, and because of which they are not reachable. We'll try to make the route now. So how do we do that? As I mentioned in the beginning, there's no standard procedure for this, but since we have only one tunnel, the usual approach is tear down the tunnel and recreate it. If I tear it down for a short time, interim time, there will be a network disruption. I don't want to make that happen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a small hack. The hack is I'm going to manually add a route. How do I add it? Click on routes, create a route, give a route name of your choice, demo, manual, route. So I'm going to select the network as my Mumbai, and the destination IP address is 10.4.2.0/24. That is my subnetwork. And what is my next hop? My next jump is VPN tunnel. The tunnel is the Mumbai tunnel. That's it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open this window as this. You see, still the ping is not working. The moment I click on create, you should see by the time it gets provisioned, you should see the ping working because we have manually added a route. You see, we are able to fix the thing. So this could be an advantage or a disadvantage based on what kind of organization you are working in. So going back to static route, as long as your network topology is very static, stable, you will not be adding new subnetworks maybe every month or every week. Static route is all good. You can live with it. It will work fine. Small organization, small network, stable network will be all good. But if you are an organization where adding new subnetwork is part of your day-to-day activity, then static route is not the right choice for you. What is the option to address this? Because you cannot tear down the network every time. If you tear it down, there's network disruption there. So static route may not be a good choice. So what is the option? you can use something called as dynamic routing using an option called as cloud router. So what is this all about? Let's see. Let me take my highlighter. It is the same, almost the same architecture. You see the gateway, all the stuffs. The only additional stuff is this cloud router. So don't get confused with the Cisco routers which you work with your on-premise thing, because those routers have two stuffs, a control plane and a data plane. So, but cloud router, which is provided by Google, it is just a control plane. That's it. The data plane has to be handled separately. It is not, it's just control plane. So that's the first information. And how cloud router works is it uses a protocol called as BGP, Border Gateway Protocol. Will not go into the nitty-gritties of what is BGP. If you want, definitely just look for it. You should get tons of information. At least for the exam perspective, only thing which you need to remember is cloud router works using BGP protocol, BGP. That's the key stuff. And in BGP, there's something called as link local IP address. What it means is it uses a specific IP address called 169 address space. So that's what it will use. It has to be using that so that BGP protocol will access what is my cloud router configuration, what is my cloud router details. Based on that, it will advertise any new subnetworks added to the specific this thing. So if there's any new addition, it will advertise, okay, this on GCP there's a new subnetwork added, so that the routes get automatically updated. You don't need to do any manual intervention. It is like one time setup, you're all good. Yes, you will be using a concept of autonomous system number. I'll just come to the demo. ASN, using which the BGP will identify what is the router, advertises the new additions, like if there's any new subnetwork added, new rack server added, it will advertise it so that you know you can send traffic to it. It becomes totally automatic. The entire stuff is being made possible because of cloud router and BGP. So this is called as dynamic routing for you, where nothing is manually added. It gets dynamic routing. So this is your dynamic routing. Let's see this in action, but let's try to do the demo bits matter. What we'll do is we'll try to use our previous demo to a greater extent, but delete certain stuffs. So let me go back to my demo, because we'll do the same demo again, but we will see without me adding any manual routes, we'll see how things will work. So for that, I need to delete it. I'm also going to delete the VPC, the subnetwork also. Let's wait for this to finish deleting, because if you have a VM attached, you cannot delete the network. So it's like a primary foreign key relation. So let's wait for the VM to be deleted. It's deleted. I'm going to delete this subnet Singapore 2. That is one thing. And I'm also going to delete the route which I manually added. The name was demo manual route. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to make it a clean slate. The only thing is that I can do it right from the scratch, but since we had done this demo to a greater extent, I'm just going to make certain steps, removing certain steps so that I can reuse it. That's the only thing, nothing else. And what I'm going to do is the tunnel. I'm going to leave the gateway as this, but I'm going to delete the tunnel. The reason is when we are creating the tunnel, we had created the tunnel based on route based. We want to create the tunnel this time using dynamic BGP. So I'm going to delete it, but the gateway I'm going to retain it. And if you go back to your VMs, SSH into it, and you see, you may see that you would have broken the system because you have deleted the tunnel. It may not be reachable. You can just try it. By the time the tunnel gets deprovisioned, let's wait. So we have just we are back to square one where where we try to make it reachable. It's not reachable now. So you see, it's not reachable because we have removed the tunnel. Let's see, the tunnel is deleted. What we'll do now is we're going to create a tunnel 2 times, but we are going to use BGP, dynamic routing. For that, you need to have a router in place, cloud router. You get this option here. Click on the cloud router. First, let's create 2 cloud routers. Let's give a name like CR Mumbai to indicate this is a cloud router in the Mumbai. VPC, it's South one. So you have something called as Google ASN, Google Autonomous System Number. So this is a number which is helpful, will be used by the BGP to identify your cloud router. So it gives you a information there. It has to be in these ranges only. So let's go with the first one so that it's easy to remember. Copy, paste it. So what I'm going to do is, I'm bad at remembering stuff, so I'm going to make a note here. Its ASN is this one. This will be helpful later. As a best practice, click on the command line to see what is the details. So gcloud compute, you may now be in a position to remember what should be the next thing, because it's routers create. Click on create. So let's wait for this screen. By the time it creates, we'll create one more router. This is for Singapore. VPC is VPC Singapore. Region is Asia Southeast 1. ASN is, what we'll do is we'll just add the next number. Let's not make it complicated. Let's make it the next number. So going back to my notes, I'll just add Singapore, and it is this number. This is your autonomous system number. So it's just, in very simple terms, this is like a number using which you will be able to identify your router details. That's the key. Click on create. You have created it. Go back to your VPN. Click on tunnel. So we want to create a new tunnel. Click on add tunnel for the Mumbai gateway. So the name comes automatically. Give your remote IP address, which is your Singapore's external IP address, static IP address. Copy the Singapore's one. Come here, paste it. IKV, leave it as this. Let's change the secret key here to just GCP. Last time we used route base. We are now going to use dynamic BGP. Since you have already selected the region, it will automatically pop up the router automatically based on that region. So we choose because we are configuring the Mumbai thing. It shows the Mumbai cloud router. The next important stuff is your BGP session. You need to configure that. Let's click on this pen icon. Give a name which is very intuitive. BGP. This is from Mumbai to Singapore. I'll just make SG so that it's easy. Now, what is the peer ASN? This is where our nodes comes into picture. The Singapore's peer ASN is this number. Just paste it here. Advertise route priority. This is an optional field. You can just leave it empty. The BGP link local IP address, which I mentioned, has to be 168, 169 address space. Let's use that. Let's use the suggestion which is mentioning it. So it's easy for us to remember. 168.254.0.1. Copy this, and the peer is 2. When we do the same thing for Singapore, we need to swap this. Click save and continue. Click, let me just verify everything is good enough. Okay, click create. So it will take time for the screen to reflect and show that the tunnel has been added. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a new tab so that I can add the second tunnel immediately. So let's not spend time there waiting for the tunnel to get provision. It will get happen behind the scene, but in the interim we'll try to add the second tunnel. So click on tunnel, add tunnel. This is for Singapore. Peer is your Mumbai's static IP address. Did I copy this address? Okay. Let me copy the Mumbai's static IP address. IKV. It has to be GCP dynamic, because we have the region is Singapore. It will automatically show your Singapore router. Then configure your BGP session. Give a name again, BGP from SG to Mumbai. Peer ASN is your Mumbai's ASN. Copy it. Now you need to do the swap. 169, the link local IP address has to be a swap. 54.0.2. That's it. We have swapped it. Click on continue. Click create. Okay, or we can go back to our screen to see whether the ping will work. The moment the tunnel gets established, you should see the ping working. Same stuff, but using a different approach. Okay, you see the ping is working. So the tunnel has been set up. It took at least a minute or so to finish, and the ping is working. No big deal, because we had seen we can make this work even with static routing. But the good thing which dynamic routing brings is when you add a new subnetwork. That is the thing where you will appreciate dynamic routing. For that to for you to see that, the first important thing is go back to your VPC and see your routes. So put a filter. Yeah, no need of filter. I'll just show you as is. So if you see this bottom, at the bottom you see two things. This is your link local IP address, and you see the mapping for your subnetwork. So it's all because of this, the ping is working. Now if you add a new subnetwork, the moment you add a new subnetwork, even if the subnetwork does not have any VMs, there is an update to the route. So just keep an eye on this page. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add that Singapore machine, the subnetwork. Click on this VPC Singapore. Now we are going to add back the same subnetwork. Give a name as subnetwork hyphen Singapore 2, region as Asia Southeast 1, address, let's give the same address, subnetwork 10.4.2.0/24. All good. Click add. The moment you add it, so if you just refresh the screen, you should see a third entry which mentions that subnetwork details. Let me refresh this. If it is not reflecting, the only mantra is do a hard refresh. That's it. I'm going to do a hard refresh. I'm just saying you should see a third entry. That's the key stuff. You see the third entry, which is this one. This is the important stuff. This is our subnetwork Singapore 2 subnetwork Singapore 2's CIDR range. You see that it's been added automatically. It's all because of BGP advertising. There's a new subnetwork added, and the cloud router updates the route. So it's so easy now. Now what happens is the same stuff which we did will work like a magic. Let's create a VM now in that subnetwork Singapore 2. Server SG2, make it Singapore 1 micro, come to networking, click on the network interface, change it to VPC. So select your subnetwork 2, click done, create. Now click SSH into your Singapore SG server -SG2 and try to ping this Mumbai machine. So will it ping or not? Yes, it will ping because the route is there. So ping, you see, working without you doing any extra work. It's one-time job where you configure your cloud router and your BGP session. If you do that, any new network additions will be automatically advertised and you should be able to send traffic between each other. So that's the benefit. Now the question is, which one should you go for? So the key thing is it goes back to your business requirement, whether your network topology changes or does not change, and if it is changing, how frequently it changes. If it is changing once in 6 months or once in a year, my personal opinion, go with static routing, because you don't need to, because it's not changing much, it's very stable. But if you are an organization who's adding new instances every time or new network sub network every time, just go for dynamic routing because it makes your life very, very simple. So just for your information, the cloud router is free of cost. That's again an innovation which Google is bringing to you. GCP, I just wanted to show you in the actual steps. So it's totally free of cost. So what it means is, you see this, cloud router is provided free of charge, meaning if I just leave my cloud router as is here in the hybrid connectivity, I just leave it as is without doing anything, I'm not going to get charged. But if I leave my tunnel as is, there are two tunnels created. If I leave it as is, it will incur cost. What would be the cost? Just go to your pricing calculator, because you may get a question on something on this, how to get pricing information. So that's the reason I'm trying to show, and this would be really helpful as a cloud architect when you are designing your system. Like pricing also you need to take into consideration. If you click on this pricing calculator specifically on networking, there's an option for you to see the number of tunnels. You have two tunnels. Let's click on add to estimate. So if you have two tunnels, just leave it unattended. You'll be incurring a cost of $73. So after you finish the demo, make sure you delete the tunnel so that it does not incur cost. So now go to the next part. So we saw Cloud VPN. In Cloud VPN itself, the various flavors of it. One is using static routing, another one is using dynamic routing. Now let's go to the next part, which is Cloud Interconnect. So this one, you directly connect to Google's Edge point of presence. It's called as co-location facility. If you are close to that one of the co-location facility, then you can directly connect to Google's network and you can start communicating easily. So this is not via public internet, this is via Google's optic fiber. So your data transfer would be much faster here. So just a small diagram. So from on-premise, you connect to edge point of presence. From there, you are all into Google's VPC network. So it can be between two regions, you can communicate easily. So that's what you can achieve using Cloud Interconnect. In that specifically, dedicated interconnect is an option which you can use if you are close to one of the co-locations. So this is how it looks like. So you have an on-premise stuff here. You have your on-premise stuff, which is like 192 address space. On you have your GCP stuff. What you need to do is this co-location facility. You need to set up that VLAN, the Ethernet switch, all those things. You need to purchase this from Google. And once you establish this, the communication between your on-premise and your GCP is using internal IP address. A word of caution, the moment you try to connect your on-premise with GCP and you want to use RFC 1918 address space, make sure the IP address is not conflicting. This is a very important stuff, very basic in networking. Make sure two machines does not have the same IP address in the same network. So that is the key stuff here. I'll just quickly show you how this looks in the user interface. So in the hybrid connectivity, we had explored VPN, we had explored cloud router. Let's explore the interconnect. So click on start, get started. So you have two options, dedicated interconnect, partner interconnect. Dedicated is if you are near to Google's co-location facility. In India, it's in Mumbai. If you are in Bangalore, for example, you need to work with a partner. So let's assume you are in Mumbai, select that, continue. You need to order this dedicated interconnect. It's a VLAN, it's a physical device, link, all those things you need to purchase. Assume you don't have it, you want to order it, click on continue. So give a name, co-location. This is where you need to mention where is your co-location. So choose it. You have, I guess, various co-locations. Let's put a filter by city, or you can, if you just want to put a filter by city, just search for Mumbai. You see there are two co-locations available in Mumbai, one provided by Tata Mumbai and another one by GPX. So let's select GPX for a minute. And this is what I mentioned about the capacity. One link, 10 gigabits per second. If you want eight, if you want eight links, you will get up to 80 gigabits per second. Click next. The next thing is if you want redundancy and you want to have an SLA of four nines, you need to have a redundancy. So just give a name, demo 2, and the co-location would be now Tata Mumbai IDC because you have already used GPX Mumbai. So click select and go to next. This is where you need to mention your company details, all those details. I'm not going to enter this because I don't have any details of this part. But the important thing to note here is co-location facility matters. Only if you're near to your co-location, this will be beneficial. And the price is a important stuff, which is like 27,000, 27K per month you need to pay. This is because of the device thing, which is very, very important. And the bandwidth support up to 80 gigabits, increment of 10 gigabits. So that's an important stuff. The question which I got in the exam is a customer wants to connect to Google Cloud from their on-premise and they want a bandwidth of around 40 gigabits per second. What should be the option? It was cloud VPN, dedicated interconnect, and a couple of other options. I was able to quickly choose it has to be dedicated interconnect because I had seen the screen, gone through this concept. So that's how you will be able to do the stuff. So this is dedicated interconnect in action for you. So what is this cloud IAM all about? So in very, very simple terms, cloud IAM gives you the option of who can perform what action on which resource. So in very, very simple terms, who can do what on which resource? Very, very simple. The who resonates to your identity or the users groups, whatever it is. Then what is the role he has, whether he's a read-only user or he's something who can change certain stuffs, that is the one. On if he has roles and users, they should be able to do something on a specific resource, right? That's where the which part comes into picture. So in very, very simple terms, this is what I am all about. And an interesting fact which I wanted to share is if you see this is like securing your resource from misused, and this is very, very important. If you see from any organization perspective, security is very important stuff. And just for your information, the API calls to cloud IAM is totally free of cost, which is a very unique feature of Google. So this is IAM policy, cloud IAM. All use of cloud identity and access management API is free of charge, which is a beauty. This is where Google shines in many places. So wherever these such things are there, I'll try to highlight it. Nothing from the exam perspective, but if you wanted to pitch in to any customers as a sales engineer or anything, this could be a different, this would be a good choice, I would say. So let's first understand what is this identity all about. What are the types of identities available? So let's look into this. So there are around 5 types of identities which you can use in GCP. The first one is Google account, which is nothing but your Gmail ID, very standard. So what it represents? It represents a human being. This is very, very important. It represents a human being using this Google account. That's what we have been using so far. You can call APIs, log into your web console, do interactively everything. So the pattern would be @gmail.com. So that is how you will access it. So very straightforward. The next one is service account. So this is nothing, it does not belong to a human being. It is a service to service communication. If you have a virtual machine which needs to communicate with different service, maybe a storage service or maybe BigQuery or to a database. So if you want to enable some communication between these two services, GCP resources, you will use service account. You may ask me why. The reason is if you attach this kind of a part, maybe let's assume you have a simple batch job you need to run, maybe every night.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in GCP, then Intellipaat provides a Google Cloud certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now, let's continue with the session.
Need to call a specific table in a database, creates some script in your virtual machine. So this is something you want to do. So you need to connect and do some process. If you attach this entire stuff to a person, human account, something like @gmail account, what if he leaves the organization tomorrow? This batch job will fail. So the same concept is used even in on-premise. At least I have done this kind of stuff at least like 10 years back itself, where you create a service account which does not belong to any employee. It is like a generic account you create in Windows or Linux and use that to schedule your scripts. So that's where service account comes into picture. It is service to service communication. You can call APIs, use this account to log in interactively into the web console. And the pattern would be project number @cloudservices.gserviceaccount.com. So this is the only place where you will see that project number. Hope you can recollect what is project number. When you create a project, you have 3 options. One is a human readable name, then project ID. That's what we use in most of the place. And another one is a system generated number called as project number. It is used with closely with your service account. So your service account would be starting with your project number @cloudservices.gserviceaccount.com. That's how it looks like. A project service account is not same as, there's a question, service account is the same as project ID? No. Project ID is it is how you will identify your project. That is the thing, that is project ID. So in service account, it is an identity using which APIs can authenticate each other. And the service account option would be the way, because this is an ID, it has to be having an email ID. The email ID pattern would be using project number. There's another option which I'll show you once we do the demo, which will also have a project ID. So there are different types of service accounts available. So if you create your own service account manually, the system creates one service account by default. System in the case here GCP. So that will have project number. And if you as a user create your own service account, it will have project ID. So that's how it works. The next one is G Suite. So if you buy a G Suite subscription, you can migrate all your users, on-premise users, to this G Suite domain, and you can give access to those users and or create groups. That is possible. So usually it would be, the pattern would be @yourcompany.com, which is using a G Suite domain. That is something possible. So that is one thing. And you have another option called as cloud identity. So the difference between G Suite domain and cloud identity is, if you're a G Suite domain user, you have access to G Suite products and services like Hangout for work, uh, docs, slides, all the stuffs of the G Suite stuff. You will have access to that. Plus, you will have access to GCP resources. So that's the advantage with G Suite domain. This cloud identity domain, this was a newly introduced. What you will have is, you will have only access to GCP resource. You will not have access to G Suite resources. So that's the one. And what is Google Group? You can have a group which is a Google account, a G Suite domain, or a cloud identity, or a service account. Combine everything, makes you a Google Group. And Google's best recommended practice is, whenever you're giving specific roles, always create a group. Because today it may be one person, even though it is a one person, create a group and add that person to that group. The advantage is, tomorrow if 100 people joins your organization, you cannot give manually the permissions for 100 users. Simply add those users into this group, and the permissions will get updated. So that's the best option. So let's spend some good amount of time, because service account is an important concept. We'll do couple of demos on that. Just keep that question for a minute. So we understood the who part. Now let's switch gears to understand the what part. So the roles, what kind of roles you can give. So when it comes to the roles in Google Cloud, you have three different types of roles possible. The first one is on the towards your left hand side, the primitive roles. When Google started its journey, Google Cloud journey, they started with these three roles: owner, editor, viewer. So this is the initial stage they started. And if you look, these have a very broad access, meaning a owner is a one who can add users, delete users, create projects, delete projects, enable billing, all those stuffs. Editor can do almost exactly the same as an owner, except he cannot create projects and he cannot add and delete users, but he can create resources. Viewer, very straightforward, is like read only. He can just view how many virtual machines are there, how many storage buckets are there, but he cannot do anything. But this looks like a very broad access, meaning if you make a person an editor, he's an editor for all the resource, be it storage, be it compute, be it BigQuery, any resource. He's editor for all those things. Very, very broad access. It could be sometimes misused. So that's how they started the journey. Then they later realized this does not work in the production, does not makes. So that's where they started with predefined role, which are very granular roles, meaning if your job is to just create virtual machines, you just give a specific permission related to compute engine. Don't give him editor permission. If you give editor, he will be able to create virtual machines, create storage bucket, everything. So very fine grained access is called as predefined role. So the advantage here is it's very, very narrow. It's to the point. If you want to create VMs, that's it. You're not allowed to create storage bucket using that role which you have been assigned to. So there are few hundreds of roles available. We'll discuss few stuffs there. And the last one is custom roles. Not all size fits everybody. So there are some standard predefined roles, but as a customer, you may require some small changes in those predefined roles. Like maybe, say for example, one example could be like, you want to provision all resources, but those virtual machines should not have external IP address. Very standard requirement, right? Because if you somebody gives you a permission to create virtual machine which has external IP address, you can misuse it. So you can apply a specific policy so that they cannot create an external IP address when they are creating a virtual machine. So you can set certain rules like that. Or if you want to combine two roles, because say for example, every time you create um, a project, you want to give certain set of groups a specific project, like a specific role, like they should be able to create VMs and also upload certain stuff to storage bucket. So you need to combine this always. So instead of giving it individually, what you may do is combine these two predefined role, make it as one custom role, and make it easy for the admins to apply it easily. So that's where you can use custom roles. What we'll do now is we'll slowly learn primitive roles, predefined roles, then go to custom roles using a demo. So to do that demo, what I'll do is I'll go to my compute this thing. So I'm using my account. So this is learning.gcp2019 at the rate gmail.com. This is my ID, and this is where your learning GCP project is there. To access your cloud IAM, click on the hamburger menu, go to IAM and admin. Select the first option, IAM, where you will see the roles and what are the users all available. And if you quickly see, the only one which you may recognize is this one, because I am the owner of that. So that is the one which you can recognize. But there are other few stuffs which we'll discuss when we come to the service account part. So these are all service accounts. So this is the only one which we have. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add Google account, meaning a Gmail account. This is another account which I have. I'm going to give a role, which is a primitive role. I'm not going to make this user a owner. I'm going to make this user a editor. He can edit, he's having access to all the resource. Let's see that. Just add it. You see it should be reflected here. You see it's been reflected. Editor, Gmail ID, all good. Now I have another browser instance opened. This is my browser instance open, and this is the account which I added just now. Let me do a hard refresh so that that project gets allocated here, and I can use this user and get access to that project. Now let me click on this project. I should see, okay, it's not reflecting. Maybe I should refresh it again. You can add n number of owners, no issues. Because owner is already there, I wanted to show you this editor option. That's the only thing, nothing else. I'm just doing a refresh so that I can see that project. Okay, you see learning GCP. This is the project ID which we have just allocated. Switch to that project. Now I'm an editor. What can I do? Can I come and add users? Let me see. I have another Gmail ID. Can I add users? Let's see. I'm in the cloud IAM. You see the add button gets disabled. It tells you need permission for this. So I can just view users. I cannot create. And that is the thing which you cannot do here. So that's the one. But as an editor, I can go create a virtual machine. Create a virtual machine. So what I'm doing is, as this user, the editor, I'm able to create resources. So let's wait for it. Leave everything default. Let's see whether I can create it, whether my permission of editor works or not. Let's see that. But the intent of the owner was this user should be only able to create virtual machines only. But you have given him a very broad access of editor. What he will do is he will try to misuse it, meaning he will not only create VMs, which he's supposed to do, but he will, along with that, he's also going to create, he can create other resource. He can create storage buckets, upload anything if he wants and make it public. He can misuse it. So there's a chance of misusing it. Let's see whether with the same editor permission can I create a this thing, learning GCP demo. Let's see. I can upload a file of my choice and share it with anybody. That is possible. So very broad access. This is not you wanted in production to happen. or if you want, you can delete it also. That is possible. Now let's move. This is what we had tried, editor. Let's now move to a predefined role. We saw the drawbacks of it, right? It's very, very broad. The owner screen, what I'm going to do is I learned my mistake. I'm now going to remove this editor and going to give a fine grained permission. Like his job, this user's job is to create only virtual machines. So if it's virtual machine, it's called as compute. So just scroll for the option compute or just type in here. It's your choice. Which one you want, you can try. I prefer using the options here. Compute engine. So there are various predefined roles available. Compute admin looks like something like full control to all this thing. Looks like good option. Let's enable it. Only compute. Let's save it. Now what I'm going to do is I need to do a hard refresh because I've applied a new role or updated the role. I'm not an editor anymore. I need to refresh it. So and one thing which I have observed, don't quote my name. What I have seen is if you're using free tier account, sometimes the screen loading, the way the resource gets provisions are slightly slower. That's what I heard from few people. Now I am only compute admin. Let me check whether I can do something with my IM. Let me click. It shows still, okay, compute admin. That's what it shows. I can see something, but I cannot add users. Now let me go create a compute engine. Just give a name, just leave it as that. If you come immediately, you will see some message. The caller does not have permission. We don't know what it is. Let's simply ignore it. Go ahead and click create. We just gave compute admin. Looks like something we are missing, but let's see what happens. Because Google is very intuitive to give the errors. Let's wait for the error. Maybe that error can give us more better information. Let's wait for that. Okay, some error popped up. Let's look at the notification. What it does, the user does not have access to service account because when you are working with virtual machines, you will be closely working with service account. It tells, you see, this is the project ID @-compute@developer.gservice.com. So it is asking, ask your project owner to grant this role, im.service account role. So what we'll do is edit this compute admin, add another role. The role is something related to service account. If you scroll down, you should see that service account somewhere here. Service account user. That was the message which it mentioned. Just add it. So you're just giving fine-grained permissions. Compute admin and service account user. So let's do a hard refresh. Okay, let's create one last time. So now the permission, that message is gone because the service account is visible. Let's go create it. Looks like it is getting provision. All good. It will take maybe a few seconds for the external IP address to be provisioned. It should be all good. By the time the external IP address gets provisioned, what we'll do is we'll go to storage. Let's check whether with this predefined role, can I create a bucket? Go to storage, click on browse. You see immediately it shows you don't have permission for storage browser. So that's what it mentions. If you want permission, come here, edit your this thing, add a storage permission. This is like giving very niche, fine-grained permissions. Storage, let's make him storage admin just for the demo purpose. Save it. So compute admin, storage admin, service account user. If we have given this, now if I do a hard refresh, you should see the screen. It's now showing you the screen because we have added those specific permission. Now if you go to some other service, you will not have access to those servers, like something like big table or anything, because you have given very fine-grained permission. So this is how predefined role works. I guess there was one question, outstanding question. Okay, how can we get G Suite domain? You can get access to 14-day trial G Suite option. Just search for G Suite free trial option. 14 days you can try it yourself. Afterwards you need to pay. So it's only 14 days. How custom roles can be used on the same demo. Now, instead of using the predefined role, we are going to combine it, because we see as a user, he needs to get access to compute admin and storage admin. Both he needs to access. So similarly, tomorrow, if some other user comes in, as an organization policy, you need to give always these two permissions always. This is a repetitive process. So what you feel is, instead of always giving this way, you may combine these two roles and give that new user permission to that thing. So that is possible. So that is one way. But since we are working on we are not working with a G Suite account, so what we will usually be doing is, we will not be able to create groups. So the best recommended option is create a group, create those roles and assign it one time. Any new user coming in, you always add the user to that group simply and things will work. But here, since we are using a free tier account, what we usually do is, we will be directly assigning the roles to a specific user, not to a group. But in production, or the best recommended practice from Google is always to use groups, even if it is a single user. So just keep that in mind. There's a chance that you may get a question on that kind of topic. So we'll discuss such questions also at the end of this topic. So what we'll do, instead of giving it two times like this, instead of giving two different permissions, what we are going to do is, we are going to combine storage admin and compute admin. We'll see how to do that. To do that, click on the roles, and you can click on create roles, creating a role from the scratch. That is one way, but I prefer a different way. If you click on storage, search for that, you get those roles. Click on that storage admin, you will get see all the permissions. So storage admin is comprised of 380 permissions, and usually the permissions would be of this format. I'll explain the format in a minute or so. So but this entire role is a combination of 380 permissions. Now what we'll do is, create a new role from this. If you click on this, it gets preloaded with all the 380 permissions. So some permissions cannot be inherited or made as a custom role. So around 7 permissions goes off, and the name is custom compute admin. ID needs to be unique. You have the privilege of creating the custom role with the same name, which is very exactly similar to your predefined, but that's not recommended, but you can do it. There's no harm. The only thing is that, make sure the ID is unique. So let's make it custom compute storage admin. So what we'll do is, we'll add few more permissions. This time it is storage admin permission. So in the role, if you search for storage, you get the storage admin. Just select it. There are around 15 permissions. Just select it. And the UI is slightly bad in this way, I would say, because there's no option of select all here. So if you see a small observation, and you cannot navigate, you cannot increase the pagination more than 10. So if you remember, the number of permissions in store compute admin was 380, meaning you can just do a math almost like 38 times you need to click next to select all the permissions. So that's the reason I always choose create a custom role from an existing role permission. That is the way I usually do. So this is using the web console, but if you want to do it in the command line, it may become easier. So let's add this 15 permissions. So it's added. Now we have a combined role available. Let's click create. You see the permission has been added. Now what we are going to do now is go to IAM, edit this demo 2000 demo.gcp 2018 user, remove these things and add our custom things. So custom roles are available under the name. You can see custom here. That's where you see here. Select it and save it. Now, instead of giving two permissions, we are combining it. So that's where you can see custom roles coming into picture. So we have done. So let's switch back to our browser where have been logged in as demo.gcp 2018. Let me refresh it. I'm just doing a hard refresh. So it tells me access insufficient permission to view it. So since I am authorized to only to create virtual machines and storage bucket, I don't have access to cloud IAM. I cannot see anything. Who are the people in this use, like who are the users, all those things I cannot do. Similarly, if I want to look at some other features, like say for example, if you want to create compute Kubernetes engine, just for an example, you should get an error. You don't have any permission. Similarly, App Engine, we'll discuss all these things as it comes, but this is where we are seeing how permissions can be applied. So, but if you click on compute, you should be having full access because you're a compute admin. Click on this. The screen should open up and you should be able to provision the resource as usual. You see, quickly let's provision one resource just to show the permissions is all in place. It's the exact thing, but we have made our life simpler by combining the two roles. That's the only thing which we have done. Click create. Should be getting created. Looks like it's working fine. Yeah. Okay, so it's provision and the external IP address should be provisioned in few minutes, because usually provisioning the external IP address takes a longer time. That's what I have observed. So we are all good. The permission is working fine. As a best practice, to have the free tier being used fully, delete it. We saw the permissions have been all working fine. Let's delete the instance. Similarly, you should be able to create your bucket because it's a combined role. We should be able to create our storage bucket. Let's create it. I'm just verifying everything is working fine. So if it's working fine, the procedure which we followed looks good. So let me create one more. As I mentioned in the beginning, the bucket name should be unique. One of the easiest option is to use the project ID. That will be always unique. So it should be working. Let's create it. Okay, bucket is working fine. So our combined role, which is the option of custom roles, is working fine. So in custom role, what we just added two roles, made it a single role. Looks like it's working fine. We'll discuss more on those things. What is storage? Because there's a dedicated session on storage where I'll explain you what is regional, what is cold line, what is near line. Let's explain there. But here we are just learning the how to give permissions to a specific resource. Fine. So as a best practice, delete it. So quickly in a demo, we saw how primitive roles could be used, and we saw how it gets a broader access. Like if you give somebody an editor permission, he can do everything. apart from adding users and creating projects. Then we narrowed down our access by giving predefined role, and we saw how it worked. And we became very smart by combining roles. So that's where the custom role came into picture. We saw everything now. So let's go much deeper into these things one by one. So whenever you're working with roles, usually the roles would be of this pattern: service dot resource type dot verb is the action. So the names would be something like storage, that is your service name. What is the resource in that it is being used? It's bucket. And what is the action you are trying to do? Create. Similarly, compute is the service name, and what is the resource you are acting on? It's a disk, network, whatever it is, and you are listing all the disks in the compute. So that's what you're doing. Every service, whatever you do, be it say for example, be it a predefined role, be it a custom role, or be it a primitive role, every role will have the same pattern. That's the standard one. I can just quickly show you one more. That's where you see all the primitive roles, predefined roles, custom roles. Quickly search for owner. This is the highest privilege, right, for at a organization level. If you just click on this, there will be around almost like a huge set of numbers would be there. Almost like 1778 permissions are there. And if you see, it is the same pattern. Like, let me just look for one. You see, compute dot disks dot create. So it will be in the same pattern. Service dot resource type dot verb. That's the pattern. So this is how you can see all the permissions for a specific role. Now, if you want to see do the same thing for using a command line, just provision your Cloud Shell environment. Let's give a minute for this Cloud Shell environment to be provisioned, and we'll see what is the command, because sometimes the chances are there in the exam they ask a specific command line. So getting used to this will be at least helpful. Uh, you may not be able to remember all the commands unless you do an extensive hands-on leave GCP day in day out. But if you at least see once the command, you'll get an idea what kind of commands usually come in. At least you can make a guess, at least because you would have gone through the various command options. You'll have an idea whether this command is right or not. Sometimes the one of the options in the command, the options would be like a wrong command option. So that could be that's the reason why whenever possible we'll spend some time on understanding the specific command line, gcloud command line. So let me clear it, and so that I can get a full screen. So usually this is on IAM. So gcloud, just type GWGCL. You should get that. IA and tab. It should auto complete. IAM. What we are looking, we are looking at roles. Just type R O. You should get auto completed. Let's describe a specific role. Owner. So if I hit, you should get all the permissions, like the same set of permissions which you're seeing, 1778. All the permissions will be listed, and it's a huge list. So you'll not be able to see it completely. Another small Linux command which you can use is put a pipe and use less. And you should get an option of like hitting your space bar. You can see all the permissions. So you saw the first permission, which was access context manager access level. That is there. You see access, this one, see? So it's easy for you to navigate and see. So that's a small Linux command. So this way you can see what permissions, what is this role comprised of. So just make it very clear. Roles is nothing but a combination of permissions. So permissions are your building blocks. So let's minimize this. So this is how the roles are comprised of. Let's move on. So let's spend little bit time about these individual roles so that we'll have a good idea. We saw a demo. That's really good, but let's spend some time on these stuffs. The first one is primitive role. As I mentioned, you have owner, editor, viewer, and owner as a one who can do the entire stuff. He has full access. He can create projects, enable billing account, create users, and he can do everything. So next is editor. He'll be able to do almost everything as a owner except changing deleting or creating projects or adding users or deleting users. That thing he cannot do that. The last one is viewer, which is just read only permission. If you just want to give somebody view only permission, like for example, if it's a huge organization, there'll be a dedicated team called as a security team who wants to check whether your VMs or all those things are following some security standard. They'll not be modifying your VM content, but at least they need to get a view access. So in such cases, giving them view permission could be a better choice, because they will not be able to stop, delete anything, just view, okay, at least whether they have followed all the practice. And the buckets, what is the naming convention, have they followed the naming convention followed in the organization, what are the content put, so they'll be able to at least view it. So that would be a better choice if you want to give less permission. Their own primitive roles are only three: owner, editor, and viewer. The one which is in the braces, the common bracket, is the option for you to view it in the gcloud command. So if you type gcloud im roles describe role/viewer, you will see all the permissions. So that's the reason I have given this part. Moving on to predefined role. Predefined role, there are hundreds of predefined roles. Putting everything in a slide is not a easy task. So I have tried to highlight few important stuffs which could be helpful from the exam perspective, usually because what I personally suggest is, when you are having some good amount of time, just go to IM section, just maybe try to add a user, look at these roles option, try to explore what is it is there, what are the various options. Like for example, BigQuery, what are the various roles available? BigQuery admin, data editor. So just mouse over, you will get what is this role all about, what it gives. Sometimes looking through this, glancing through this will give you a good idea. Okay, these are the stuffs which is comprised of. Say for example, if you go to compute engine, you get compute admin, then you have if you scroll down, you'll have compute viewer. So very similar to your owner, editor, viewer. Sometimes the same pattern follows, but this is at a specific resource level. This is not at the entire project level. So you'll get an idea. So I strongly suggest you look at into few important stuffs. Maybe not now. Once we finish the entire course, by the time we finish the entire course, you will see various options like various resources like compute engine, app engine. Then you will have a better idea. Like if it's app engine, these are the permissions, roles available. So at least going through those things will give you a better understanding. So if you see some questions on what role to be applied, at least this glancing through option will help you. Have tried to make that very simple here. When it comes to compute, you get options like compute admin, compute instance admin, compute viewer. So admin, we had seen how it works, compute admin. Compute instance admin, if you give, it gives access, comes into picture. Similarly, you have network admin. The name itself mentions it is a combination. I would say it's a combination of admin, compute admin, and compute network admin, this instance admin, because it has option to storage, compute, networking, all those things. Similarly, if you scroll down, you should see something like storage admin. So compute storage admin, compute network admin, combine it, you'll get compute instance admin. So again, it's your Google already had made few roles which is like you don't need to combine it. So if you still feel you need to do some combination, then you can definitely use custom roles. So these are stuffs. And when it comes to network, it's again part of compute. You see compute network admin, compute network user, compute network viewer. Here you can see a pattern like something very similar to owner, viewer or editor kind of a permission and a viewer kind of a permission, very similar to your predefined roles. So similarly, app engine, one of the important one could be deployer. Maybe you just want to give somebody permission to only deploy your code. App engine is platform as a service where you just upload a file, upload a war file or an executable. It can be just, you can just deploy it there. Don't need to worry about your like infrastructure, and you can have a web application up and running very quickly. So if you just give a specific user or a group deploy a permission, only they can deploy it. They will not be able to modify it or do any changes or code review. So that's where deployer comes into picture. Similarly, storage, when you're working with storage bucket, we had seen how storage admin works. And if you want to give object admin, meaning you're an admin for that object, because whenever you upload any files into any document or any files into a storage bucket, these are called as objects. So you can be an object admin, creator, or a viewer. Similarly, for BigQuery and Kubernetes, you get this. I'm just putting few important stuffs here, but if you want a comprehensive list, definitely look into the documentation, or I would suggest looking into that IM section, go one by one. So custom roles, as I mentioned, if predefined role does not fulfill your requirement, you have the option of using custom roles. Just one which we had seen was combining the role. So this is where custom role comes into picture. These green dots, so all these green dots are your permissions. If you want to combine these three roles, you want to combine it, use custom role. That is one option. The second option where you will use custom roles is you have maybe like 100 permissions which is a role comprising of 100 permissions, but your requirement mentions you don't need two of those permissions, maybe specific requirement. What you will do is open that role, create a new role from that existing role, but uncheck a specific permission. Like, let me show you one quick example. Roles, compute admin, click on it, create a new role. Last time we combined it, but this time what we are going to do is accelerated type. So this is something like GPUs, all those stuff. So your requirement says you don't need to have some access to GPU related things because it is expensive. As this thing, what you try to do is you make sure you don't have options to get those details. So if you uncheck it, you are removing certain permissions in that role and creating a custom role. So this is how you can use custom roles based on your requirement. If you want to remove certain permissions, you can use it. And another thing could be you're not adding two different roles, but you're just adding a specific permission, like add permission. And so you see all those permissions, like almost like 1500 permissions. You want specifically this one. Maybe I'm not able to select it. Let me select one. Yeah, just for an example, I want to add this option, or maybe let me just get something on compute, or maybe something on storage. Like I just wanted to add, along with this existing permissions, I want to add one more, which is that storage related thing. So it's only one permission I have added, so that is also possible. If you just want to add a specific permission to an existing role, that is also possible. So these are the possible scenarios where you will be using custom roles. Now, so far so good. We saw what is roles comprised of, all the stuff, the various types of roles which is available. Policies connect your resource. So the roles which you make, how do they connect with that specific resource? It is using this policy and binding. So if you see in this screenshot, policies connect the resource, the roles, and the members. So in this case, if you see, there are members, a specific user, a specific set of group, and they are made as instance admin. So By this, what you're doing is you're combining or connecting the members and the roles using binding. So this entire thing is called as policy. I am policy. This is your policy and policy binding. So policy binding makes sure that it is able to combine or bind the roles and the members together. And this, once you bind it, what you get is a IAM policy. There are so many permissions. How would we know if there is a permission missing in an easy way? Or do we need to create a policy, or it is automatically created, or it will generate it? Question is, so many permissions are there. How do we know whether the permission is there or it is missing? So usually you will be worrying about that specific version of permission only if you want to create a custom role. So what I would suggest is describing the permission would be a better option. Like for example, if you go here, one way, if you, let me show one example. Let's assume you wanted to know all those 380 permissions of compute admin. You run the same command. Okay, it's case sensitive. Compute admin. You should get all those permissions. Now, one way, if you are a command line guy, what you can do is you can use grep to find whether specific permission is there. That is one way. Or you can just navigate, or you can just redirect this entire content to a text file and do a search. So that way you can see what is the permissions there. That is one way. Or you can use this roles, click on that specific role and see all those permissions there. That is another way. The third way is, before you create any roles, custom roles, what Google usually suggests is there is an option for you to look at the roles which has been created. Let me get that. There's a permissions change log. I guess they update this content very frequently. Lastly was updated on 28th of January. You see some new permissions have been added. So best practice, as what Google mentions, is whenever you're about to create a custom.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in GCP, then Intellipaat provides a Google Cloud certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now, let's continue with the session.
Role, come to this page, look whether the role which you are expecting is been added or not. So this could be, it's a change log, so you can look into this. Maybe there's a chance that you already have, it's already there, and you don't need to create a custom roles. And don't be in a hurry to create a new role every time. Check whether the specific role exists, whether the role inside that has the exact permission or not. Do that thorough check before you do create a new custom role. The reason is, if you create a custom role, you need to manage it. Google will not manage those permissions, like, because usually the custom roles which you create are created from an existing predefined role. If the predefined role gets updated, your custom role will not be updated directly. You need to manually update it. So one of the drawbacks of using custom roles is manageability. You need to manage it yourself. But if you're using predefined role, nothing like that. Everything is managed by Google. You don't need to manage anything. So again, it could be an advantage or it could be a disadvantage based on what is your business use case. So these are the various options to check whether a specific permission and a specific role exist or not. This would be an important one. Change log, this thing. So this is how the policy, the binding and the policy works. It has to be combined only if the users and the roles, users are nothing but your members or identity. Here there's a set of there's a group, this is how you add, and there's a user, that is the members, they are all instance admin. Similarly, there's only one user who is a owner. So here it is a primitive role, here it is a predefined role we have used. This is our policy, IAM policy in short. So if you want to visualize or you want to see what is your IAM policy, one way is in your web console. So we usually were exploring this members. If you just click on this roles, you will see that IAM policy somewhat like that. If you just click, you will see the who is the owner, how many people are editors. You can see it everything easily by clicking on roles tab. That is one way. Another way is you just click on role, or you can just go to members. This is again a question which I had seen, where the question is how can you find who is an owner in a specific project easily. So one of the options was come to Cloud IAM, put a filter with the role option. Just mention owner. It should list all the owners in this project. Luckily, there's only one user, so that's the reason it shows one. So if you put something like role, show me all the editors. There are two editors in this project. So this, even sometimes the question on UI comes in. So you need to be very fluent with the how to use the user interface, how to use the command line, both. So this is how you can quickly see who is the owner, who is an editor. And if you click on roles, you will see somewhat like an policy, the IAM policy in place. It shows all the things. This project comprises of these roles: compute, compute engine service agent, storage admin, the custom role which we created, editor, owner, and a service user account. More on service account will come. So this is what it's comprised of. So this is a way of seeing your IAM policy in the web console. If you want to see it from the command line, the option is clear the screen. So the command is slightly different. It's gcloud. It's not starting with IAM, but it starts with projects. Get IAM policy. Get IAM policy of which project? What you can do is you can just copy this project ID and you can just hit enter. It should show you a format which is somewhat like this. It shows the binding, the members. This is, I'm not sure what is the format here called as, but if you are comfortable using JSON object, JavaScript object notation, what you can use is you can use a flag called as JSON. Now it will be in a JSON format, and in the slides what we saw was a JSON format. So this is one way, or you can redirect the entire stuff to a file so that you can view the entire IAM policy. Just use your editor of your choice. You can see the stuffs. See, it starts with binding the members. This is the member who was a custom compute admin. The same thing which you saw in the web, you're seeing it in the command line. This is one way. Now, the command which I used works only in my Cloud Shell environment. The reason is I have hard coded my project ID. If I share this command with you, this will not work because this is a unique one, right? So what I can do is I can make this very generic by using an environmental variable called as dev shell underscore project ID. What it does is the moment you provision your Cloud Shell environment, from which project you provision, it will take that project ID and store it in an environmental variable. This is the name of the environment variable. If you hit enter, the same command will work. If you are curious, just do this, echo it. You should see the project ID. So this time, if I now paste this command in the chat window, you should be also able to run it. It's now not hard coded, it's very generic. Let me just put it. If you are curious, you can just try it yourself. So this becomes a handy option. So we will be using this environmental variable called dev shell underscore project ID heavily as we progress. So that's how you can see IAM policy and the binding using the command line get IAM policy. The next question which I have is, once we created a custom role, do we need to create a policy? Yes, definitely. If you have a role, you need to add that in the you need to assign it. So policy is nothing but you have a role. Just having the role does not make any sense, because it has to be attached to a specific identity. You need to apply it. Only then you can have a policy. You need to do it. It's not automatic. You need to, like, you can have n number of roles, but if these roles are not added, it is of no use. For example, let's take our project itself. You saw so many policies, so many roles, right? But in our project, we are just using owner, editor, few permissions on few roles on compute engine, one service account. If you see, there's nothing on BigQuery. There's no roles assigned to anybody on App Engine. Nothing has been there because we don't need it currently. So if you need it, you need to add that binding. So how do you do the add the binding? It's by adding this one. You can add a service account, give a specific app engine or those thing. Once you do that, then you are updating your policy, IAM policy, using the binding option. So this is just a snapshot of how the binding looks like. We will be doing some exercise on how to update this binding today. So now we saw what is identity, what is role, what is role comprised of. Once we understood both the stuffs, we tried to combine and make an IAM policy. All good. At now, what level or at what node you will be applying your binding? So is it at a specific resource level, or is it at a specific project level? That's what the resource hierarchy all about. So let me just zoom this for a better view. So this is how your resource hierarchy looks like. The topmost node is your organization node. If we are using a free tier, our organization node is no organization. But if you are using G Suite account attached, you can have an organization. Something like your organization is nothing but your organization name itself, an entity, something like example.com or abc.com. I have a account which I have created with my domain like maheshkumar.co.in. You can use something like that. You can have it's the organization name as such. Now the next node is folders. You can have folders. So folders comes very handy. The advantage of using folders is you can group certain projects. If it is belonging to, maybe if the R&D team is having 10 projects, directly, if you, what happens if you directly have projects, like if you don't have folders, if you directly after organization node, if you are using projects, all those 10 projects of R&D will be appearing. And if you want to apply some specific policy related to R&D, because maybe developers are just provisioning lots of resources, they are not creating any, shutting down it, or they are overutilizing certain thing. If you want to apply certain policy, say for example, all the development users or the dev users, whenever they are provisioning it, they should not create an external IP address, only internal IP address. If you want to apply a organizational policy for the specific sub business unit, which is R&D, now if this folder option was not there, you need to apply it for all those individually for all those projects. That is one thing. Or to make your life simple, you can apply it at the org level. But what happens if you apply at the org level? If you create the 11th project, this is not for R&D, but this is for an external website which you want to provision. Maybe marketing team wants to do that, because for marketing, external presence is always important. If they are not able to create an external IP address, their website will not be accessible outside. Now, the moment you add a policy at the organization, it gets inherited to the lower levels automatically. Now the drawback is you don't have the concept of folders. The marketing team will not be able to provision, or when they create a resource, they will not have an external IP address. This is a problem. So to avoid that, what we have is we have something called as folder, which groups your similar, maybe it could be for grouping all your business units, sub business units, or LOB, line of business. So human resource has a specific folder, engineering has a specific folder, sales, marketing. So that way, if you apply the policy here, any project created under engineering folder should not be able to provision external IP address. You can apply it at a folder level. Now, the sales or the marketing team are free to create a VM and they can have external IP address. So this is how you can apply the policies there. So folders plays an important role. Again, you will not be able to create folders if you are using free tier account. Moving on to the next one, which is the project. Projects is what something which we can create using a free tier. You can create up to 25 projects. That's what I have seen. And this is a quota which can be increased when you raise a request. And whenever you're working with the projects, make sure you use it effectively. Don't keep on shutting down projects. If you keep on creating a project, shut it down, the quota sometimes will reduce. I have seen this, that's my observation. So inside the project, what you have is your resource. So whatever you do in GCP, it's always inside a project. So the project, it can be inside an organization or a folder if you're using a full version of GCP or the paid version. If you're using free tier, it is basically project. That is the starting level. So you can apply policies at different level. How the policy applies, the policy inheritance. This is important. It flows from top to bottom. Very, very, very important. There's like 9 or 80% chance you get some questions on this kind of inheritance. What is the policy you are applying and how it is flowing? Always, if you apply a policy at organization level, it gets applied to all the below nodes, folders, projects, resources. If you apply it at the resource, it's only at that resource. If you apply it a project and the resource, it gets applied. So this is how the policy flows. It's top to bottom. Just keep this in mind. This will be very, very important if you get a question. So this will be a very helpful for you to answer it. Go one step deeper into the policies and the inheritance where we combine both things. The key thing with this is the policy inheritance is transitive. What it means is, so if you have, say for example, if you apply a policy at a organization level, the one which I mentioned, it gets inherited to projects. If you apply a policy at a project level, it gets inherited to resource level. So that is the key thing. Now let's see an example in action here. At a project level, organization, this is exact replica what we have in a free tier account where we don't have an organization. It is no organization. That's what you see here. Now, so if you have a project underscore A, you have a user called bob@gmail.com. So this is a Google account. You are making him a editor permission, giving him an editor permission, editor role, not permission. And you have one resource, PubSub, which is your global messaging, real-time messaging service. It could be any resource, be it compute engine storage or whatever it is. It's just a resource here. And for that resource, you have given a specific permission, viewer. So at the project level, you are an editor. At the resource level, you are a viewer. Now, since we know the policy flows from top to bottom, editor union viewer, what will be the output? It would be editor. So whatever you give at a project level, you cannot override that by giving a more restrictive policy at a resource level. That's what you see. At the project level, you continue to be an editor. At the resource level, this gets overwritten and you are still a editor. This is an important concept. Please understand it. Let me know if this is not clear. So if you give a very high privilege at this thing and a lower privilege, you want to restrict the permission at a resource level, that is not possible because the way it works is it's a union. Editor union viewer, you will always get editor permission. So at a resource level, you are still editor. Again, this is a very important concept. Sometimes you will get a question related to this in a very, like they may phrase the question very tough But if you remember the concept very well, like policy flows from top to bottom, you cannot restrict the permission at a lower level. You should be able to answer that. It's like, yeah, it's like a parent child. Yes, definitely. It's like a parent child because organization project acts as your parent and the resource acts as your child. So we'll move on. So that brings us to the end of the standard concepts, policy inheritance, the hierarchy, roles, identity, all the stuffs. Now what we'll do is let's spend some time with service account. What is the service account all about? When you should use service account? Till now what we did was we were discussing only on a specific type of identity, which is Google account, because it is related to a human. So, and it could be applied to any human being and they can log in interactively. So that's what we had seen. This is a second type of identity called service account. This is actually an identity of a service. So if you want to connect a virtual machine with some other service, maybe a storage component, a storage resource, or BigQuery, or to Cloud SQL, like if you want to connect virtual machine to MySQL database, usually what we'll do is we'll give permissions to this virtual machine. The identity of that virtual machine is your service account in very, very simple terms. So what is the identity? It is running using an account which is nothing but a service account, and the pattern of that service account would be something like, let me just zoom this out. The pattern of the service account would be something like your project number. This is the only place where you will see your project number being used, hyphen compute @ developer.gserviceaccount.com. So this is how the pattern looks like. And you may tell, I did not create this user, how it got created. When you provision the compute engine for the first time, if you recollect our demo, the first demo which we did, when we clicked on compute engine for the first time by just coming to compute engine, the screen was not something like this. Let me wait. It was not like this. There was a screen which was mentioning enabling compute API. What it was doing behind the scene was, one of the tasks which it was doing was it was creating a service account, and the service account is always with the standard option project number. If you want to double check it, just go to this thing, the home page. You should see the project number which is starting with 96. This is the same thing which has been used there. So project number hyphen compute, this is the only place I have seen project number being used. Most of the place it is always your project ID, learning hyphen GCP hyphen that number. So that's where it has been used. So this is the one which gets created, and the default role which has been assigned as an editor role. So you can have service account, each compute engine which you create can have only one identity. So it's like one person can have only one PAN card or one passport, something like that. So a compute engine can have only one service account, but the same service account can be used in multiple virtual machines. What it means here is the the roles and the permissions which you assign to that service account can be used by multiple virtual machines. So if you mention, maybe in your organization or in your project you have 10 virtual machines created, what you expect is all these 10 machines should have access to BigQuery, or all these 10 machines should have access to a database using the service account. So instead of creating 10 service accounts and giving permissions, what you do is create one service account, attach the service account to all those compute engine, and once they log in, they'll be having the right permission to access the specific resource from the compute engine. And you can create up to 100 service account in a project. This is including the default one which is already created, meaning so usually when you work with compute engine, one service account is already taken off, and if you work with app engine, another service, so you're left with almost like 98 or 99 service accounts, based on what you are working. If you're just working on compute engine, you will be using almost, you may get almost 99 service accounts. If you create an app engine, you will be just left with 98 service accounts. And that is an important thing. This is at a project level. And there are two types of service accounts when it comes. One is user managed service accounts. That's the one which we'll be exploring more in the next slides to come. And there's another service account called as Google managed service account. This is a set of service account which Google creates and will be used by Google internally for maybe patching your hardware, your network infrastructure, anything related to network. They do that using this service account. The one which you see this with the question mark, these are all Google managed. Now you should be able to get an answer. I did not create these things. How it got created? This is one Google managed service account, another Google managed service account. So two goes off. This is something which we created. If you want, you can just delete it. We don't need it anymore. So these two are created by Google. This is something created like because this is our account. That is one thing. And the next one is a compute service account related to compute engine. This is created because we activated our compute APIs. The moment you activate it, this service account gets created. Now you get an answer how these users or members are being added. So hope you get that answer now. What we'll do is what we'll do is we'll explore the service account. There's an option to create your own service account. Let's click on service account. You see there's one service account already created and there's something called as keys. Usually when you're working with identity, the Google account which you are using, it will definitely be using a password. That's a standard option. But if you're working with service account, you'll be always creating keys. You will not be using password, and you can have 10 keys per service account. So currently you see this service account does not have any key. We will be creating keys to access certain stuffs in our later demos. I'll show you how to use those keys and how to use this identity, because you need to give some way connect few resources. I'll show you that in the upcoming demos for a specific topic. At that time we'll create keys. For now, let's just create a service account. Give a service account of your choice. Let's give some name which we can remember easily. Service account hyphen web console, just to indicate this service account is created using the web console. The moment you created the service account ID, it follows a different pattern. Here it is the name which we gave, followed by @project ID dot imgservice.com. So it is not using the project number, but it is using the project ID. So could be a question again. So if the service account is having this pattern @project ID, there's a chance that this has been created by the user, not created by Google. Give a description. Service account created in web console. This would be helpful later. Good. Click create. Now you need to give a specific role to this service account. So what shall we give? You can just make it very simple. Give that service account an editor permission. Or what you can do is we can give a very fine-grained permission. Let's do that way. Because giving an editor permission, we know the drawbacks of it. It's very broad access. Let's just give a compute admin as usual. Let's just see and see what happens with that permission. Scroll, where's the compute engine? One way is doing it, or if you don't find it, you can just search it. That's another option. Compute admin. So creating a new service account and just giving compute admin. Click continue. Now there's an option for you to grant this service account to a identity. The advantage here is that user will be acting as this service account, meaning you don't need to give all the permission to that user, but the user can act as a service account. There may be some cases you may need it. So at that time, you may add a user here. Like you can give this a specific user to act as a service account. That is possible. Now we don't need that. So let's ignore it and click on add. So we see a new service account has been created and the name is this one, service account hyphen web console. And we see there's no key created. All good. So far, so good. And now if you click on cloud IAM, you should see a new entry. This is your new entry, service account. All good. Now let's try to use the service account because you have just created things. All good. Now since you added a new account, the policy binding is also updated. Now if you click on the roles, you should see, you see edit. Where's that service account? What happened? Service account is not reflecting. The policy binding should be updated. Let me just refresh it. Okay, because we did not add, we added it to the compute admin. It's now reflecting in this compute admin. So good. So this is our current policy, IAM policy. It's under compute admin. All good. So far so good. Now let's use this identity, attach it virtual machine. So how do we do that? Click on the hamburger menu, scroll down to compute, click on VM instances. Now let's create a virtual machine. Give a name instance using service account or instance, or let's just give it as SCV demo, service account demo. Mumbai should be fine. Make it micro so that we don't incur much cost. This is a standard one. The important thing which you need to focus this time is this part, identity and API access. By default, it will be using the service account created by Google, the default compute engine service account. You see that? Now what we are going to do is we are going to change it to this one, the one which we created. Click create. The next step which we are going to do is we are going to SSH into this machine and we will upload we'll see can we upload a specific file to a Google Cloud Storage bucket. That's what we are going to do. And now behind the scene, it will be using service account to authenticate between your two different servers from your virtual machine to your bucket. So let's SSH into this. In the interim, I'm going to create a storage bucket. Let's create a bucket. Learning hyphen GCP hyphen SCV service account. Just create a simple bucket. That should be all good. I'm into this machine. Now, a small tip which I wanted to share. If you just run gcloud authent list, it will show you with which account this service account, with which identity this virtual machine is running. So it is using this one, the star to which it has been attached. It shows that, meaning whatever you give as a permission to this service account, this virtual machine will be able to use that. Now we are only compute admin. Now let's see creating a like uploading a file to your this thing, the permission. Let's see what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to create a file test.txt pu in storage bucket. A small file. I'm going to upload it. So I need to upload it. What is the command to upload a file to your Google Cloud Storage? Anybody recollects it? What command we should use? gcloud, gsutil, or some other command. Let's use that gsutil cp test gs colon slash slash. What was the bucket name? Learning hyphen GCP hyphen SVC service account. Hit enter. Let's see what happens. So you get a permission access denied exception 403. It indicates this service account does not have the storage object permissions to create it. So what we are going to do is, so that's where you see fine grained permissions coming into picture again. So let's go back to Cloud IAM. The same concept, but we are seeing how it can be attached to Compute Engine and how you can see working with predefined role works. So click on this now. Instead of giving, you can directly give storage admin. Everything, the things will start working there. But if you just create a storage admin creator, you should be able to create objects in a bucket. Let's use that. Have updated it. It should get reflected. Let's try to rerun the command again. Let's see whether it will work this time. So sometimes for the policy to be propagated, it takes a minute or so. That's what I have seen. Let me try it once again. Or is the creator not enough? Creator should be enough. Access to create objects in this thing. That's what it should be. Let me try once again. Okay, maybe this is not the right permission. Let me make him an admin. Object admin. I can just give storage admin. My job would be easy, but I just wanted to explore stuff. That's the only stuff. By that way, you'll also see how things works. Okay, storage admin makes more sense. Now I'm able to upload the file. Now, if I just list it or cat, I'm just going to just display the content to check whether it has been uploaded correctly or not. So all your Linux commands can be used with gsutil. Most of the commands, you should see the output, or if you want to list it, what is there in this bucket, you will get a list. So the permissions which we have given looks all good. So with these fine-grained permission to your service account, you are able to do the job you wanted to do. So giving an editor permission does not make sense there. And important stuff is when you're working with Compute Engine, let me show one more instance creation. A key thing is the access scope. This is something which we'll discuss in our compute section in a greater deal. This gets activated only if you are using default compute service account. The moment you use your own service account which you have created, this option gets disabled. And just for your information, access scope are legacy way of giving access to a specific resource. This is not recommended if you're doing it in production. In production, the recommended option is you create your own service account and give fine-grained permissions. Don't give primitive role like editor or owner. That's thing. So that's how you can use service account. Now let's try to do the same demo, but instead of doing it in the command in the web console, we saw how we were able to add a new service account using the web console. We'll do the same stuff. We'll try to update the policy also, but everything we'll try to do it in command line. The whole intent is you get used to the command line. That's the whole intent, nothing else. Okay, and let's clear the screen. Now let's use gcloud. It's IAM. What we want to do is we want to create service. Just type SCR. It creates, auto completes. We want to create the service account. Just give a name. The name, let's make it as service account hyphen cloud shell. If you want to give a display name, you can just give a display name, description, all those stuffs. Let's just give a display name. This is a flag. Service account cloud shell. Let's see whether the command works. So the account is created. So how do you verify it? If you refresh it, again a small tip, if the cloud shell environment is open and if you refresh the screen, the environment will close. One way is open this in a new window so that you can refresh all those tricks. That is one thing. The another way is open a new tab, refresh that tab and see it. Or if you want to do something with the command line, what you can just do is gcloud IAM services service account. We are not going to create it, but we are just going to list it. You should get 3 entries. One which is your default compute, the one which you created using the web console, now the one which you created using the cloud shell. So you see, this is your service account which you created using the cloud shell. Same pattern, only the starting thing is changed. The at the rate, after at the rate, it's the same pattern. Project ID dot im dot gservice dot gserviceaccount.com. So far so good. Now you need to assign this service account a specific role, editor, computer admin, whatever it is. You need to assign it and then create a policy. So there are two ways you can do this. The first way is a slightly a harder way, but we'll try to learn that also. So what we'll do is add an IAM policy. So how do we do that? gcloud projects. Last time we used projects to get IAM policy. This time we are going to add a policy. So just type add, hit tab. You should see this add IAM policy. Now to which project you need to do? It is for this project. Now we will use our environmental variable dev shell project underscore ID. To which member? You just need to mention the member. Members usually can be user, groups, service account. Here, since we are working with service account, mention service account and paste the entire service account information. This is the entire service account. Now, what role you want to give to this, you decide. Roles slash, maybe this time to make our life easy, let's type just editor. All good. So this is how you will be adding it. The way which you were doing it here by just clicking on IAM add user, the same stuff you are doing it using command line. So you should see the policy getting updated. Let's check. It's done updated. If you want to verify it, one way is let's put a tab, duplicate this tab. Go to IAM. You should see that new entry there with editor role. This is the one which we added using Cloud Shell and it is having editor role. So this is one way of doing it. I feel this is personally a very difficult thing. You need to remember lots of stuffs. There's an easy way to update your policy. The way is first get the policy first, all right? By running this gcloud, which we had tried last time, gcloud projects, get IAM policy for this project. I'm trying to use project devshell project underscore ID every time because it's very unique. You get the project ID without doing any hard coding, and also you'll get used to this. That's the reason I'm doing this repeatedly. Uh, let's get it in a format which we can do. So let's get it in a JSON format. And important thing is, let's redirect it to a file, service account JSON, so that the advantage is we'll just go and edit this file, make the necessary changes. I prefer Nano Editor, which comes inbuilt with Cloud Shell. That's an advantage. You get Vim, VI Editor, Nano Editor, and lots of utilities inbuilt with your Cloud Shell environment. So let's what we'll do is, you see this policy. What we'll do is we'll add the newly added service account. Also give the service account a compute admin permission along with editor. So mention service account nano srv. I thought it was an VI editor. So, and one small tip, just don't use tab. Please use space. Service account.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in GCP, then Intellipaat provides a Google Cloud certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now, let's continue with the session.
Paste your Cloud Shell service account hyphen Cloud Shell. And important thing is put a comma because it's a JSON file. So what we are doing is we are adding this user, giving the role of compute admin. This user already has editor permission. The service account already has editor permission. We are updating this policy. Save it. Just double check it whether it's reflecting. It's reflecting. Just close it. Now what we are going to do is we are going to set the policy. So how do you do that? Just run set. Same thing, but feed in the JSON file. You should be able to run this with that setting. Just run that set IAM policy. It should get updated. The policy is updated. Now, if you come and refresh the screen along with editor, you will see compute admin permission. Let's see whether it's reflecting. Our things are reflecting editor plus compute admin. That's what we see for the one which we created from our Cloud Shell environment. Okay, there's one question. So the svc.json has both policies so that you can get executed, or it is not incremental. Whenever you want to get the updated policy, run get IAM policy and then get the file and update it. It's not incremental. It is like, say for example, if you add something in the web interface and you did not do get IAM policy, it will be out of date. So whenever you want to update set an IAM policy, the best practice is get the updated one, edit the JSON file and then set the IAM policy. Okay, so the next question is, yes, so gets the snapshot of the current and then update. Yes, correct. That's your right choice. Get the current snapshot or the current IAM policy binding, then update it and do the necessary change by running set IAM policy, get and set. Or if you don't like this two way, because if you just do set and get and set, it's very easy. No need to remember a long command. The better option is just use add IAM policy, just directly one shot. It's your choice. I've given two flavors of it. By that way, you're learning two different commands, so it would be helpful. When it comes to machine learning, there are multiple ways using which you can use machine learning capability in GCP. And based on your skill set which you bring in, based on that, you have a specific service offering. So, or let's start with the top one. That would be a really good option. ML APIs, machine learning APIs, where it is already pre-trained by Google. They give you an endpoint. So you just access that endpoint and send a specific data, whether you want to send an image or whether you want to send an audio file or a video file. And the APIs will do some kind of a machine learning capability, run on that data and give you some outputs. It could be like predicting what is there in that image, or doing a speech to text on that audio file, or doing some image analytics. In this video, a specific person comes or a specific celebrity comes. If it wants to do that, you can do that. So, and all these things you can do without writing a single line of machine learning code. You just need to have a web application. So this is primarily well suited for a web developer. If he's a web developer, he knows how to use APIs, endpoints. He will be able to do that easily. The second offering is using AutoML and BigQuery ML. So what is this? So if you're a business user who does not want to code and does not know how to code, but you want to leverage the machine learning capability, and you want a capability which you cannot use these existing machine learning APIs existing. Say for example, this is a standard example which I gave. So if you have windmills, and the windmills, if it's burning or if it's defective or if it's properly running, if you upload that image to these ML APIs, it will just tell windmill. That's it, but it will not say this is defective, this is normal. If you want something like this, a customized machine learning capability, and you still don't want to do any coding, what you can do is you can use this AutoML. This is currently in beta, not a GA product, so you may not get a question on this, but it's a good option. So as a business user, you will be able to just leverage, just upload huge amount of data, and the system will train it by itself. So that's the reason they mention it as auto ML. So machine learning by automatically by machines train themselves using this auto ML capability. That is the key here. And if you are a DBA, database administrator, you don't know Python or anything of that sort to write machine learning, no need. You can write your machine learning using BigQuery ML. So you will be writing it in your SQL command itself. So this is the second option. So AutoML for business users, no need to code anything. This is for DBA. The next part is Cloud ML Engine. So this is a managed service for running or serving your custom models. So assume you have a very niche requirement, only a data scientist can come and do that kind of a machine learning model. Then you need to give the data engineer an environment for him or her to develop this model and deploy it and productionize it. So this is for data scientist, DS, data scientist. And the next one is Kubeflow. So this is for deploying your pipelines where you can use Kubernetes capability. So why you need to use Kubernetes here is, if you have a huge Kubernetes cluster, and every time you're not going to run any machine learning, or you're not going to use it for some CI/CD process or to run some batch workload. So what usually they do is they will create a huge Kubernetes cluster, and whenever you want to use this cluster for machine learning purpose, they use Kubeflow to deploy that and start doing predictions or do some data processing on that. After sometimes, if it's like 10 hours, they use it, and the next remaining hours it can be used for some other purpose or to run a batch workload. That is one thing. Or if you want to run it as a web application, which is used only for specific time, you can also use it. So Kubernetes can be used in multiple ways there. So you can have a pod, and inside the pod you have a container. Whatever you do, it will be in a container fashion. You create it and you'll be able to use it. So this is an option again. Kubeflow, this is again a new introduction to GCP's products and service offerings, Kubeflow. And the last one is again, it should be primarily for a data scientist only, but they are using the option of Kubernetes here. So like whenever you want, you can deploy it, and whenever you don't want it, you can shut down that pod. So that's how they use it. But Cloud ML Engine is also a fully managed serverless offering. So this is primarily used when you want to do it for productionizing your machine learning capabilities. So usually when you write machine learning code, usually it will be in a laptop and it will never be productionized. So but Cloud ML can make your application or your model productionizable. So it can be used in production. So that's the main thing. Here the Kubeflow is primarily, I would say, before you do the machine learning, you need to do some data processing, data cleansing. It could be done using data prep, or you can use Kubeflow. And if you want to serve it also, it is possible. But the preferred way is do all the data processing, all the stuffs in your Kubeflow. And once you have the data, use your data cloud ML engine to build and serve your machine learning model. That's the approach. And the last one is deep learning VM machines. So this is virtual machines. And if you just go to marketplace in the compute engine and search for deep learning VM images, you'll get good amount of images where it will have all, say for example, it will have all the machine learning libraries like TensorFlow, Keras, Microsoft's cognitive toolkit, Cafe, Python will be there. Plus you can run it on either on CPU, GPU, or on TPU, tensor processing unit. All those things are possible. Again, this is usually used by data scientists. So whether you want to go with cloud ML engine or deep learning VMs, it's your choice. But this, I would say, it is a development environment. When you're doing it for productionizing it, the serving part comes into handy. So cloud ML engine is a good choice there. So for web developers, for DBAs, business users, and for data scientists, it serves almost all the users. So that's a good option, I would say. So now what we'll do is we'll spend some time on some individual machine learning capabilities and also see a small demos on those ML APIs. These are all your ML APIs. The first one is Vision API. The name itself indicates whenever you want to machine learning capability on a image. So the image could be having a photo which is a human being, or it could be a landmark, or it could be a scanned image where you want to do a optical character recognition, or it can have some adult related content, or it can have violence. If you want to do analytics on those things, or want to understand what this image is talking about, you can use Vision API. So this is easily accessible by a endpoint by web developers, and they can integrate that into their application. So a simple use case is if you're using this Vision API in your insurance portal, and insurance portal, usually you will use it for claiming your insurance. Like if there's a car met with an accident and it has got damage and you want to claim the insurance, there will be a wizard, right, where you need to upload your car image, all the details. And also when you upload the car image, if you want to do some machine learning capability there to detect whether that is really a car or not. If somebody wants to break the system, instead of uploading a car, they upload a two-wheeler or a image which is like a monkey or a donkey. If they upload it, if you don't have a machine learning capability there, the system will still proceed, and this error has to be found out by a human to figure out and call up the customer saying you have not uploaded the right car image. But if you have Vision API there, the moment you upload it, it can tell whether you have uploaded a car or something else. So that is where you can use. These are your real-time examples of Vision API. Let me quickly show you a demo on that. You can access those APIs. Usually to access those APIs, click on APIs and services, click on the dashboard. So these are usually endpoints. So I guess you should click on library, not on dashboard, sorry. Search for Vision API. This is the API which I mentioned. So first of all, you need to enable the API in your project and start using it. But if you are not a web developer, you don't know how to call these APIs, no worries. There is a small user interface which you can try it yourself. So this is the user interface. So just go, there's an option for you to drag and drop an image. As usual, I will upload my favorite image, which is a burning windmill. So, okay, just a verification to show that I'm not a robot. Just click on that crosswalks. That. So just this is just to avoid that you don't use those, because these APIs, they are based on the number of invocations you do. Evocations, like it could be how many times you're calling. Like there's a limit for that. So you should not use directly this APIs in your application. If you want to do it, the right way is use this way, enable it and start using the endpoint. Don't use this publicly facing user interface. That's the whole intent. You upload the image, you see it just shows windmill. In no place it tells it's a burning windmill. It will never show you that. If you're interested in the JSON format, click on this. You see this part. So when you upload this image, usually whenever you are working with image, it gets uploaded as this is just an information, base 64 encoded image. So this will be in textual format. It would be a base encoded thing. So the image will be in that format. You as a developer, you need to upload this image. So this goes as a base encoded image, 64 encoded image, and you call that endpoint. The endpoint will look like something like this. Try this API. If you click on this, it will show you this. This is the API endpoint. So if you want for image, there are lots of stuffs. Want to just list the vision thing, all related to vision. So this is your endpoint. So you call that endpoint, send your data in a base encoded format, and you'll get a JSON like this. So one of the important stuff is the score. How relevant the score, it's like how accurate it is. Like it is saying almost like 98% it is a windmill, 96 97% it is selling it's a windmill. Here it is wind turbine. So it's a really a good accuracy. And there's one more thing called as MID. This is a machine generated identifier. They use this for linking purpose, like to link like to just open that in a website or anything. For that purpose they use it. um, that is the only intent I see. There's no other importance of that machine generated identifier. We can just check also if there's anything else. Okay, okay, there's no other importance of that. This is like an identifier, I would say. So unique identifier. So that's the whole thing. So this is how your application looks like. So if you're a web developer, you can make it still look much better. Maybe something like it also shows you where the point, the coordinates, where it has identified a windmill. So if there are multiple stuffs, it's a beach, there's a human being, and there's a ship, all those stuffs, it can tell you the coordinates, like in this image, in this x and y z, in this x and y coordinates, here it is a ship, there is a person, and there's a beach. All those things it can identify. That kind of a level of identification is possible using Cloud Vision API. Let's do one more demo on Cloud Vision API. This is a URL. This is created by Googlers. Let's launch it, and I'm going to use an image, I guess, which is in US. That is the image. Let me click on that. It's not loading. Launch. So this is, it's called as Citi Field. It's a baseball stadium. The moment you upload this image in a base 64 encoded format, the system Vision API is able to tell it is like 98% it's a stadium, it's a team sports, it's a ball game, baseball equipment. It's able to predict that level of accuracy with this much of score. That's really good. Now that's the first part. And it can also do OCR. It sees Citi Field, so it does that OCRing. If you just see, it has done some OCRing here. I'm not sure where it has find this part. Should be somewhere. but I see this field, city, Pepsi. It is able to do that OCRing very well. That is also a good choice. And by any chance, do you guys find any face here? It finds a face. This is the face. It has find a face. Can anybody find a face? I cannot find it, but system is able to find it. So there's a small user interface here. Just click on this landmark. It tells here is a face. So this is what I mentioned. By looking in an image, it can use the coordinates, XY coordinates, to highlight this is in this place there's a person, or in this place there is a animal. So that can use that. So it tells it's on the scoreboard where it is showing the baseball player's photo and he's smiling. That's what it says. Like most of the time it's like uh, there are various sentiments here, whether it's a sorrow, happy, all those kind of. It tells it's a he is in a happy mode. So that's a good thing. And it can also find landmarks where it is. This is because when they train this endpoint, this vision API model, they have used tons and tons of data related to City Field Stadium. In whatever the angle you put, it will be able to predict and say this is a City Field Stadium. So these are the important stuffs. And if you see, it can also detect, uh, is there anything, if I click on the this one, yeah, it tells, is there any adult related content, is there any medical related stuff or violence? None of them are true here. It's a normal image. That's what it is trying. And if you want to see the JSON format of it, you can see it. The face which we saw, how it was able to highlight it here, it was using the coordinates, x and y, z coordinates, x and y coordinates, to highlight it. So that's Vision API for you. Hope it was interesting. So let's move on to the next part of the APIs, which is speech to text. So speech to text, this is where the input is a audio, the output for this is a text. So you will get the output as textual information. So this is a awesome feature, I would say. I have personally worked on such technologies in my previous organization. So this is where you can do speech to text analytics. So if you are working on a broadcast organization where they have huge amount of videos which has audio also, and you want to search that audio file, it would be a nightmare to search a specific topic if some specific person or a celebrity has talked about. Or it could be a cookery class, and if he tells put 2 teaspoons of salt or sugar at the 10th minute in the video, if you want to look for that, you need to wait, or you need to play the video, be quiet till 10th minute and then only realize it. Otherwise, if you have a search mechanism, how can you search? Usually most of the search engines can search on textual informations, but this is a video file. What you can do, use the speech to text option, get the text, index this text into a search engine. Now the search engine can search, it will find, okay, salt, sugar, whatever it is, you search for it, it will tell you sugar was mentioned at the 10th minute, and you can start playing the video from that 10th minute. So this is something which you can do. Broadcast monitoring organizations use this extensively when they want to search audio and video files. Primarily it's audio files. If you have a video which has both audio and video, still it will work. So I have done this. I have done multiple POCs on this technology, and it's good to see something being offered in cloud also. I had done this something on premise. And when it comes to speech to text, the important stuff is the dialect or the accent in which the accent which you use. So I use, even though I'm speaking in English, my accent is in Indian accent. But if American speaks, it would be an American accent, and an Australian speaks, it would be an Australian accent. So accent is very, very important. I have seen this in my personal this thing experience. The engine which we built was able to recognize American accent and British accent very well. But if I try to do the same demo with my voice, the accuracy was going very, very bad there. So it was almost like 5 years back. So I had worked on such technologies. Now the error rate which speech to text gives is very, very less. And it can also recognize Indian accents, Indian versions of English and Hindi, Tamil, Kannada. It can recognize all those things. I have tried it personally. In Indian languages, with respect to that, it supports close to 9 Indian languages: Bengali, Indian version of or Indian accent of English, Gujarati, Kannada, Malayalam, Marathi, Tamil, and in Tamil there are various variations: Indian Tamil, Singaporean Tamil, Malaysian Tamil, Sri Lankan Tamil, Telugu, Hindi, all the languages, almost all the major languages are supported. That's a beauty. And this is the same technology used in OK Google option, which you mentioned. You just speak something and it becomes, the audio gets converted into text. This is the same technology. So let's do a quick demo on this, which will really impress. So this is the one. Again, you can use this URL to do the speech to text. So the first one is, so I'm going to try to speak in Hindi, and we can see how the transcription happens. Let me start. Namaskar, मेरा नाम महेश कुमार, मैं बेंगलुरु का निवासी हूँ. So this is the transcript. Because if I stop it, it's having some issue. I'm not going to stop it there. So this is Hindi. This is the transcript. Let's check whether the transcription was speech to text was proper or not. Let's assume for a minute we don't understand Hindi. We understand only English. You can use the translate option which Google provides. This is the same translate option which you use in your Google search engine, the same stuff. I'm going to use this translate option and copy the transcript which I just generated using the speech to text option. Hope it was a good translation, a transcript. First, let's me say I'm not a robot. Select, okay, statues. Should be good, I guess. Where's the other statue? Okay. So this is your translate option. Let's use Hindi to English. Let's do that. Let me remove this Chinese one. Let's see the translation. Hello, my name is Mahesh Kumar. I'm a resident of Bangalore. So the transcript was really good, if I'm not wrong. It's a really a nice transcript. Namaskar, mera naam. Mahesh. You can write out. Showing an English demo does not make anything. So if I had such products when I was doing pre-sales for my older organization, I would have done closed many deals. I would have said this is an awesome technology. So translate, you're able to translate it also. That is the thing. So it currently supports in speech to text 120 languages are supported. Coming to translation API, this I guess it supports around if I'm not wrong, it supports a good amount of languages to translate. And the important thing with translation is it can also detect the language. You don't need to mention what is the language. It can do auto detect language. That capability is also there. And the next part is, let's move on. The next part is text to speech. This is a new addition. So you type in the text, it will speak in a specific set. Like there are few options, like this is like in your Windows also, it was there in the initial time. So this is very similar to that. It looks like as if like a human like kind of an option. So this is used in the options like Google Home. In Google Home, whenever you do this, it uses this option also. Most of the APIs are used in Google Home there. Speech to text, text to speech, all those things are used. It supports currently 20 plus languages. You can use try this also if you want to generate audio from a text. You can do this. The next offering in the APIs are natural language API. This is where the textual data which you have generated from speech to text, or if you have raw textual information, you can use that information to find or do analytics on top of that data to find something like whether this phrase is or this sentence is positive sentiment or a negative one, or it's a neutral. And in this statement, have they mentioned about a specific entity? It could be a person name, it could be a country name, or it could be a location. So all those kinds of natural language processing capabilities can be enabled using this natural language API, natural language APIs. So this is the one. So you see Google headquartered in so and so, all those things. So this is a text. If you click on analyze, it can do magic here. So it detected entities. So entities like organization, and location as Mountain View, person name Sundar Pichai, that is the thing. And if you want sentiment, click on the sentiment. It tells it's mostly positive, so the score is mostly green. So if it's green it's positive, it's red it's negative sentiments. So the content is mostly positive, that's what it says. And it can also do categories. This is a very important feature when you want to categorize a set of so if you have huge amount of data and you want to categorize it, this is all textual information. It can tell based on this, it could be falling under computer and electronics or news. So computer and electronics is a good one, I would say. This is talking about a customer electronics show, something on an electronic show. So under categorizing this sentence or this document under this category will be really helpful. So it's a nice option, I would say. And there's a last one which is one of my favorite. It's a video API, video intelligence, and this is the best option, I would say. So this is video intelligence. So you're talking about you're having videos and it can annotate those videos like let me show you a sample here. So there are a few videos which Google itself has uploaded, and if you see quickly, these are coming from your Google Cloud storage. So let's select this one, G bikes and dinosaurs. So if you just play this, uh, so it shows some cycles. I guess this is a Google's uh, campus, if I'm not wrong. So this is a video. So it takes the video. Video is nothing but, in very simple terms, sequence of images, a sequence of frames. So that's what I can say. It takes that into consideration and tries to apply the same vision API capability, vision APIs, and detects whether there's a bicycle or here it is a dinosaur which you see, and plants where there are human beings were walking. You see these are the annotations which it can do. Again, this could be a wonderful tool for your broadcast monitoring stuff. You can also use the same video intelligence API for doing video analytics, like if the footage is coming from CCTV camera and if you want to do some analytics, you can use that also. So it's a nice option, I would say. It is able to tell it is dinosaur, vehicles. So if you click on the shots, so what is the current shot it is currently going, so you'll be able to, and there is a nice demonstration in the YouTube I have seen somewhere where it is like a 10 minutes video, and in only for 2 seconds a baseball game comes. It is able to identify the baseball game was shown from 2 minutes 5th second to 2 minutes 7th second. It can do that kind of a video intelligence using this API. So nice API, I would say. Now let's move on to the next part. So here we will discuss about some developer tools and management tools which can come very handy. There are some specific tools which is very important from the exam perspective. For example, Stackdriver. At least you can expect one question from this topic. So try to concentrate more here, and I'll also show you some demos on Stackdriver, important stuffs, and also emphasize wherever it is exam related stuff, I'll emphasize that. So what is the Stackdriver all about? First, let's understand it. So Stackdriver is a one-stop shop for all your DevOps activities. So if you want to do any DevOps services on GCP, it is using Stackdriver. What are the DevOps activity usually people will do? So it will be like monitoring your application, uh, the logs generated by your application, doing any diagnostics on your apps, whether my app is running well or it's not running well, what is the CPU utilization, what is the network traffic it is getting, and you want to get system level updates, app level updates, and you want to do monitoring at system level, app level, all those kinds of DevOps related activity, you can do that using this product called as Stackdriver. Just an information, this is an acquisition by Google. Before they acquired, Stackdriver was providing support or monitoring support for AWS also. After they acquired it, they tried to retain that as is. So now if you want to do monitoring, please keep in mind only the monitoring part AWS is also supported. But if you want to do logging, or say for example trace, all those stuffs, that is not supported. Only monitoring is supported, and this is totally a software as a service offering. So no need to install anything. It's totally software as a service offering. Like just use it as like Gmail or your Office 365 kind of a stuff, paper usage. That's it. So in Stackdriver, there are actually 6 product offering. There's a 6th one that is currently in beta, so we'll not discuss that. It's called as Profiler. Let's focus on the GA version. The first one is monitoring. So the name itself makes it very easy. So this is primarily to collect metrics, events, metadata from GCP and AWS. So on various products, it could be on EC2 instance from AWS, or it could be from your GC instance, or it could be from Kubernetes, or it could be from App Engine. So you can collect these metrics, and based on the metrics, you can alert the DevOps team whether to look into a specific issue, or is it exceeding. If it's exceeding, what should you do? So you can have a workflow defined using this Stackdriver monitoring. We'll do a demo on that. So if you're coming from the AWS background, this is equivalent to your Amazon's Cloud Watch. So that is the option. In Azure, it is called as application insights. So that is the equivalent of that monitoring part. The next part is logging. Again, the name itself indicates very easily. So this is allows you to log, like search for your log files. So if your application is generating logs, it could be error logs, or it could be like information logs where it just generates. So you can search for those logs, filter those log files, and see what's really happening with respect to your applications or to your service. And you also have the option of exporting these logs into to various sync. It could be for retaining it for longer runs. So if you want to do an audit log, who logged in into your compute engine, or who created your compute engine, who created a storage bucket. If you want to have such kind of an audit log, you need to retain it for certain days. And who created an object or a file in your storage, if you want to get access to that kind of information also, you need to retain this log, so that an auditor can just do whether it was compliant or non-compliant, all those things. So that's where logging will come effective there. And usually storing that log information is very, very important. I'll show you a demo on that, and how to export your log file into various other storage options. I'll also show you that. There would be a high chance you may get a question on Stackdriver. If you get a question on Stackdriver, it would be primarily on logging. That's what I have seen usually. The next option is debugger. So again, the names are very intuitive here. The name itself indicates, or it talks for itself. So whenever you have an application, primarily web application, and something has gone wrong, usually if something has gone wrong, you need to roll it back, and roll back to the older version. That's the usual procedure. But in some cases, you may not be able to know what was the actual reason of this bug or this issue happening. What you expect is, can we have this application running for at least 1 hour, so that we can know what's the actual scenario, or what's the issue for this, what is the reason for this. So in that case, what you will do is run this application in a debugger mode. So this is totally transparent to the user. You don't need there will be no breakpoints or anything. The user will never see the developers are debugging your application. It will never, you cannot see that. It's a transparent option, but still you'll be able to get those log informations. Or when you put a breakpoint, usually when you are doing debugging, you'll put breakpoint. When you put a breakpoint in your application, the application will come and stop there. You need to press a keyboard button, like go next kind of an option. Only then it will proceed. But when you're using a Stackdriver debugger, it will not stop. It is totally transparent to users. So this way, it will help you to debug your application easily in production itself, without impacting any user. So that's the beauty of Stackdriver debugger. The next one is error reporting. Now let's take into consideration. So let's for error reporting, let's take a scenario. You have an application and which has a login process. Unfortunately, there's a issue with your login process. So whenever user logs in, there's an error which gets generated. and this is not impacting the user, but there's an error generating something like a null pointer exception or an array out of index, some kind of an exception which is coming up every time the user logs in. But user is not seeing that, luckily, but you still as a developer you need to fix this. So this is your current scenario. Now since this is at the login process, you will see like 100 people log in, you will see 100 such logs, null pointer exception or array out of index exception, something of that sort. Some exception is occurring 100 times. Now if you just look that log information using the Stackdriver logging, you will see those 100 entries. Now as a developer, whether should you look into all the 100 entries, or is there any better way where the Stackdriver can aggregate everything and create a ticket for you, so that once you resolve it you can close that ticket. So something of that sort, is it available? Yes, it is available using Stackdriver error reporting, where it will aggregate all similar errors and show you as one single entry. So that is the option which it shows. So this could be really helpful to understand, okay, this is not 100 different errors, it's the same error but it's repeating because it is at the login process. So that's how you can use error reporting. Usually it gives you that aggregated view, and it also has that ticketing option where it shows, okay, this is a open issue, so the ticket gets open. Once as an developer you acknowledge such an error exists, you acknowledge it, work on the fix and close the ticket. So that kind of a mechanism. So if you have worked on Bugzilla, Jiras and all, it has something similar to that kind of a capability. And the last one is trace. So whenever, if your application, if you're working on an application, everything is good, but you feel some kind of a latency, like when you login process is too fast, but when you're doing a shopping, you add an item to an shopping cart, that is also good. But the moment you try to check in or check out from the shopping cart, your process is becoming very slow. It spends almost like a minute to process it. So if you are in such scenario, you see a specific part in your application is having a long latency. The latency is really huge. So if you want to see what is a problem, you can use a Stackdriver trace. So whenever you're working with having an issue of latency, the best option is to use trace. So that is the option. What we'll do is we'll quickly do a demo on monitoring and logging, which is important from the exam perspective. Debugger, if you just know, it should be good enough. I'm going to show you a screen how the error reporting and trace looks like. We're not going to do a demo on that, but logging and monitoring is important from the exam perspective. So we'll do a quick demo on that. So first of all, back to our console. If you see, most of the options we have explored in our home. Compute we have explored. Similarly, database we have explored. Networking, big data we have explored. Artificial intelligence also explored. So the leftover stuffs are your tools, developer tools and Stackdriver. So these are tools which we should be able to cover by next Sunday max. So under Stackdriver, you have monitoring, debug, trace, logging, error reporting. This profile is a new option. This is in beta. So let's click on Stackdriver monitoring, click on that. And since it's an acquisition, it does not open in the same console. It opens up a new URL. So you see a new URL. And this is the case with all acquired products. Whenever you acquire, you cannot try to merge that into your existing application. You just give a link. And this is also a software as a service offering, right? So just opening up a new link should be all okay. The moment you do this, let me just zoom this for you guys. So when you click on that, you will get a wizard where you need to do it. This is like one time setup. You need to mention which project you want, the resource in which project you want to monitor. So just mention that GCP learning, that's our project. Click a workspace. So it will go to the next screen and it will tell us if you want to add any additional projects. We are good with our current project. So let's just continue. And this is for your AWS stuff. So if you have your AWS account, you need to create a role, add all these things. So then you will be able to monitor your AWS resource like EC2 instance. But since we don't have any account and we are not doing AWS session, let's skip this setup. But there's an option with respect to monitoring. So at least when you see the screen, you will remember that's the whole intent of doing this demo. The questions would be like, you want to support multi-cloud monitoring option. What is the option you can use in GCP? Stack driver monitoring. So click on skip the setup. The next part is something related to agents. So you need to install these agents to get more logging information or monitoring information. So what we'll do is we'll just copy this. You get the same set if you are installing a Windows machine and you want to monitor those machines. You can also get the equivalent of this stack driver agents for Windows also, but usually by default they show only the Linux machines installation. Let's make a note of this so that we can use it later. So these are things, one for monitoring agent, the one for logging agent. So we'll keep that in this thing. Click continue. And since we don't have any compute, what we'll do is let's finish this wizard and install a compute engine, and in that we will mention we want to monitor this compute engine. So this is next part is the reporting part or emails notification part. So if you're doing it in production, I strongly encourage you to put either daily or weekly. Since we are doing a demo, we don't want to get a notification. So let's click on continue. So we are almost set. Launch the monitoring process, the final part. This is one-time activity, and next time it will not ask you this. And the screen looks like this. So this is your monitoring part. So what we need to do is first have a resource which we want to monitor. These are the resources which you can monitor. Just click on the resources and you should see that option. Just a quick note here. Not all the GCP products and services can be used in monitoring. There are only certain products only can be monitored, like your compute engine. Where is compute engine? You can have your compute engine should be there. I can't see it here.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in GCP, then Intellipaat provides a Google Cloud certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now, let's continue with the session.
Maybe it's default, that's one, it's not showing. I'll show you the option of there. Some other products are App Engine, BigQuery, PubSub, Dataflow. So if you want to do something with, say, for example, Spanner, Cloud SQL, if you monitor those things, there's no option here. So it may come up soon, but currently it's not there. Strange to see that Compute Engine is not there, but our demo will show you that there's an option to do that. So those are the resources which you can monitor. So let's monitor a Compute Engine. So let's go to our hamburger menu, click on Compute Engine. It's been a while, we never created a Compute Engine. We used to create many compute engines during our networking and compute class. Let's create a compute engine after a long time. And what we are going to do is we are going to install a compute engine and install Apache Web Server as usual, and install this agent also, the monitoring agent. So let's name it as Stack Driver Monitoring Demo Mumbai Micro VM. And the important thing here is if you click on this access scope, under access scope, if you just leave it as default, what are the values set is something. When you click on this set access view access for each APIs, you will see most of them are disabled, but stack driver logging and monitoring APIs have write option. So you can use, so these VMs can write into those stack driver products like monitoring and logging to add those information there, so which can be read in the dashboard. So this is very important. This is turned on by default in the access scope. So let's click on create. I should have enabled HTTP there because we need an Apache web server running, and we are going to monitor that Apache web server. So let me wait for this to finish. Okay, let's SSH. By the time SSH finishes, let's edit the VM and enable HTTP. The port, let's open the port 80, port 80. Click save. I guess I would have SSH'd into this successfully. Let me increase the font. So let's update the operating system as usual, and then install Apache web server. Install. So it will not prompt me because I've already mentioned yes for the installation. So let's wait for this instance installation to finish. The next step is we need to install our monitoring agent. So let's copy this. It will just download a file. If you just put ls, you should see that is your agent. If you're curious to see what is there in the code, let's see it. Okay, huge number. It's a good amount of script there. Let's not explore that. So let's install that monitoring agent. Let me clear the screen. Run the installation. So let's wait for the monitoring agent to be installed. Once it gets installed, you'll be able to detect this machine in a monitoring user interface. Installation is completed. Let's close this. We don't need the shell anymore. Let's go to our Stackdriver monitoring screen. So here, if I just do a refresh, because the agent is running, there's an option for you to detect the resource. Without you doing anything, the system told it detected an app engine. This is a beauty of app engine. When you're working with app engine, you don't need to do this extra work, which is a platform as a service. You don't need to install any agents to do your monitoring. It is automatically detected. But since we are not doing the app engine part, that is easy. Let's do the compute engine. So let's say no thanks. That's the advantage with app engine. So everything is managed by Google every time. So but if you're doing with compute engine, you need to install your monitoring agent, only then the monitoring starts. So first let's detect, create an uptime check, so whether an application is up or not. So that's the one. Click on that and it will ask you a wizard. We are not going to do with the app engine, but let's select a different one. Let's give a name as Apache web server. The check type, let's keep it as HTTP, and in the resource type instance, select instances, and it should quickly show the instances which we have in our project. It's only one. And how frequently you want to check this application. So 1 minute, or if you want 5 minutes, you can change it to 5 minutes. It's your choice. Click on test. It should show you HTTP 200 HTTP code, which indicates the response is coming. The instance is up and running and the Apache web server is up and running. Click on save. So now once you have finished that, it will also ask whether you want an alerting policy. What we created is an uptime check, but what if that instance goes down or this Apache web server goes down? You should get an alert. If you want something of that sort, you can create an alerting policy which will send you a email or SMS or a chat based on the option which you select. So let's select this, give the name, send email. That is the name of our alerting policy. So what it mentions is whenever there's a violation, meaning whenever the resource fails, and you can have how long you should check, whether it's for 1 minute or for 2 minutes, how frequently you want to do this check. You give that information and click on save. Then if fails by chance, you will get a notification. And what kind of notification? You get this option, the notification channel. So these are the notification channels which you can get. So you can get SMS, or if you have a Slack channel, you can get a Slack input or the message, or the default is email. And these things are not enabled for free tier users, Slack, SMS, all those stuffs. So only one is email. Let's enable that, and let's add our email address, learning GCP learning.gcp 2019 @gmail.com. So that's the stuff. Click on save, or just give a name, uh, demo should be good. Now we have the alerting policy also created. So if something goes wrong, you should get an alert. Now currently there's no, everything is going fine, so there's no ticket rise or anything, so all good. Now let's go back to our monitoring, and this entire process, you see this, the Apache web server, currently there's no check yet run, so it takes time. By the time we finish the every check should have been done, we can see a demo at that point. At that time it has to become green, only then we can do that check. And we will purposely shut down that machine, and we'll see there's a notification which we will get when this goes down. So first let the initial check happen. Let's leave this as is. The second use of your stack driver is, you can use stack driver monitoring is, you can create dashboards which you can put it on a big screen to monitor if something is going wrong or if everything is good. So click on create dashboard. So let's add a chart, a pie chart or a time series chart. So search for what you want. What is the metrics you want to search for? Look for CPU metrics. Every 15 minutes, CPU metrics. That's it. Click on save. You should see a chart. Okay, this is 15 minutes, not good. Let me delete it. Let me get the 5 minutes chart. It will be good. At least you'll see some chart there. CPU, 1 minute should be good. Save it. Okay, something is just started. It should refresh. Let's add one more chart, maybe on the network packets, incoming network bytes received. Some other charts we'll get. I just want to show you something there. Maybe this is not a good one. Let's delete it. Memory usage. Okay, when it comes to memory, you can use also monitor this thing also, Cloud SQL. I was not knowing that. Memory or network itself. Let me see. Received. Okay, I have to select the right one. Okay, network. It should be okay. Network packets, GCE instances. Maybe I chose the wrong one. Okay, now I have something. Let me refresh it. You see this? There's an auto refresh option. So you see that network packets received and CPU load every minute. So that's the monitoring. So, and if you want to create a dashboard, just give a name to that dashboard. That's it. And if you want to publish this and give a public access also, you can have this option, share this to a specific team or to a individual. You can also do that. So if somebody wants to monitor it, you can do that. So if you go back to your home screen, let's check whether the uptime check, it has done the initial check or not. Still not there. Let's do this auto refresh and keep it. Let's come back to this demo again. Once this initial check has been done, then we'll purposely stop our web server. So let's go back to our compute engine. Let's do a demo on stack driver logging. So for that, what I'll do is I'll create a new VM. Let's not play with this VM. We'll create a new VM and see the logging features. So let's name it as stack driver logging demo. Same stuff. VM is micro, and we know the APIs are enabled and the access scopes are enabled for write logging and stack driver logging APIs and stack driver monitoring APIs. So that should be good. Click create a VM. Once it gets created, we need to install those agent. But I want to show you what will happen before installing the agent and what will happen after that. So let's wait for that to finish. Okay, it's created. SSH into that. And before we install the logging agent, I want to go to the hamburger menu and open stack driver logging. Just wanted to show you how the screen looks like for stack driver logging. Open it in a new window and let's put a filter. You see, for all the services, products and services, you can do a logging. It's not like you're monitoring where for only few products it is there. It's here for almost all products it is there. And our important stuff is VM, GCE VM instance. If you just do that, you should see two instances which we have provision. Let's monitor, get the log information of our stack driver logging demo VM. And you have this option of turning on the log in a stream mode. So this is equivalent to your tail minus F command, which you do it in your Linux. That is the command. We have turned on the streaming and you should see two information already coming up. So what is this log information? It tells the instance was created. That is the information. So this is more of an administrative logging information. So irrespective whether you install the agent or not, this kind of administrative information will be logged and will be made available to you whenever you want. And more on this administrative logging information, I just wanted to share one more information. Because we are talking about logs, there's one important log called as audit logging. So wanted to know how many people created your VM instance, how many deleted it, how many times you created your storage bucket, when you deleted it, all those kind of administrative informations. If you want to know, you can use that audit log. And in audit log, there are three types of audit logs. The admin activity log, that is the one which you are currently seeing. This is your admin activity log. That will be retained for 400 days, more than an year. So I would say how many times you will do audit process? Once in a year, right? So without taking any action from your side, you should be able to get this information free of cost, totally enabled for you. No need to enable anything extra. And there's another activity log or another audit log called as system events. So this is at your system level, the CPU, the memory, all those related stuffs you can get again for 400 days. There is one more audit log which is called as data access. So this is like who logged into your VM, what was the user, what he did, whether he copied something or deleted something, or whether he created a or if it's a storage bucket, how many times an object was accessed by a specific user. Did he create an object, delete an object? So this is at object level. If it's at the bucket level, you will definitely see that information in admin activity log. So these are different types of log, and this data access log is by default for 30 days only. So since it's a small, the retention period is small. If you want this information to be retained for longer days, you need to store it in a different storage. option like Google Cloud Storage. That could be one option. Because usually when you have worked with programming, you would have used this logging option, and rolling this logging option is usually a rolling up. It's like rolling, it keeps rolling. After 30 days, on the 31st day, the first logging information which was generated on the first day, it will be removed, and this 31st day data would be written into that log file. So that's how it happens. And if you want to retain it, you need to move this data to some other option, not retain it in logging, Stackdriver logging. Otherwise, it will be overwritten. So with that background, let's go back to our logging screen. We are currently seeing admin activity log. Good. Now let me open up my Cloud Shell instance, and I'm going to type a command here, logger, and just type hello world. If I do this, if you come back to the screen, it's still in streaming mode. So continuously, the moment there's anything new, it will show you there. But if you see here, the message will not come. The reason, because we did not install the agent. That is the main reason. So only if you have installed agent, you can send those log informations like that. It's not there. So what we'll do is install the agent and see how the screen changes. Script to install my logging agent, downloaded. Now let's install it. It will definitely get installed. I'm going to show you the screen unchanged. I'm not going to change the screen. You will see this the moment the installation is completed. You will see tons and tons of information getting logged. Also, it will log to a levels indicating what kind of hypervisor it is using. Usually GCP uses KVM as the hypervisor. Till that level of information will be logged when you install that logging agent. Let's wait for that. Installation anyway will be going on there, so let's not see that screen, but let's see the screen. This will be important. So I guess still the installation is going on there, and you see that screen. We have not done any change. Just because the Stackdriver logging agent is installed, you get these information, and it's a huge set. Let's scroll up. I want to show you that information which it logs. There are lots of information which it generates. Let me just minimize this. Go up, still go up. I mean, I have to put it in stream mode. So all of a sudden it went in, lost that stream mode option. Let me go up, and these are all because of that logging agent. And let me search for hypervisor. So this is again an option which you get. You see that even this level of low level information, it logs because of your monitor logging agent, Stackdriver hypervisor detected as KVM. So I just wanted to show you also this. If it's Azure, it uses the Windows hypervisor, and if it's AWS, it uses Zen as the hypervisor. So this is on which hypervisor is the main thing for your virtualization. So all the bare metals on top of your bare metal, you have this hypervisor, and that is on top of that is only you are creating all your VMs. So that's one thing. And another thing related to the logging is there's something called as FluentD. So this is your open source logging tool, and your logging option is based on FluentD itself. Google took that open source version. They have modified that to make it as Google version of FluentD. So that is the thing. So you see, this is a starting line. So that was it indicates. Now let me, so you see this option of searching, all those things, it becomes so handy, right? Now let's enable it in the streaming mode again, and let's see there's no more new logs. Now let's go back to our compute engine, clear the screen, rerun that logger program, the logger command, hello world again, and you should see the entry now coming logged in your screen. Let's wait for that. You see that hello world again. So that is how your logging works. And this is the first important stuff. So when you enable the agent, you will be able to get logging. Now, huge amount of data set is there, and you want to retain it. The data access log, that is for only for 30 days. So there should be some way where you can at least store it for 365 days so that the auditor can come and review our logs. So what can you do? Click on create export. Export this to your various sinks. The various sinks available are BigQuery, storage, and PubSub. So these are the GCP related products. If you want some custom destination, you can choose that. Usually, this is the most important thing which they may ask. The question would be framed like this. You want to store, okay, you want to give access to an auditor, access to your logs. What is the option you should enable? So the usual procedure is you need to, and how should you give access to that auditor? So it's a combination of two steps. So you want to give a 1 year old data of audit logs access to an auditor. What are the procedure you should do? First of all, you need to enable logging. That is the key stuff. Once you have enabled logging, make sure you export it to Google Cloud Storage. That is the second thing. Third thing is, because audits will happen only once in a month, once in a year, store it in cold line storage class. The fourth one is you need to give access to auditor, and he's an external person, and he will come once in a year and he will review the audit logs and go off. So you don't create an account for him, but give him access using signed URL. Now you can quickly see how all the concepts which you learned previously in storage, you're able to add that value used for your logging information. So that's the important thing. So this is one kind of a question which you may get. The second kind of question is, you have analyst who understands only SQL and they want to analyze what's happening in your logs. What is the procedure? So that if that is the question, you need to export your logs to BigQuery. Once it is in BigQuery, analysts can do SQL commands to find analytics, like why some specific things are going down, or what is the input, like if you want to query whatever it is in there in your log using SQL, you can do that. So based on two different questions can be coming up. I guess PubSub is not a big deal in this case. The reason is, uh, you send the message, you send your log information. This is a file. You can send this to your PubSub, and after PubSub, definitely it has to be processed either by Dataflow or some other service, and it has to be persisted. So, but if your intent is to store for more than 30 days, the best option is either storage or BigQuery. If your intent is for storing it for analysis purpose, using SQL commands, use it for, yeah, store it in BigQuery. Or if the purpose is for auditing purpose, and you will be want to share it with an auditor who does not know SQL, definitely no auditors know SQL, so store it in cloud storage. So that should be your option. And there are certain other options which you get in logging called as log ingestion. So there are some log information which is always logged without your this thing, so they would have enabled those things. But if you feel you don't want those information to be logged for some reason, you can come and disable it. So say for example, BigQuery, there's nothing. Compute engine, you should see something huge here. Let's see for our compute engine GC instance, this one, huge amount of data set. So if you don't want this, just come and disable the audit log. So this is disable the admin activity part. If you don't want, you can do that. So that is the option in your Stackdriver logging. Let's go back to our screen, the monitoring screen. Still okay, you see that it's now green. So what we'll do is, everything is up and running. Now we will do a thing which is purposely shutting down this machine. This is monitoring machine. So the moment we shut it down, it will do that health check it out. Okay, something has gone wrong, and you should get a email notification in the email which we mentioned. So let's check that. From green, it got checked and it failed. What immediately happened is, it should have notified also, right? You should see a mail. This is my mailbox. So let me just refresh it. To get the notification, it should take time. Let me just refresh it. Still not there. But here you see there's a ticket which is already open. The notification, I guess it takes time to come up, but the notification is already there saying that the uptime, there was a violation, meaning this thing was successful, indicating there was something which is not communicating, or the instance is down, or the application itself is down. That was the thing. And there was a ticket opened. So if you want to acknowledge it, you may say, okay, yes, definitely there's something gone wrong here. Let me acknowledge it and work on the resolution. So you start working on the resolution. The resolution is, in this case, it's very easy. Just go and start it and turn this to resolve. So this is a small ticketing mechanism also added near this thing, and you should see the notification soon, but usually it shows up. So maybe we can continue with our demo session further. Once we get the notification, I'll purposely go and start it. So let's wait for the email notification to come, then we'll uh, resolve it. Let me keep it open. So we saw monitoring demo is still going on. Logging, we saw how useful it is, how you can store it, how you can use that data and share it with like auditors, or give access to analyst who knows only SQL, ANSYS SQL. So debugger, I have explained it. So if you want to do some live debugging on applications without having any downtime or without impacting user, you can use that. Stack driver, error reporting, I want to show you a screen. So this is how the screen looks like, where it opens up a ticket if there's any issue, and this is the number which I mentioned. So if this error, the server closed the connection, if this is the error occurring 100 times, you will see only one entry, because it aggregates all the reports and shows you as one single entry. Now as a user, as a developer, it is easy for you to work on this and close this, and even though there are 100 errors, these are all single error which is occurred multiple times. So you just work on one solution and you can just close it. So that is the option which you can get with Stackdriver error reporting. Let me check whether I can show you that in the real screen. So if you just click on the hamburger menu, go to Stackdriver error reporting. Let's see if there's any error which has occurred. So this is an error which usually occurs in a app engine. If something is not configured properly, if you just leave it like this, it shows you this message. So as an app developer, you acknowledge it, close it, and once you finish it, you close it and do it. So something very similar to what you saw in your monitoring also. So this is the ticketing mechanism is inbuilt here. The next part is your trace. So when you're working with your application and it is having latency issues, you want to find out where is the bottleneck, or where is my application spending most of my time. In this case, if you see receive, so this is the URI where it is spending almost like 300 milliseconds. The other part, like getting the product catalog, it is just taking 1 milliseconds. Sometimes it's taking 2 milliseconds, 22 milliseconds. It's okay. But this URI receive, I guess this could be something like payment receive or something like that, which is taking almost 300 milliseconds. This is where my application is spending most of its time. So this is a latency. You can click on this and find out more, and you can also take the help of logging to see whether why it is logging. Is it because of database connection timeout or something of that sort? So it's like these products which we saw, it is not like these will work in silo, but everything will work hand in hand. So you can use monitoring. If something goes wrong, you can just look into the logging thing to see what was the main reason for CPU overload or CPU peaking up. You can get those information. Or when CPU is peaking up, is it because of exception or an error? If you want to get that information, go use the debugger, or if you want to get an aggregated view, use error reporting option. So those are things which you can use like as a joint product offering. So it's not like these will work silos. It's not recommended that way, but if you use it together, you'll get a good DevOps service option using Stack Driver. Okay, it's not coming up. No worries. All good. Now,
So now let's start off with the first question. So let's start off from the very basics. So the first question is going to be compare GCP with AWS. So now we all know that AWS is the number one cloud provider in the world according to its market share. That is, it owns the most of the entire public cloud market share. It shares it with Azure, GCP, Alibaba Cloud, IBM Cloud, but it holds a complete chunk of it. And GCP is in the top 3 right now, but it seems like they won't be in the top 3 very soon because Alibaba Cloud or Ali Cloud is catching up behind it. So now some differences are, first, GCP and AWS. AWS has a lot of data centers than GCP, but right now GCP is trying to bring up their numbers every single year. Market position, GCP is in top 3, which basically is it's in the 3rd position. AWS is in the 1st position. Entry into cloud, GCP came at 2011 and AWS came into the cloud industry at 2006. So basically this 5 years gave AWS a huge lead in the market share. So you can also talk about they provide similar services, but the company who's providing those services are different. That is, here it is Amazon.com, which owns AWS. There it's Google, which owns GCP. So now they both provide same type of services. So they both provide virtual machines. They both provide cloud storage and database engines which is running on the cloud. But the company is different. That's it. And how they are providing and the pricing points will be different. Second question, mention platforms which are used for large scale cloud computing. So now you've already seen differences between Google Cloud and AWS. So now what are the other companies, which are the other platforms which are providing large scale cloud computing? That is the cloud computing providers who basically tie up with companies who need 100,000 or 200,000 servers, basically a lot of servers and a lot of compute power. So what are those companies? So first I would obviously say AWS, then Azure, then GCP. Then there are other cloud providers, alternative cloud providers who are really coming up in the industry. Alibaba Cloud, IBM Cloud, and Oracle Cloud. So these are 3 other alternatives. Explain different models for deployment in cloud computing. So there are mainly, let's say, 3 models. One is public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud. So now community cloud has also been included within these 4, but the main 3 things or the main 3 deployment models are public, private, and hybrid. So now public is basically a cloud provider who you can use, a company can use. So basically anybody can use that cloud provider. And when you create a server, that physical hardware which that server is running could be shared across multiple users. But if it is a private cloud, in that case, you will pay more money or maybe sometimes less money if you're taking a contract or a discount offer for a long-term period, for example, 1 year. So in that case, the physical hardware where your servers will get created will be basically dedicated to only your company or only you. So basically they dedicate that particular server or multiple servers which you need one to only you. So whenever you create a server, those servers will be created on the physical hardware which is dedicated to you, and that physical hardware is not shared with anybody else. So most of the companies don't take either private or public, they go with an hybrid cloud model. So in this case, private plus public. Some of their applications which are mission critical, which has very sensitive data, will be stored in the private cloud, and public cloud for example, applications which users can basically check it out, users database information, so not sensitive information, so normal profile creation or something like that, so that can be hosted on a public cloud. How users can gain from utility computing. So utility computing is a service wherein you get pay as you go and on demand services. So first let me just explain what these 2 terms are, pay as you go and on demand. So first of all, pay as you go in the sense, so normally what you do, you go to a shop, you pay the money for a certain product, get the product in return and leave. This is not pay as you go. So you pay upfront for the product. But pay as you go in the sense it's like a credit card bill, or it's like a postpaid connection, phone connection, or something like that. So basically you use the cloud provider, you use all the services, you basically create servers, database engines, cloud storage, you use all of this, and you can basically check your usage and pay at the end of the month. So as you go, as you need these services, you can basically pay at the end. And on demand in the sense, servers which you need can be created immediately. Whenever there is a demand, they have their services and it will be available for you and they'll give it to you. So there is no let's say there is no delay in service provide. So they don't make any delays in providing that service. Whenever you need the service, whenever that service is in demand, whenever you need 10 servers, you can create it and it will be provided to you. And on demand services in which the provider offers to manage and operate the computing services, you can choose which service to access, which are deployed on the cloud. So now when it is pay as you go and on demand services, whatever it is, the cloud provider who is offering you these services, or these for example, you want a server from AWS, so you basically launch a server. So now that server is running on the physical hardware of an AWS data center, and the data center is managing that server for you. They'll manage it, they'll operate it for you, but you can access the server with certain remote credentials, and you can basically access any service like that, and that's what they provide. So that is pay as you go and on demand services. And as a common user or even a company, you can basically gain reliability and fast access to certain services. For example, if you want to host a website immediately and you don't want to go to a hosting service, you can do that in a matter of minutes. Fifth question: when you are transferring data, how do you secure it? How do you ensure it is secure? So to ensure that data which is being transported is secure, you should check the encryption key implemented and there is no leak in the data. So it is 50-50. That basically means it's a shared responsibility of you and also the cloud provider. So the cloud provider should make sure the cloud storage or the physical hardware which the data is being stored is secure and safe. Their network should be safe enough so that there is no unauthorized or any attacks. And your part, that is the data which you are storing, also should be stored in a proper way, and it should be encrypted. Only if it is encrypted, even though some data leaks, it cannot be decrypted and viewed until they find out what is the key to decrypt it. So you can use public key cryptography, so where a physical key is visible to everyone. For example, when the encrypted data is moving, public key will be attached to it and it will move with the data. Even though the hacker gets the public key, they cannot decrypt it unless they get the private key. So the private key is not stored in the cloud storage, it's stored in your local PC or in your local server. So now when the data is before getting into your system, you will have to use the private key to decrypt the data. So basically the private key is like a key and the public key is a lock. You use it to open it and you basically decrypt it. So describe the security aspects that the cloud offers. So access control is one of them. It basically offers control over the users. So you can create users, you can delete users, you can create a user and give them certain permissions so that they cannot use any other service or they cannot do any other things which you don't want them to do. Then identity management. So you basically provide authorization for certain application services. For example, let's say you are creating two users. So one user is a developer and one user is an accountant. So for the developer, you don't need to provide billing information. So the developer doesn't need to know how much it is going to cost for this. They can basically check it out in the calculator and in the AWS simple calculator or any calculator which is available for any cloud provider. So now let's say the developer doesn't need billing information and the developer only needs like 3 services. Let's say it is in AWS, let's say it is EC2, S3 and RDS. So the developer needs only these 3 services and only need permissions to view these 3 services. In that case, you can provide them authorization by creating a policy only to these 3 services and they cannot view or access any other service. Same goes with the second user, which is who is an accountant. So in this case, you can provide the accountant only the billing information. So because an accountant only needs that and they can basically take it down. Then authorization and authentication. This security feature lets only the authenticated and authorized users to access the applications and data. So this happens with every single website. Only authenticated and authorized users can basically log in and use the applications and data. So these are the 3 different aspects which cloud is providing. What are the various layers in the cloud architecture? Okay, so let's look into this. So mainly there are, let's say 3 layers, but over here there are 4 layers. Let me explain that. 3 layers in the sense there are 3 different types of services. One is software as a service, one is platform as a service, and one is infrastructure as a service. So in infrastructure as a service, there are 2 different parts, and in the top, which is software as a service, let me show you this. Yeah, so over here you can see the end users are the people who are using the services, the applications. For example, as a user, you're watching this through YouTube. So YouTube is hosted in a cloud service, and basically YouTube is a software as a service given to you where you're logging in and using the application to view videos. So the applications are in this layer, which is basically software as a service. So Google Apps, Facebook, YouTube, Salesforce.com, any website which is hosted on a cloud is software as a service, because you cannot view YouTube's code. Maybe you can view YouTube's HTML code when you inspect element or when you just click on F12 by opening the developer preview. So now that is not the code. You cannot obviously view YouTube's backend code because it's stored in their own personal servers or in a Google Cloud server. You can only view the software. You can only view the application. In that case, it is a software as a service. Second comes a platform as a service. So in this case, you will be provided with a platform which you can use to build certain things. So over here, Microsoft Azure, Google App Engine, Amazon Simple, DB or S3. So if you know about Elastic Beanstalk in AWS, that's the best example. So let me just brief it to you. Basically, you have a website in which you can upload your code, and it'll automatically host it for you in a certain type of server which you need. So it's basically a platform which lets you to do things. So in the first case, it is just the software where you can only view the software and use the software. You cannot view anything else. Platform as a service, you will be given a platform in which you can do certain things. And finally, coming to infrastructure as a service, which is the most popular type of cloud services which are used, because when you use AWS or GCP, or when you use let's say Azure, so in that case, let's consider GCP. So in GCP, what do you want? You want to basically create servers.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in GCP, then Intellipaat provides a Google Cloud certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
You want to host your website on that server, and you want to make users upload certain images, and that images will be stored in the Google storage, and whenever the user needs to download it, it will be downloaded from the storage itself. So to do this, you obviously need hardware. That is, for the server to run, you need a physical server in the Google's data center. So that is provided by Google. Same thing goes with storage. They'll have storage units in which the images will be stored. So in this case, you are given access to the actual hardware. You are not given only access to the software. You're not given access to just the website, and everything else will be taken care of Google or AWS. But in this case, you are given access to the service or to the infrastructure or to the hardware itself. You are given access to basically the servers, you are given access to the database, you are given access to the storage. So these are the 3 different types of layers: software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. Infrastructure as a service is the most popular type of service, which is basically provided by GCP or any other cloud provider. So one more layer which I forgot to tell is the physical layer, which basically for the infrastructure as a service layer to provide you certain things. For example, if you want to launch a server, so the server has to run in a hardware. So that hardware is basically running in a data center. So even this basically comes under the layers. Now coming to what are system integrators in cloud computing. So the cloud can consist of multiple components that can be complex. Now the system integrator in the cloud is the strategy that provides the process of designing the cloud, integrating the various components for creating a hybrid or a private cloud network, among other things. So basically, a system integrator is a strategy in which you can combine multiple cloud providers. For example, right now you're using GCP and you want to use a certain service from AWS and connect it with your GCP architecture. So you can do that. And system integrators, again, it's not a tool or something like that. It's a strategy or a concept which you can use to create a hybrid cloud network. Okay, so we've seen the basic questions. Now let's get into the intermediate questions. So now first, what's eucalyptus in the context of cloud computing? So we already know what is eucalyptus. It's basically a plant. It's also famous for its medicinal abilities, but in this case, eucalyptus is basically the abbreviation for Elastic Utility Computing Architecture for linking your programs to useful systems. So it is basically an open source cloud computing infrastructure which is used for deploying cloud clusters. Now you can use eucalyptus. You can basically build your own public, private and hybrid cloud platforms. You can even have your own data center in the cloud, and this can be used to harness its functionality in your organization. So now the eucalyptus concept in cloud computing, basically it's way of doing something, that is the way of creating your own public or private or hybrid cloud platforms, or even host your own data center. So you can use the eucalyptus principles to do this. So it basically is called Elastic Utility Computing Architecture for linking your programs to useful systems. So you're basically making your own data center, or you're using a cloud provider to establish elastic utility computing. That is your, for example, if you want to create servers, it should be easily scalable. Now, why do you need the virtualization platform to implement cloud? So cloud is basically virtualization, to be frank. Without virtualization, you cannot have cloud at all. If there is no virtualization, then the companies should provide, basically they should provide individual computer systems to every single user who wants a server. In that case, there won't be enough space to hold all of that computer systems. There is no space to hold that many electronics. But when virtualization comes into place, you can have a single hardware which runs something called an hypervisor, which basically creates these virtualized servers. So now, if you want 1,000 servers, all of those 1,000 servers could be created in one single physical hardware. So now virtualization lets you create virtual versions of storage, operating systems, applications, networks, and so on. If you use the right virtualization, then it helps you to augment your existing infrastructure. You are able to run multiple apps and operating systems on existing servers. So in one single server, even in your own computer, you can basically download Oracle VirtualBox and you can run any operating system on it. So you can create an operating system with, let's say, Ubuntu. You can create one with CentOS. You can create one with Windows itself. So you can basically run multiple applications and multiple operating systems in one single physical server, and that can be done using virtualization. So you can virtualize a desktop, you can virtualize an application, a complete network, you can virtualize storage, and also you can virtualize servers. And that is the main part. Virtualizing servers basically changed the game for cloud. Basically, you can get a data center where you have thousands of physical servers. So in those physical servers, you can create 10,000 of virtualized servers. So you can basically have one hardware which runs multiple servers in it. Let's say 10 users need 1,000 servers for them. So all of those users can have their servers running in one single physical hardware, but if there is no virtualization, they cannot do that. Basically, they would need 1,000 different computers to do that, and that would be a lot of money. So basically, virtualization helped the cloud platform like this. You can virtualize anything, and when you virtualize it, it basically makes it easier for you to access, and it makes the cloud cheaper and cheaper. What are the things to consider before you make a move to the cloud? So now this is a common question. Before moving to the cloud, what are the things you should make sure that does not happen or should happen? So first, you should not lose any of your data while migrating from your on-premise data center or a different cloud provider to a different cloud provider, for example, from AWS to GCP. So you should not lose any of your data. You should have a proper data flow plan which works for you and which can basically transfer all of your data. You should be able to continue with your business within the shortest interval. That basically is planning is required. More than the technology, the planning to do this is really important, because the plan you make and the technology you're going to use will come together to make this process seamless. And when it is seamless, it will be like it should be done within a few hours if your company's data is small, or it can take very less time to do this. And you should make sure it takes, or the migration takes very less time, so that your business can continue and you can keep seeing profits. There should be fast uptime and data integration with the cloud. So basically, your data center or your cloud network which you're using, GCP, should never go down. Even if it goes down, you should have a failover setup so that when one data center goes down, your application is still running in the other data center and can be accessed. And also, data integration should be provided. What are some popular open source cloud computing platforms? I'll just name 5 of them. So Docker is not a cloud computing tool. It's not a cloud computing platform. It's a tool which can aid cloud computing, which basically helps in creating containers. For example, even inside the servers, you can have multiple containers and make it even better. So if you want to know more about Docker, you can check out in our YouTube channel about Docker. Yeah, you can basically learn more about it and you can also get into it. So now the 5 tools which are open source cloud computing platforms are OpenStack, Cloud Foundry, Docker, Apache Mesos, and KVM. If you want to look more into these, go ahead, Google them, or check out in our YouTube channel. Compare a cloud and a traditional data center. This is pretty easy and most of you would already know the answer to this, but let me just give you a brief. Having a traditional data center and a cloud data center has a lot of differentiating factors. First, the initial cost is high for a traditional data center because you're buying things and setting it up by yourself. But in the cloud, if you're going to use cloud, in that case, everything is already set up in the cloud computing company's data center. You just have to use the product. Second, you can easily scale up and scale down in the cloud data centers, but in a traditional data center, you'll have to buy more servers if you want to scale up, and to scale down, it's practically impossible because you'll have to sell the servers which are idly sitting. Maintenance is a huge cost for traditional data centers, unlike the cloud data center. So if it is a cloud data center, if you are using GCP, GCP, for example, GCP obviously has data centers, and the managers or the security personnel in the data center will handle it. You don't need to maintain the data center. You'll just have to take care of your application which is running on their data centers. But if it is your own data center, in that case, you'll have to invest a lot in maintaining it and securing it. Finally, cloud offers excellent uptime. That is, your application will be up for 99.99% of the time. But if it is your own traditional data center, you will have to make sure that it does not go down. And even if it goes down, you should have a failover plan that basically makes your application stay up. The next question, which is the 14th question, explain what are the different modes of software as a service. So there are basically 2 different modes: single multi-tenancy, fine-grained multi-tenancy. Single multi-tenancy in the sense, in this type, you have your own independent resources that you don't share with anybody. So for example, this particular user has his own application to access their own database. Okay, so every user have their own application running on their own server to access their own database engine. If it is fine-grained multi-tenancy, in that case, so the thing is, even though they have access to these databases, for example, separately, they'll be in a single hardware. But if it is fine-grained multi-tenancy, in that case, all the users will have a single application to access each of their databases or each of their data. So in this type of software as a service, the resources are shared between multiple tenants, even though the functionalities remain the same. For a very simple example, if you're using Gmail, the application is going to be the same for every single person, but the data stored is separate for every single person because your mails will be different from the other person and it should be stored in a secure location, and that basically is multi-tenancy. Single tenancy is an application which you create or which you take up or buy and store your own data in it. What is the benefit of API in the cloud domain? So API means application programming interfaces. So basically APIs are used to access a certain code. For example, if you use mobile applications to pay money through online. So for example, I'm from India, there is something called UPI. So when you're using UPI and you're trying to pay a certain amount, and let's say you're buying some food and you're trying to pay through a Google Pay or through Paytm, and while you're doing that, when you click on Google Pay and click to pay, it'll basically show you a simple window which asks you to pay over there. So basically the food delivery app is using the API of Google Pay to access it. So in the same case, how does the API benefit in the cloud domain? First, you don't have to write the complete program. You can use the APIs or the existing code which is already written and embed it with your own code. You can easily communicate between one application and the other because you don't have to hard code anything. It is already available. You will just have to make the connection. For example, the food delivery app doesn't have to hard code its way into paying through Google Pay. They just have to use the API and include it in their code to pay through it. You can easily create applications and link it to the other cloud services. It seamlessly connects between these two applications. There is no problem. You just click on the button to pay. It'll take you to the other application. You can pay and it'll bring you back to the same application where you started. So same thing happens in the cloud services as well. 16th question. What is the difference between elasticity and scalability? So first, let's look at scalability. So scalability in cloud is the way in which you increase the ability to service additional workloads, either by adding new servers or accommodating it within the existing servers. For example, let's say your application is running really well right now and there are 10 servers being under use, and suddenly your application becomes a hit and there are so many users and you need around 100 more servers. So right now you have 10 servers and suddenly there is a need for 100 more servers, and cloud can provide you that. You can easily scale 100 more servers immediately and accommodate all those users. And let's say in the next day the half of the user base has been reduced because they are sleeping, or let's consider like that, it's nighttime, they're sleeping. So now your user base is around, so right now you needed 10 plus 100 servers, so 110 servers are running. Suddenly your customer base has been reduced to half. So in this case you only need half of it, that is 55 servers. And so basically if it is running on the cloud, you can basically set it up so that it checks the workload and reduces the number of servers accordingly. Now coming to elasticity. So elasticity is the process by which you can either add or remove virtual machines depending on the requirement in order to avoid wastage of resources and reduce costs. So elasticity is basically you can basically remove it or add more according to your requirements. So there it is completely elastic, that is you can basically delete it or increase it or remove it whenever you want. There is no restrictions. So this is basically the difference. Scalability basically is adding new servers or reducing the number of servers according to the workload. Elasticity is your own process or your own way of increasing or decreasing virtual machines to avoid certain costs or wastage of resources. Now, how important is the platform as a service? So now platform as a service is obviously important, and you can get an application layer and it lets you have the complete virtualization of the infrastructure layer, and this way you can work it like a single layer. So that is, you the user basically get a platform in which you provide all the details and upload your code, and the cloud provider will handle loading that data into a server to host your application. So you don't need to manage any infrastructure, that is you don't need to manage the servers, you don't need to manage the storage, you just have to manage the platform in which you uploaded your code, and basically it stays in the middle. So you can see over here application clients, service provider, which is basically GCP in our case, and data center has the servers. So when you upload your code and you want to host the application, it will be automatically hosted in a server. And if you need certain software and operating systems, you would have mentioned what kind of servers you need, what kind of an operating system you need, how much memory you need, how much compute power you need, and any other cloud service. So GCP is the central part. So now this particular part is in GCP, and your website which is being hosted in the server can be used by end users. So when they're trying to use your application, they can basically they will not know it is hosted on GCP. You are the person who knows that, and it makes it really easy because you can just work with the cloud computing technology with just one single web page. Okay, so we've seen this. Now let's move on to the advanced questions. So now, how will you request more quota for your project? So quota in the sense, for example, if you are a free account or something like that, there will be certain restrictions. For example, let's say you can only run 30 servers right now, that is your quota. But your project needs 50 servers. So in that case, what can you do? You only have 30 servers. So in case you have to increase the quota limit, you will have to basically request it. You can request more code directly through the edit coders button on top of the page. So on top of the page on GCP's website, you can find edit coders button and you can change the quota over there. And some default quotas are provided to all the Google Compute Engine projects. And when it exceeds the quota, you cannot go more than it. And basically to increase the quota limit, you will have to request for it. And to request for it, you'll have to click on the edit quotas button. Okay, what is object versioning in GCP? For example, an object is basically something which you store, an audio file, a video, a PDF file, all are objects. These are binary objects. And object versioning is basically to retrieve objects which are overwritten or deleted. So whenever you're uploading a certain image, let's say you're uploading that image 5 different times and you made a simple edit each and every time. So you want your latest version to be available on the main, let's say it should be available in the front. And if you want to access your older versions, you can, because even though you uploaded the same image with the same name 5 different times, but whenever they got uploaded, they would have been given a version. So let's say the first image you uploaded is number 1, version number 1. So number 2, 3, 4, 5. So now the latest version will be displayed and the other versions will be stored even though they are not visible. So if you want to view them, you'll have to go into that particular object and view all the available versions. So now object versions can be enabled in GCP. If you don't want object version, you can still disable it. And when you enable object versioning, if it is the same object being uploaded, and it basically removes it will not be overwritten or it will not be deleted. The properties used to identify a version of the object are generation and meta generation. Generation identifies the content generation, while meta generation identifies the metadata generation. So generation in the sense content generation, the number of images which are keep coming. Meta generation basically identifies metadata, which basically is the size and all the other small details. So object versioning is the different versions given to an object which is uploaded again and again so that you can avoid overwriting. Now, how does cloud computing provide on-demand functionality? So we already know what is on-demand. It is basically providing you the service immediately when asked for. So now cloud computing as a technology was created on the pillars of providing the functionality to all its users on demand, anytime, anywhere. If you have a device with internet, you can get a server immediately. So that is what was promised when cloud computing was created. With the latest advancements and easy access to applications such as Google Cloud, the idea is much easier realized than earlier. With applications like Google Cloud, a user can view the files on Google on the cloud on any device at any time of their preference, no matter which part of the world they are in. For example, if you have something called Google Photos, you can basically experience this. You can view a photo which you have taken on a particular day, let's say 2 years back, even now, by just searching for it or by looking into it, but you just need internet to view that. So it's basically on-demand functionality. So now how they provide on-demand functionality is that they have a huge data center with amazing compute power, and you can basically, if you have internet, you can view or you can use their services anywhere from at any time. Basically, what are the libraries and tools for Google Cloud Storage on GCP? At the core level, you need XML API and JSON API, which are available for cloud storage on Google Cloud Platform. But along with these, there are other options provided by Google to interact with cloud storage. So you have a Google Cloud Platform console, which is basically the website, and using that website, you can perform basic operations like creating a bucket, uploading an object to the bucket, deleting it, enabling object versioning. So you can do all of this in the website. Second is a Google Cloud client libraries. So in this case, it provides programming support to languages like Java, Ruby, and Python. You can basically code it using this client libraries, and you can access the storage. That is, you can access the objects and buckets using your code. Third is a gsutil command line tool. So now you have certain commands which you can use on the command line tool to access the objects and the buckets. How are the Google Cloud Engine and Google Cloud App Engine related? It's not Google Cloud Engine, Google Compute Engine and Google App Engine related. So first, Google Compute Engine and App Engine are complementary to each other. So Google Compute Engine is an infrastructure as a service product, where Google App Engine is a platform as a service product. So now Google Compute Engine is the service which will provide you servers on demand. Google App Engine is the service which will provide you a website in which you can upload your code, and it will basically handle the provisioning of servers and uploading your code into that server and hosting it for you. So Google Compute Engine provides you the server itself where you can log in and use that server completely, which basically provides you the infrastructure. Google App Engine provides you the website, which is the platform which you can use to upload your code, and all the other things like provisioning the server, logging into it, and hosting your code will all be done by Google App Engine itself. But Google App Engine needs Google Compute Engine. Without Google Compute Engine, it will not have a place to host the application. So now Google App Engine is generally used to run web-based applications, mobile backends, and even line of business. So if you want to keep the underlying infrastructure in more of your control, then Compute Engine is the perfect choice, because when you basically create a server using Compute Engine, you can provide your preferred operating system. You can provide the memory you need. You can provide how much compute units you need. You can provide let's say storage. You can provide every single aspect you need your server to have, and that basically gives you more control over the server. But if you don't want to waste time on provisioning the servers and looking into each and every detail of the server, you can basically go ahead with Google App Engine, and in this case you are just uploading your code. You can concentrate more on your code and your application rather than the server itself. So once you've done with the application, you upload it to Google App Engine, and Google App Engine will take care of provisioning it for you inside the Compute Engine server. For instance, you can use Compute Engine for the implementation of customized business logic, or in case you need to run your own storage system. Okay, so now as I told you, Google App Engine, you can basically upload your code. It will handle everything else. If you want to host a website on your own inside a server, in that case, you can basically go ahead with Compute Engine, and you can basically install all the softwares you need, and then you can basically upload your code and host your application. Now, what is a bucket in Google Cloud Storage? So buckets are the basic containers that are used to store the data. So buckets are basically like folders where you can upload data. You can basically organize data and also give access to certain users, and you can basically restrict access from certain users. The bucket has a globally unique name with geographic location where the contents are stored. It also has a default storage class that is applied to the objects which don't have a storage class specified and are added to the bucket. The storage class basically means whether this object will be taken, downloaded or uploaded frequently or infrequently, or this has to be archived somewhere. It won't be used for multiple years. It has just to be stored like a backup. So these are different types of storage classes, and that will be assigned to the object or the files which is being uploaded. There is also no limit on the creation or deletion of buckets. You can create any number of buckets. You can and you can store any number of basically storage as well, objects, and it basically does not limit you. You can store 1 GB of data, 50 GB of data, 1 TB of data. So anything is fine, but you'll just have to pay the price for it. Now, what is serverless computing? So this is really important. So in serverless computing, the cloud service provider has a server running in the cloud and dynamically manages allocation of resources. So this particular sentence has to be understood very carefully. So the server is already running. You are not going to provision the server. The server is already running. Serverless does not mean there is no server. Serverless means you don't need to access the server by yourself, or you don't need to provision the server by yourself every single time you need to do something. The server is always running, and whenever you have a certain task, only at that time resources will be allocated for you on the running server and your task will be done. And once your task is done, that's it. You cannot use that server again, because only when the task is happening you will be provided permissions to use that server. So in this case, you don't need to worry about the hardware, you don't need to worry about the server, you just have to worry about the code you are going to run on it. So the users need to pay for the resources they have used. Basically, you're not using the complete server, or you're not using the server for the entire time, because let's say your code, whenever it is run, it takes 2 seconds to run. So every single day your code is run 100 times. So 100 into 2 is 200 seconds. So you'll have to only pay the money for the 200 seconds of the usage of the server which is running. That's it. So this basically decreases the cost you spend on a complete server which is running all the time. You don't need to do that because you're only paying for the seconds which your code has used the particular server for. Also, you don't need to worry about provisioning or scaling the server because whenever there needs to be more servers for your code to run, the cloud provider will automatically do it for you and they'll automatically maintain it for you. So this is what special about serverless computing. Serverless computing does not mean there is no server. There is a server or there are multiple servers which are already running. You will just have to basically concentrate on your code, and whenever your code runs, the code will be allocated certain resources on the running server and you will only have to pay for the seconds it or minutes it runs on those servers. So now, what is load balancing in cloud computing? So load balancing is the process of distributing the computing resources and workloads in cloud computing environment to manage the demands. It helps to achieve high performance for lower costs as the workload demands are efficiently managed with the allocation of resources. To be very simple, load balancing is basically, from the name itself, you're balancing workloads in the sense incoming traffic. So let's say there are 100 users who are using your application right now and there is one server which is able to handle all of them. Suddenly there are 300 users, but one server, this particular server can only handle 100 users. In that case, you would need 2 more servers to handle all the 300 users. Otherwise, your application will not be able to handle the incoming traffic and the server might slow down and crash. So you would need more servers. So now that is basically auto scaling, or that is scaling. But let's say even though you have 3 servers, so 300 users have come in. Right now there is only one server. Basically the code you have or the auto scaling tool you have basically identifies that there are more users and the workload is increasing and basically creates 2 more servers. So now there are 3 servers and there are 300 users. So now here is where load balancing comes into play. If there is no load balancing, the 300 users can be assigned to a single server and again the same problem will occur. But with load balancing, what happens is the incoming traffic is evenly distributed or distributed according to the weightage you have provided. 300 users, let's say one server can handle 100 users. So now when there is load balancing, it will split the incoming requests to each of those servers. So let's say a request comes, it goes to server A. Another request, it goes to server B. Another request, it goes to server C. So this process goes on. So this is basically traditional load balancing. There are other forms of load balancing as well, but here I'm not going to discuss all of them because that is a completely different video. If you want to know more about load balancing, again, you can go check out our YouTube channel. We have videos on load balancing. So now it uses the concept of scalability and agility to improve availability of resources to the demands. It is also used to provide health checkups for the cloud application. So load balancing can also be used for health checkups, which basically means it checks whether a certain server is healthy. Healthy means whether it is running properly and has the application running on it. So you can also use load balancing to do that. And mainly it is to basically allocate the workload across multiple servers and efficiently handle and manage the allocation of resources to the incoming traffic. So this service is offered by all the major cloud providers. GCP, AWS, Azure, all the major cloud providers provide load balancing because without load balancing, it's really tough to handle a certain website. Okay, so that is the 25th question and that is the end of the session.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in GCP, then Intellipaat provides a Google Cloud certification training which is taught by industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.